Good morning to all of our viewers. Welcome to the Southern African Endurance Series. My name is Nadine Wilkin. So the weekend we have all been waiting for has finally arrived. It's been a long wait, but we're here now and we are ready to kickstart off with the 3-hour endurance race already this morning. If you haven't purchased your tickets, it's $150 at the gate for general access. Bring your family, your cooler box, bring your gazebos and come and join us. Otherwise, enjoy the show online. As you know, our series has grown drastically this last year, and with a growing series comes a growing team. So allow me to introduce you to my co-host, Chloe Grace, an influencer in the South African sporting industry, as well as another familiar face is Paige Lindenberg, who is a woman in motorsports.
Definitely, we're giving girl power, we're giving Powerpuff Girls. I'm here for it. I mean, I think I'm revealing our age a little bit, but nothing wrong with that, right, ladies? I mean, we talk about age and you have to talk about how iconic Kyalami is, a track that was constructed in 1961. Definitely older than the three of us combined, right?
Oh yes, for sure.
For sure. But so much to look forward to today. I mean, you look at the fact that this is a track that definitely tests men and the machine. This is a medium to high circuit, so you definitely need to trust your machinery. And you look at the fact that we've got very fast straights and tight corners, so we definitely have to have, of course, the ability to have the right balance set up for the cars to make sure that we handle, of course, the speed and the agility that Kyalami brings. But so much to look forward to today, Paige.
Yeah, so we're about to start off with a 3-hour 20 minutes endurance race. Within the 3-hour 20 minutes endurance race, we have a 1-hour dash. So 1 hour into the 3-hour, there's going to be a checkered flag and the 1-hour dash will finish. That race has 38 cars starting on the grid. So it's going to be a really exciting first lap. Throughout the day, we've got Lotus Challenge, single-seaters, sports and GT, and one of the most exciting events of the day is the mandatory evening practice for the SA Endurance Series, which will take place this evening. This is really important to help with strategy, seeing how the cars go at night, and we just hope that the weather's going to hold out. But about the man and machine, don't forget we've got a few women competing, and I think that's going to be really exciting.
Again, girl power.
Yes.
So you're probably wondering why Paige mentioned our endurance race is 3 hours and 20 minutes. So let me break it down for you, right? We've got to keep the competition fair. And with some teams that have 3 drivers and 2 drivers, by doing a 3-hour, 20 minutes stunt, we are enforcing that each team has to have 2 mandatory pit stops. So it just keeps it equal for our champions. So yeah, by the end of this weekend, we're going to have champions.
Yes.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. If you, like I said, if you haven't got your tickets yet, it's not too late.
Yeah.
Grab them at the gates and come and enjoy a fun day out with us. Right, so let's go over to commentary and meet the rest of our team.
For sure.
Right, thank you so much, Nadine, and a very warm welcome to the iconic Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. I'm Gareth Burley, alongside me, Stephen Koenig, and we've got an amazing 2 days. And folks, Christmas is around the corner. December is coming up this weekend, and it's certainly feeling quite festive here this weekend, Steve.
Well, I think I got my early Christmas gift, and that is just by being at the beautiful Kyalami and with the racing that we're about to see for this entire weekend. I'm on edge. I'm ready for it. It's super exciting. Been down in the pits, chatting to drivers, even got my hands on a dirty gearbox as well. But it just tells you how the drivers are coming in full force to go for the wins. And considering we're going into the 3 hours and 20 minutes of racing for round 5 of the championship, well, this is going to also be the Achilles heel for some, or it's going to be the absolute necessity to win the championship for others.
Absolutely. So, of course, we've got the 3-hour race. You've heard 3-hour 20. We'll be talking about some of those technicalities a little bit later on. And then, of course, not a lot of time to get ready for 9 hours of racing. Now, just to remind you, this is round 5 and 6. 4 rounds so far this year, 4 different winners in the overall races. And of course, there are races within races, and this weekend, champions will be crowned across all of the categories. Over 300 bottles of champagne will be spread over the next 2 days. So we're in for some epic racing, and you've got to be here. Of course, beautiful drone footage here of the barbecue section here, a fan favorite that will be packed tomorrow, Steve.
It's going to be a great one. And also you can see a little bit off into the distance. My favorite part would be the S's. Oh, yeah. But you are going to see a huge amount of contingent of spectators going and being a part of the show. We've also got the music that's going to be playing. We've got a whole bunch of musicians that are going to be joining us. It's just turning into one big festival, and it's making things even more exciting.
Yes, absolutely. As we fly over towards the pit, you'll see we've got all of our Lotuses and our single-seater festival cars in a sort of a makeshift pits over there. This is the shot coming from Ingwe with a famous South African flag, the iconic flag that is synonymous with this amazing track. And there we look down the main pits and, of course, the main straight where all of our cars are lining up and ready to go. So let's have a little run through the program for you. Of course, it's Friday morning, many people heading off towards work, but we're about to get into a 3-hour endurance race. We can see down on the main straight the safety car has already lined up, so we are getting things underway at 8 o'clock. We'll talk about that 3-hour 20 race as we get into it this morning, but then we'll have up towards lunchtime celebrating the end of our first of 2 big races this weekend, and then the support races will kick in this afternoon. Some big practices this evening, and they'll be back in tomorrow morning ahead of the iconic 9-hour that's coming up tomorrow. So a lot of action, a lot of competitors here this weekend, Steve.
And it's got everyone going and ready to have a bit of fun. Honestly, if you can't miss it. Call in sick if you need to. That's for certain. We've got the single seaters, which is North versus South. It's a single seater festival that's come through. Really looking forward to that. We've got our sport and GTs that are going to be racing as part of our support classes. The Lotus Challenge joining us as well. Huge amount of numbers, very competitive action. But it has got the drivers all looking towards the 3 hours, and many of those drivers participating in our support races are starting to eye out to join up next year.
Wow.
So
That'll be amazing.
the bug has bit, and we are going to see some plenty action.
You want consistency in motorsport, that's what's happening here this weekend. But just looking at this beautiful site here, this is of course from the clubhouse looking over back towards the crocodiles, such iconic corners here at this famous circuit. But we can't not talk about weather when we talk about Kyalami, not to bring a commentator's curse too early, but I believe you've had all the wet weather early this week, Steve.
Well, that's unfortunately the case. We've had some soaking weather on Thursday. Sitting on Wednesday, we were absolutely flooded. Thursday it all held out, and hopefully Friday is looking okay, but there is a bit of precipitation going to be towards the later part of the evening, so that has got the drivers looking to the skies to see what's going to happen, because it may actually land up affecting the night practice and, well, trying to get used to some difficult conditions. And Kyalami having 2 different weather biomes, depending on where you are. If you're down the main straight, it could be nice and shiny. If you're sitting at Leeuwkop, you may need an umbrella.
Yeah, completely different. Inter Africa Racing, Hurricane there we can see going through Sunset. They are the championship leader, and they won last time out here at Kyalami. That was round 4, and they've had some ups and downs this season. Of course, who can not forget last year's 9-hour where they lost the race in the dying moments, unable to go out, and after 9 hours of heartache, just so disappointed. So they'll be the ones with the target on their back, no doubt, this weekend. Stuart White and Kolile Katla for today. Just the 2 of them will be heading out. They'll add a 3rd driver tomorrow because 9 hours is a long time. But how's the pressure? How are they feeling down in the pits there in the Inter Africa team?
So far, cool and calm, not too worried, but also keeping their cards very close to the chest, knowing the threat of the BBR Porsche that's going to be coming in, and also the concern is from qualifying with the Norma Nova going and putting himself right up to the top, with Charles Wilkin managing to get a 140 yesterday in the car. So there is that little bit of a concern, considering the Lambo was only able to get into the 42s. It's going to be a very close one, but they're hoping that traffic may come into it and affect to slow down the car. As we heard, there's going to be the mandatory driver changes, going to be mandatory about 2 pit stops for the cars, which would have been not in the favor of Inter Africa, because that car can get 3 hours and only do 1 stop. But 3 hours and 20 minutes has put a wrench in that plan, and they've got to think a little bit out of the box and get a bit more defensive to hold the line. They need to win this race to ensure that tomorrow they have the advantage going into a double points for the 9 hours of Kyalami. It's either first or nothing at this point. And if they drop out of the top 3, if they get out of that podium position, well, it could be an unfortunate repeat of last year. So the team are keeping it cool, keeping it calm, but being like a duck. On the top of the water, relax, but definitely those feet are pedaling.
All right, so we're going to be running through you in this hour where the championship standings are, because as mentioned, we've got various classes, A, B, C, D. We've got the V8 Roadsters. We've got a 1-hour dash in this. So we're going to keep you updated as we go. There's a lot happening. But in terms of just where we are in the context of the weekend, tomorrow's the 9-hour, double points up for grabs. I mean, you want to come out at the end of the year to say, which race, if you could win one, which one would it be? It would be the 9 hours.
Well, that's it. And I do want to point out a lot of the teams that are fighting it out, bar the BBR, I would say, have already utilized their drop rounds, so they've got to really make it work to stay in for the fight at this point. So we're with a little wiggle room coming into play. Unfortunately, for first and second on the grid, they have no wiggle room. They've utilized their drop rounds.
They need to finish.
That's it.
So can you lose the championship today in the 3 hour?
You can go and land up missing the championship by 1 point come tomorrow. And that is how close it is with Inter-Africa, BBR, and a Just for Sleep. All three teams are fighting it out for the absolute honors. And it can come down to tomorrow losing out by 1 point. So if today the Just for Sleep is not able to stay into the top 3 and drops out of the top 5, they are out of championship contention. BBR also has that exact same problem.
Just looking out of our commentary windows, we just got a little glimpse there, but you can see Molile Lekatla, he is in the Lamborghini in second place, but Nick Adcock is in pole position. The two of them having a little chat there, smiling, hugging, getting ready because they know that the fight is going to be on today between them. Just to mention that the Nova, as we see one of the Porsches, the GT3s coming through there and up to the starting line. Of course, if you're just joining us, we're getting the cars to the grid. We've got in the 3 hour race 25 cars participating and 13 joining in the 1 hour dash. So a large field joining us here for the start of the race. But just to remind you that yesterday we had a qualifying, and Charles Visser, no stranger to throwing his cars around. Who can forget, of course, out in Swartkorps where he almost lost it in the dying stages, where he didn't need to be pushing. Yesterday, in the qualifying, he put in just under 1 minute 40, just over 140.
Just over 140, which if he can repeat that same thing in race trim, will take the lap record here at Kyalami. But it's easier said than done, considering he's going to have a lot of pressure, have to get very defensive off the start of the race and ensure that they can keep the momentum. We also have to talk about that the Just for Sleep has been battling with a windscreen, because what originally was a cover over the windscreen to protect it from any chips or dirt that tear off, unfortunately starting to have the glue affecting the windscreen, so they opting maybe to pull the thing off completely, clean the windscreen.
It's the Nova.
That is the Nova.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So they're going to have to either remove it completely and risk getting a bit of stone chips to the windscreen, or they're going to have to deal with the glue impeding vision a little bit. So the team were debating it late into the evening of which way they're going to work.
So just coming back to the Charles Visser story, of course, he puts in this blistering lap, caught us completely by surprise while we were in the commentary. And then, of course, the next lap, he was off the track. He, pushing so hard, didn't need to be. It's endurance racing, Charles, but somehow in him, he just can't not give it everything every time he's out there.
And brought out the red flag, which many teams weren't quite expecting. And it did put a wrench in a few teams' plans to get that extra lap into the race, as they had to go back onto an outlap, try and get everything back up to temperature. You're now suddenly taken out of all the action for qualifying, and it set a few people on their back foot. But with Inter-Africa coming in and fighting, getting a 142, they are hoping to keep up the fight. So the main thing is, what is the plan? They're going to have to dive in and get around the Normanova Proto, the Just for Sleep Normanova Proto, and get defensive. They're going to have to hold them back for at least 6 laps before they can catch up to the rest of the field, and then utilize the traffic to try and hold back the likes of Charles Visser, Nick Adcock, and Jensen, who is going to be behind the wheel. And considering after the success of the European Le Mans in the LMP3, they're looking to really go and carry that success over for the 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Right, so the grid's lining up here for the first of 2 big races in the South African Endurance Series. It's the 3 hours of Kyalami, well, 3 hours 20. We'll talk about that in a moment. But Nadine is down in the pit. We're going to cross over to her and find out how the action is building up for us here ahead of the big race.
We can chat to you quick and see what they've got to say before we get started. Nick, a favorite always to see on pole. Congratulations for making pole. It was a bit of a close call. I mean, it's great to have these young blood guys like Charles Visser on the team, but when they spin out and then still manage to make a 1 minute 40, I mean, it's all smiles, right?
Yes, he made a slight mistake on his, I think, his third flyer, and for people like me, I then feel all embarrassed and ashamed that I made a spin and not go faster. But he then shakes it off and bangs in such a good lap, and he's completely unfazed when he comes back in. So yeah, he did well. But the car's strong, and this is a very rude start. I don't think I've ever started a motor race in 25 years. At 8 in the morning, it's now 7:30, so it's it's a different experience.
Yeah. I definitely noticed as well today, you guys are all slow starters. We're like all waiting to get on the grid and the drivers aren't even in the cars yet.
Yeah, we were waiting for the green light on the pit lane, but we're all on schedule. This is sort of the warm-up now. Like a 3-hour race, it seems like a long race, but this is the warm-up to a 9-hour race. Yeah. So we've just got to survive this from today, have a good race against the Lamborghini, which is their main competition, and we'll see where we end up after this race and set ourselves up for tomorrow.
Well, I look forward to seeing it and have fun out there.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Nick. Okay, let's go over into Africa. Stewie, how are you doing?
Morning, good, thanks, and yourself?
I'm good, thank you. So, Stewie, the last time we were here, at the end of last year, you guys got stuck in pit lane. No, none of those sort of mistakes today. I saw you guys working hard in the pits yesterday, practicing your pit stops and your timing and everything. I know you're not going to discuss strategy with me, but give us something.
Yeah, obviously last year was a bit unfortunate. We had an alternator issue, so we tried to get out just to finish the race. But it's one of those things. That's how it works out sometimes. But this weekend's quite a long weekend of the 3-hour and a 9-hour tomorrow. But now the full focus from the whole team is just to maximize this race and to try to get a bit of a bigger buffer going into the 9-hour to take a bit of pressure off. But still a lot of work ahead.
Well, you guys are in the lead. Keep the lead, and may everything go smooth today.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let's see what we can do.
So obviously, it's a bit of a tough one with Mike Vera in first place with his lead on points. But you've got Stradali right behind you, also competing in the 1-hour dash. So what's the strategy?
Well, we're mixed up with the 3-hour guys, obviously. So we got to respect that and not ruin the race for them. But obviously, I'd like to beat Charles. So I guess he's my closest competition. Yeah. I've raced with him many times, so we're good friends. But it'll be a good, clean dice with him. And I'm not too worried about the championship. I'm going to just focus on this race.
Okay, awesome. Well, we wish you all the best and have fun out there with Charles.
Thank you.
Charles, so this is a different car. I heard you sold the Mercedes. Porsches are sold, so we're in a Lambo today.
Yes, this is old faithful, I would suggest. So yeah, we'll see. We're just doing the 1 hour today for fun, just to get the eye in for the 9 hours. So yeah, the Audi is coming out later. So this is... just me having a bit of fun for the weekend.
I know you love these 1-hour dashes. So tell me, I don't know if you heard old Craig Jarvis chatting to me now, but he said that you're his main competition over there for the 1-hour dash. You guys are going to give us some good entertainment and good racing with the two of you?
Yeah, look, me and Craig, we come years and years. He was actually one of Stradale's clients a few years ago. So, yeah, we're big mates and, staunch competitors on and off the track, I would suggest. So, yeah, no, we're going to have some fun. Like I say, the 1 hour is such a fun format, you know. It's you race hard for an hour and then you relax a bit while these boys still have to go on. So it's going to be fun.
Well, it's nice to see you guys at the top of the grid and have fun out there.
Thank you.
Cool, thanks, Charles. Okay, so to BBR, who are also in the running for the championship, let's see who we can chat to. Here is Heinrich. Hi, Heinrich, how are you?
Good morning, good, and you?
Good, thanks. So you guys have two champions on your team. I mean, your son took the SA Dakar Rally Championship, and then you've got Keegan Masters who's joined you, who's just won a championship with Porsche in Italy. How does it feel to have such a powerhouse team?
Yeah, you can imagine it puts a lot of pressure on an old guys. We got a great team, and I'll have to keep it out of trouble for the first stint, and then hopefully they will bring it home.
Yeah. Look, I mean, everyone that talks about BBR talks about the consistency of the team as well as the consistency of the car and stuff. So I have no doubt that you guys are going to bring it home.
Yeah, but I mean, you never know in motor racing. You know, motor racing, anything can happen. I mean, so far we've been lucky with the car, and we hope it continue.
Yeah, well, let's not put any jujus on it, eh? Good luck.
Thank you.
Cool, thanks. Okay, off to Samlin Racing. Some of our new guys, I don't see any of them, so let's keep moving. Here is Ricky Gianacaro. How's it, Ricky?
Hi, how you doing?
Good, thanks, and you. So, haven't joined us for every round this season. How have you enjoyed our season for the rounds that you have been with us for?
I must be dead honest. We've loved it. It's been great. The atmosphere, the vibe, everything coming here has been unreal, and we will be definitely partaking in the whole season next year.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to having you. For those of you who aren't here, you heard it. So get your things together and come and join us. Right, and now we're over to the slingshot. Hello, Steve. Good in you. Hello, Franco. Hi. Franco's upset with me, but we won't talk about that. Steve, so how's it going? What's the strategy for today?
Well, it's going well. The car's behaving, and we'll just you're just going to keep it clean, and try. We obviously got to still keep this car good for tomorrow. So we're not going to do anything stupid. Just keep it clean and have a good day.
Okay, Franco, take it back what I said. Are you excited to be part of the slingshot team?
Look, I've been honoured to be part of Steve Clark's team and Backdraft, and for them to phone me and to come and drive with him, it's an honour. The car's good. The guy's done a good job of the car. So let's see what we got to do is to finish the race.
And tell me who's driving after Steve?
I am. Okay. Yeah, so the two of us are doing the 3 hour, and then Steve and Mike will be doing the 9 hour, and I'll probably run the team for them.
Okay, and where's Mike today, Steve?
He's in Durban. He had something that he couldn't get out of, unfortunately. Yeah.
Sure, busy man. He was here yesterday and now he's gone again. Awesome. Well, I wish you guys everything of the best. Cool. I'll see you out there. Thanks. Okay, who are we moving on to next? Let's go talk to Mo Mia. There he is. Mo, can I have a quick chat with you, please? This side of the car. So Mo's a special story. The last time we saw Mo was in 2023. He had a bit of a crash. I think it was out at Swartkorps. And yeah, he's been on a journey to heal. I mean, cars we can repair quickly. He had to heal his leg injury. But what I want to know, Mo, is, like coming back from that mentally, how do you manage?
Look, it's not easy. And it's not only the mental side, right? It's the emotional side. And I think the only way is to take it slowly, step by step, and appreciate the fact that nothing's going to happen tomorrow. It's going to take its time. And then you start, from my point of view, I started out by doing some track days, some testing days, and then you get slowly into it. And this is my first race since October last year. And it's a lovely series to be part of because, on the endurance side, it's not hurry up all the time. You got to pace yourself. And Kolile and Wayne and they all do a good job, and make us feel welcome again. And everybody says, hi, how you doing? A lot of motivation from that side. Yourself as well. I haven't seen you in a year. And it's a good show, right? And you feel comfortable. The guys are very respectful. Yeah. And that is the important side because everybody's not trying to finish a 20-minute race quick. So I'm looking forward to it. But, as I said, the mental, emotional side, it's something that each person is uniquely different. From my side, I just didn't feel comfortable to jump into the car immediately. But Freddie from Fast Racing Developments really helped me out a lot. Time, effort, putting up with my moans and my groans and saying, hey, I don't want to go out. He says, no, Mo, here's a helmet, go out. So you need some positive affirmation. Yeah. But I'm happy to be here. It looks like a beautiful day. Yeah.
Well, we are so happy to have you back and I'm wishing you everything of the best. And yeah, I'm just going to show them your car. What Mo's done here is he's actually rebranded. He was previously Toys R Us, but check this out. He's got all the tracks that he has raced so far in his career on his car. It looks stunning, Mo. Nice idea. Cool. Thanks. Good luck. All right, let's move on here. Okay, so we are with Stradale's Porsche. Let's quickly see here. This is car number 991. How are you?
Well, and you?
Good, thanks. I'm sorry, and your name? You're new to the series?
Yeah, I'm Roy Aubrey. No, I've just upgraded cars. So this is, I only got this car about 2 weeks ago. Drove it Wednesday afternoon.
Risky business.
Well, yeah, but it's really lovely with the 1 hour sprints because you get a lot of time to spend time in the car, learn the car and that. So I'm not going for places and that. I haven't raced in the championship, so you want to keep out of the way of the championship contenders. And this is a hell of a car, so I've just got to learn it. And at 63, I've got to it takes me longer to learn than the youngsters, So, but I'm looking for a good day.
Awesome. Well, I mean, at least you've got the wisdom of a 63-year-old. And this car is also well put together because you bought it from Stradali, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I did. Yeah, so they've brought actually quite a lot of the cars into the country that race in the extreme supercars and in this series. So it's given us South Africans access to special machinery. This is also very unique. It's a GD3 Cup that's also been developed by Mantar Racing, who have an operation on the Nuremberg ring. So it's got all the aero and all the stuff. Not that I'll get to use it all today because I don't know if I'm going to go fast enough.
Oh, come on.
But we're going to give it a good go.
Good. Well, I want to see you give it a good go. And we'll talk later in the pits about that go.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. All the best. Thanks. You too. Okay, here is our current championship leader. Not you, no, I'm joking. But you're the driver.
Morning, Nadine.
Morning, Mike. This is Mike from Veria, and he's actually the doctor. You should rebrand to the doctor instead of the tiger. No. Oh, you got a dash cam. Oh, boy. So how does it feel that you're leading the championship?
That's great. I mean, today is going to be a little bit difficult because it's summer and it's Kyalami and it's the last race of the year. All the guys have brought out their GD3 cars. So unfortunately, in the 1 hour, I'm 10th on the grid. So it's going to be an uphill battle to get anywhere near the front. But yeah, it's fun. I'm enjoying it. And I think as long as we have decent results, we should be able to win the championship, hopefully.
Okay, but you're 95 points ahead of all the Oaks that are at the top of the grid. Yes, so you're fine.
In the championship log, so that's perfect. Lovely.
Yeah. So just go out there and have fun. I mean, it seems like all the 1 hour dash guys are just here to have a good jolt.
Everyone is, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun. The problem is we're a little bit in no man's land because from there forwards, it's sort of at least 2-3 seconds faster than us. So to compete this side is going to be quite difficult. Mostly you're going to have to keep the cars behind us. I think that's the biggest challenge.
I'm sure you'll do just fine.
I'll do my best.
Old Mark had me polishing Porsches yesterday, actually. He was complaining that everyone's just polishing cars while he's fixing cars here at the track yesterday.
Yeah, it was actually Darby Ubez's Lotus, but yeah, they had no work to do on it except wipe it down every 10 minutes, which is always a nice situation for his mechanics. Eh?
Yeah, a nice situation for the whole team. Yeah. Cool, good luck.
Thank you so much.
Okay, bye.
Thanks, bye.
Okay, let's go and talk to Anthony Pretorius before he gets his team photo. So we've got Anthony Pretorius and Dylan Prudgy here. Okay, so Dylan, you back. This is one of our young blood teams. Anthony was previously racing with Ryan Nike, and as I've mentioned before, he actually has to write exams, so he'll be a spectator today. So Dylan, welcome to the team, and how are you feeling being back in SA?
No, feeling great. Nice to be back here. Enjoy the check, so we're just going to see how the day goes.
Okay, awesome. Well, all the best. Anthony, now tell me, you've got quite a weekend ahead of you. You're racing with Dylan today, and then tomorrow you're joining the Kalex team for the 9 hour.
Yeah, obviously we got the call up from both Dylan and Cara to try and help them do well this weekend. So I'm obviously going to give my all and try and do the best I can and see what we can do.
As you always do. I must say, you've got some good seat time this year.
Yeah, definitely. Learning a lot from the National Series SATC and from this driving all the different cars, it definitely helps. So hopefully next year we can come back and do something a bit better.
Awesome. Well, listen, I'm wishing you two all the best.
Thank you.
Okay, bring it home. Okay, cool. Let's see who else we can chat to. Actually, let me chat to Tyler Robertson, one of our female drivers here. Hi, Tyler. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks, and you?
Good, thanks. So I spoke to you yesterday in the pits. You actually running 2 different championships this weekend.
Yes, I'm racing in the single-seaters as well as and this.
Okay.
So it's a busy.
What's this, the 1 hour dash?
No, my dad and I will be competing in the 9 hour. Not the 9 hour, the 3 hour, sorry.
Okay, awesome. And wishing you everything the best.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Okay, so let's go to the next driver. Hi, Zid. How are you, Martin?
All right, so.
This is Martin Prince. So we've entered the 1 hour dash.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, and it's your first time racing our series this year?
Yeah, first time this year, but 7 years ago we came to Kyalami as well. And that stage we shared a car with David Joubert. But so it's a bit of adjustment getting back onto the track after Cape Town.
And also so many things have changed, hey?
Well, last time was exactly the same. You also had the mine shaft and everything, getting used to sunset and everything. So, yeah, it's just learning the track and time in the saddle, eh?
Okay. I think some of our drivers, what they do is when they need to learn a track is they actually check it out on YouTube and they do sim racing. Yeah. And now there's a proper sim racing of this track.
I'm not doing that series, but my son is. So I go and practice on his sim.
Okay,
but still, Then watch David Perel's sim racing here, so hopefully get some tips.
Okay, well, as long as you're getting the practice in.
Oh, well, exactly. At least we're here.
Yeah. Have fun out there.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Thanks. Okay. The Terrible Two. So old Richard had to rush out of here last night. Why did you have to rush out here, almost breaking an ankle on the way out?
I know I had an online race. They call him Max Verstappen, eh?
Oh, okay.
Had an online race today, race face league race last night. So yeah, I had a lucky friend in Blair Gowrie who lent me his rig, and I went and did my race there last night.
And how did you do?
Poorly.
Well, that's not going to be the case today. Hey, Gavin.
Yeah, no, I'm hoping. That's the first I've heard of him not doing well in sim. So, is there still time to swap drivers? I'm just wondering. Yeah, I'm sure we'll be fine. We'll be good.
And tell me, how have you guys enjoyed the series this year?
It's good. Yes, wonderful. Very good. I mean, I think we've had a little bit of bad luck, kind of technically wise, but pace is good. The cars are good. Yeah, it's lovely to be here. We've certainly done enough time at Kyalami, so
Okay, good.
yeah, it's been good. I think it's been great.
Good. Well, all the best, and I'll see you guys in the pits a little later.
Thank you.
And listen, don't forget to give him. Okay, lucky he's going first, so he is going to get a chance today.
Oh, you're being ugly now, eh?
I'm teasing. Gotta keep the jokes alive. Okay, who are we going to chat to next? Yes. Oh, Baron. Sorry, I got confused between that orange car and this one. Baron, how are you feeling today?
Oh, we're feeling good. It's a lovely day, ready to race. I mean, it's a Friday and we're at the track already, so starting the day off right. It's a nice race, 3 hours 20. So it's not too long. So yeah, hopefully we can do well today. Go and have some fun and just do some good racing.
Okay, cool. And you guys have added another member to your team, Michael Koenig. How are you feeling about the trio?
Oh, we've brought in another driver, obviously racing 3 hours today and then another 9 hours tomorrow. It's a lot of racing. And I mean, these backdrops, they do make you a bit tired after a long stint. So we just thought bringing in another driver would be a good idea for this race and see how it goes. But so far, we've been quite fast. We're second. So yeah, it's quite excited for the day. See how it goes tomorrow. Long weekend.
Yeah, for us all. So don't worry, we're all in it together. Yesterday, you guys had a little bit of car trouble. What was it about?
We had a few issues. The brakes were our main issue, and we had a small issue on the gearbox.
Oh,
so we
no.
had to pull the box. But we resolved it quite quickly. Like always, everybody jumped in, did a good job. These guys really know what they're doing, is helping us. So yeah, I'm sure the car will last, should last. The amount of prep we've put in for this race is a lot. So nothing should go wrong.
We have enough gears in that gearbox now.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. You can see where we are. So yeah, as you guys can see, we've had a few issues with the box before, but it's just our luck.
Well, listen, I mean, you know what, if you compare your guys' team to the other size teams, you guys do really well. You're at the top of the log. It's everything of the best, eh?
Thanks. Shots, lekker.
Lekker. Bye, Haram. Good luck. Michael, welcome to the team. Okay, so we are about to get started. Enjoy the show. To all of our viewers, thank you for joining us on this early sunny Friday morning. We wish all of our drivers a safe and exciting race. And we're going to send it back to commentary now, where they'll take you through to the start. See you later.
Thank you, Nadine. Steve, did I see a surname there that looks very familiar? A Koenig on the grid?
Yep, that is my brother that's on the grid, and my dad is the mechanic that's been dragged under the car, and I've been the medic for the team during the course of the week. But yeah, absolutely exciting times, and you know, as an older brother, get to see as my younger brother out on circuit and joining up with the leading team of the National V8 Roadsters. It's all been exciting, but also the pressures there of don't get it wrong, especially after he learned Cheetah's a little bit higher than it's what you think it is, going and actually hitting it last night, and actually jumping on the radio immediately after to apologize for how hard he hit it.
Sure. The penultimate corner, yeah, one that's caught many drivers out over the years. So as you can kind of gather, there's quite a family vibe out here. It's the racing fraternity really excited, I think, obviously coming towards the end of the year, but there's a real excitement down on the grid. Yeah, what a pleasure. Beautiful cars, and it's a bit of a preview and a little run for tomorrow, which is going to be a big spectator day. There's live music. There's lots of activations taking place. VIPs sold out. We're in for a cracking weekend of motorsport.
It's going to be a great weekend for spectators to come and enjoy, and definitely looking forward to seeing the prize as it's always here at Kyalami. But I'm also looking forward to seeing the competitive nature starting to creep in. And the top teams are starting to really look at the finer adjustments. Well, everyone is busy saying, oh, we're here to have a bit of fun. It's going to be the 1 hour dash or the 3 hours. We're going to see drivers out on track that are, well, putting that all aside, because there is a national championship on the line.
All right, so 38 cars now are getting ready to go. We've got a couple of them that seem to be starting from the pit lane. So we'll get clarity on that. Of course, once we get rolling behind the safety car, we will get things underway. 8 minutes till we get started. Beautiful Janetta, you see there. That's the pole sitter for the 1 hour dash, third on the grid. So that reminds us, we've got 6 races taking place here. Let's just remind you, we've got 25 cars who will be competing for all 3 hour race, or 3 hour 20. We've got an A class, which is your front runners. We've seen the likes of the Inter-Africa Racing Lamborghini. We've seen the Nova up in pole position. We've got that beautiful BBR Porsche as well. And then we've got the carbon car, the Mike McLaughlin, who's in Durban carbon car. Those are your A classes. In the B class, we've got the stunning Lamborghini Gallardo Super Trofeo. That's the one Nadine didn't get to chat to them, but it's the beautiful red one that you see sitting there currently in I think it is in 6th position on the grid. So they're up against the Hammond Lamborghini, and then that stunning Mercedes as well. Those are the Class Bs. In Class C, we've got the Alfa Romeo and one of the VW GTIs. In Class D, we've got a few of the Polos competing, and Class E, the V8 National Roadster Championship. There's a whole feast of cars there. And then mixed in all of that, Steve, we've got 13 one-hour dash cars, who some of them are racing, as we heard, for the very first time this year.
It's going to be an exciting one for them, but also the pressure coming in. As much as Mike Verrier is a little bit more on the calmer side, knowing that he's on the cards for a championship, well, it's definitely been sitting on the brain. That is for certain. And he has been going and talking about it to his patients. He may be walking home with a trophy all the way back in Cape Town. So it's going to be a great one. The Super Trofeo, as you brought up, a brilliant car, and that's the Evo 2, and the team have got an Evo 1 and an Evo 2, being the only cars in the country, and this is the only Evo 2 that is in the country as well. So it's just stunning machinery, and it goes back to what Charles Ranjis was saying, going and bringing all these sorts of cars in to have a bit of fun, and also to bring unique vehicles to the circuit here in South Africa that we only get to see on TV.
Yeah, look at this. Yeah, we've got the Nova, an LMP car, right behind the Janetta, an LMP car. On the other side, second and fourth, 2 Lamborghinis. In fact, 3 Lamborghinis in a row. The first of the McLarens there, sitting back in 8th position. There's the BBR Racing Porsche. So once we get racing underway, we'll get some clarification as to who is in the hot seat. We've seen a couple of the drivers getting a little bit windy, and unlike yesterday, we've got the wind in the opposite direction. Yesterday, we saw them actually being hurtled down the main straight. Today, is it going to have any effect on these incredible cars with all of their aeros?
Well, you're going to have a headwind, which means what you want to do is get into the slipstream heading down through turn 1 to turn 2. You don't want to go line up yourself side by side. You want to rather be in the slipstream, then go on the attack. Means anyone that is going and punching a hole in the air first is in for a losing streak, because they're going to have that little bit of resistance. Well, when we talk about a little bit of resistance, it's 1 to 2 kilometers that may be taken away, but it's 1 or 2 kilometers that can set you up to get overtaken into the corner. So that is going to be an interesting one, but it's also going to be a tailwind as you start making your way to Leeuwkop at the top of the circuit.
Yeah, so of course we're going to see maybe a 140 today. I mean, is it on the cards? Yesterday seemed perfect conditions for that.
Well, I would say it's on the cards for the Norman Nova to get a 140 in race trim. Once the fuel starts getting lighter and lighter and lighter, the car will be able to get it. But that is if traffic doesn't play a big role. And we've got to talk about that, because we've got cars that are able to go 330 kilometers an hour, and then you've got our backdraft roadsters that are more at about 220, 230. So the closing rate is going to be immense for it as well.
So drivers have to stay awake. And of course, this is a morning race. So as they start to roll away now, they'll be behind the safety car. Just make sure everybody gets away safely there. Bit of a delay. It looks like a restart. You can see the lights flashing there for Nick Adcock. can see the engine starting, but these cars are particularly difficult. Yesterday we saw, and there he gets underway. Yesterday, Charles Visser actually spun out and then couldn't find reverse. They were radioing back to the pits to say, how do I get reverse here? Not used to riding reverse in a Nova.
Well, the thing is, to get to reverse in that type of vehicle, you've actually got to hold a separate button, then you've got to try and get from neutral and then click on the paddle to drop it. There's an entire process just to get it to pull off. And that's because the gear isn't used a lot. It just has to be there by mandatory of the rules. So it's going to be an interesting one. We also do have a Lotus Elise that's racing.
Oh, stunning, eh?
A really, really modified Lotus Elise. And it's going to be one to keep an eye out for. And it's in the old the JP colors of Lotus. So it's going to be a huge, huge bit of fun. But expect it to be one of our running contenders to challenge the McLaren GT3s. Despite it not being GT3 spec or GT4 spec, that is straight out of the garage. It is a absolute monster.
Right, Steve, tell us, why is this the 3-hour race is actually the 3-hour 20 race? So for our viewers, help us understand a little bit about the understanding and the logic behind that.
So originally it was meant to be a 4-hour endurance race, and that eventually got put aside.
In East London?
Yes. And it got put aside to come to Kyalami. It turned into a 3-hour 20 minutes because you can get away with one pit stop with some of the cars. So if you've got 2 drivers in the car take into Africa being that, they'll be able to get one pit stop and complete a 3-hour race, not a problem. But by adding the 20 minutes, you're ensuring that they're going to have to come in a second time, because limping the car around is going to hurt them. So it just adds that little bit of fairness for the drivers that are running 3 drivers instead of 2, adds a little bit to the story, but it also keeps people guessing. Does put some on the back foot though, because your original plan of, well, I can just go a full 1 hour or 2, go and do 1.5 hours and then you're done. That all changes with 2 pit stops.
Right, so this is up at the top of the track. We call it Leeuwkop, and we're looking at the cars coming down the mine shaft. There's a big left turn. They're full taps through there. And we can see this iconic Kyalami circuit getting ready, heating up for an amazing day of racing. Not just the 3 hours, we've got 3 support races to come. We've got a single-seater festival that you're going to want to make sure you tune in a bit later to have a look at, because we've got a massive, massive field to go.
It's going to be a great one. But as the cars are starting to line their way up, come into Crocodile, formerly known as the Bowl for those that remember the old circuit, and they start looking at the infamous corner, Cheetah, that can make or break your race. So far, it does, like the Into Africa, actually doing quite a bit of brake dragging, trying to warm up those brakes, warm up the discs, get the heat to bleed into the rim, then into the carcass of the tire to ensure that you can stand on the anchors as hard as possible heading into turn 2 when the race goes, versus the Norma Nova that has got the power to weight ratio to compete. But it's all about who's going to make it into the corner first. Side by side they go, making their way onto the main straight. Lights will be ablaze as we red light, red light, red light, and we will be going green in the next couple of moments. Nerves are at the ready.
Here we go. Here we go. It's the 3-hour at Kyalami. First of 2 big race weekends, and we are underway. Looks like the Lamborghini just a little ahead there coming across the start line, but it's a wide first Crowthorne corner that welcomes them. And as we've seen before in the year, it takes the Nova a few laps really to get up to speed, but everybody please safely through there. We've got 12 hours of racing to come.
Now, while heading into turn 2, you can fit 3 GT3 cars without any problems, and as they snake their way up, it looks like the Ginetta getting some pressure put on as JP Morrow all the way out from Brazil, going and having a great time and really pushing Craig Jarvis a little bit, who didn't want to interfere too much, but it looks like he doesn't want to lose out to the Norma Nova ahead of him.
Wow, 2 cars going side by side through sunset. You don't see that quite often, but here we go. The Nova already up to pace. Nick Adcock then taking over the lead from Kolile. And is this a sign of things to come? Looks like in previous races he was happy to hold back here. He seems like he just wants some free, clean air.
You don't want to get caught out too much, and he's starting to open up the gap half a second at the looks of it, where the Into Africa is getting sucked in by the likes of Craig Jarvis in the Ginetta, who's going to have the advantage because the Ginetta is the same as the Nova. It has got a great power to weight ratio, but JP right up on the inside takes the dive, gets it side by side, and it does look like Steve Clark joining in for the fight as well. and challenging as they go down the mine shaft. So that did not work out in Craig Jarvis's favor, and now it does look like it is going to be the Samlin.
No, it's the Charles Ranges that's coming through.
That's got him.
Right, we know that those two, we heard them from both of them, that they're going to have a nice little battle today. But boys, please, it's just lap 1. All right, a long way to go. Now, quickly talk to him about this JP. He's Brazilian, is that right?
He's Brazilian and has come racing
Mercedes.
In the Mercedes, and he's come out. This is his first time at full race tilt here at Kyalami, and they're given the option by Sun Woodley to drive the Mercedes GT3 AMG.
Wow.
He's having a huge amount of fun with it, but very confident with the car. He seems to be quite happy, but he's feeling the pressure from Steve Clark on the back of it. Now, Steve Clark has also done a bit of work onto the car. Every race is something new. Well, on the back of the car, there's these big drums to try and help cool the rear brakes, and that is hoping to get the advantage a little bit further on. So it is going to work out in their favor. But you can see the Inter Africa, unfortunately, starting to run off the pace and getting sucked into a train that is not going to work in his favor, because all it needs is JP to go for that lunge once again, and we will have an open door for Steve Clark to follow by.
Right, through Clubhouse they go. We've got the S's to contend with next. You drop down a little bit towards your left, then you back up towards the right. We saw yesterday in the qualifying that as you come up to Leeuwkop, the sun's going to be in their eyes tomorrow in the 9 hour. So you've got to pick your braking spot. It's so important as you go under this little bridge. This is part of the old track, which would have gone right in this section here. If you ever come to the Kyalami circuit, what we're seeing here, the cars turning left, they would have gone right in the old track, and there's a couple of old curves that are still out there at the top of Leeuwkop. Down the mine shaft they go. Is this a great opportunity to overtake? Probably one of the hot spots for the weekend.
Get into the slipstream, follow it all the way through. Then you want to try go to middle of the circuit where everyone's focusing on the right-hand side, or left-hand side, and that is the number 10 car. That would be the Blackman car, if I am correct.
That's right, CJ Blackman, JP Brenner, and of course the red race number that you saw there was... right, we've got yellow safety car. Safety car is out. We're getting notification of the safety car just looking out of our windows here. And there we go, confirmation there. So just slow down their safety car. We'll have to pick them up. Oh, they're going to have to brake quite hard. There we go. And the recovery vehicle as well. So the number 10 has just stopped. So that looks like perhaps mechanical rather than an incident.
Well, it's going to be up to the Proton vehicles to go and catch up with the field, but it means whatever gap that was originally pulled by the Norman over there just for sleep, that they thought, we got the best start in the world.
Yeah.
That's all been cut back, and it gives Kolile a good opportunity to go back onto the attack. If he went and lost out that little bit of time, if he's a little bit unnerved for some reason, well, he's now got a second opportunity to get into the toe and pull himself along. But anyone that had a bit of planning of how this 3 hours meant to go, well, that's just taken plan A, put it in the bin, time for plan B to start being worked out.
Right, so are you surprised by the pace of the Nova first up? And we've generally seen so far this year that they've struggled in the initial parts. But of course, this is a morning race now, so very different conditions than we've had so far this season.
They've also done a fair amount of work to it, understanding the vehicle a bit more, getting the engine mapping right. So it's to be expected, that early push, but you've got to realize they've got to change 3 different drivers in the car. So you want to try and get everyone pushing as hard as they can to try and move up through the order to limit the amount of time when the next driver comes in to try and get his eye into the race as well.
Yeah.
So just that little bit of a break, but I'm keeping a very close eye on the 112. That is the Mercedes AMG.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
JP, who's gone and absolutely charged on. JP Morrow going and showing what he can do. First time racing at Kyalami, and he's currently sitting 3rd in an AMG GT3, trying to really push his way up through the order.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. All right, so let's have a quick little look as to see where we are in terms of the other categories. So we've very much focused on the front of the race, but just run us through a little bit about where we are in the roadsters and in Class B, C, D.
So we got Charles Ranges, who's leading out the 1 hour dash. They are running in 5th place, with Craig Jarvis running in 2nd. That's going to be trying to make up a bit of time. Moving at 3rd of that is going to be Mo Mia, who's been really having a good time. He is down in 10th position behind the likes of Damian Hammond and Nathan Hammond. They're running 9th and 8th respectively, and Heinrich Lautzagan in 7th. But going down to our Class E's though, and that is our national Roadster V8. It's Gavin Rook leading out the Class E's, lying in 22nd position, with Garcia running in second, with Pretorius running in third. They've still been having a bit of problems with the gearbox, but this is worst case scenario for the Pretorius team, for the Pesty Racing team. They need to ensure they get up into first place to try and open the gap to run away. And unfortunately, Garcia is putting a big wrench into that plan, and Gavin Rook as well, who made the challenge on the way out to the entire Pesty Racing, saying, "We got you in qualifying, watch what we can do in the race."
All right, just relax. All right, we've still got 3 hours 13 to go. Just to remind you, tomorrow it's 9 hours of this action to come. So there we go. We've got our marshals taking the number 10 car. Just to come back to the number 10 car with its red race number. So the significance of the red number there?
It's just to bring it a little bit out in viewing. It's just to make things a little bit easier, considering if you put white on it, it's not as visible. So the red number does come in handy, but it also need to have a form of visibility when you're racing into the 9 hours.
That's right.
By having reflective or the numbers lit up by a light up number board. So lots of drivers are opted to go for something a little bit more reflective, get that showing as we go into the night. It also becomes a safety thing. When a car spins out, you need to be as visible as possible, and nothing's worse than having a pure black car at night parked sideways, and the only way you're going to find it is with your headlights.
Right, the safety car then coming around through Sunset, one of the most stunning parts of this track. If you've never been to Kyalami, I would recommend sit in that corner and watch a GT3 coming through at a full pace. Quite an amazing sight. Okay, so we've got one car. Now let's just remind you, this is an endurance race, so we're going to get this car back to the pits, see if they can fix it, and then he'll be able to come back onto the track.
Well, that's it. You're not out just as yet, but it's going to have the team scratching their head, working out what's going to happen with it, and it's going to leave a bit of a gremlin in the back of the mind. If this is how the race has started, what is next for the drivers? So the teams are going to be constantly communicating through radio. They have in-car communications. It's mandatory. So while they were getting towed in, the driver was already telling what he felt, what the car did, to try and get the basic understanding. What tools do they need to start looking at? Is it electronic? Was it mechanical? Those are the different factors that are going to be coming into it.
All right, so we can have a look down on the main straight. We're going to get back racing now. So safety car boards are in, and we're going to get back to racing. Right, just to remind you, we've had our first safety car already, and we've got a long way still to go. Just to remind you, Steve and I are kicking things off here, but we've got Prince and Brennan, who's going to be up next. Ernest Page as well. We've got an amazing team here. They're going to keep you updated throughout the 3 hour today, the support races, and of course the iconic 9 hour tomorrow. So we'll be handing over to them in a short little while. But we're about to get back racing here after our first safety car at the 3 hours of Kyalami, round 5 of the season, and it is our winner from the round out at Swartkops, the Nova, that's leading the current championship leader, and they're in a fight for the title this weekend. So let's see how we get things underway, and it is the carbon car that's in fourth, but look at the Mercedes is already putting pressure on there. He's got nothing to lose this weekend.
No, he's having a huge amount of fun and just going right up the gearbox to ensure that he's not going to have the Lamborghini running away, where Gulile is losing a little bit of time on the start, and you're going to watch Nick stand on the gas, and JP's already trying to look for the pass. Before trying to cross the line, he had to back off a little bit, but definitely the excitement of "I'm coming for you" is there. But it does look like they're just for sleep. Normanova taking that top run, but it's going to have to take roughly half a lap to get that temperature back into the tires for the cars. And JP all over the gearbox. Worst case scenario for the Inter-Africa team that, well, if anything goes on, JP can be that Achilles heel that can sway the championship by just allowing the door to open and suddenly having the backdraft team bringing the carbon car at them.
Right through Sunset. Just to remind you, the first 8 cars, which are sort of already opening up a bit of a gap, are in 2 different races here. So just to remind you, the first 2, the Nova and that stunning Lamborghini, they are racing in the 3 hour, while the Mercedes is the leading car in the 1 hour dash. Behind them, we've got the carbon car, that beautiful roadster there, that is third in the race for the 3 hour, and just behind them, of course, we heard them on the grid, the battle between Charles Orangis in that Lamborghini and the Ginetta. They're competing, of course, in the 3 hours. So 6 races in all that are taking place within this one race. We'll lose 13 cars after the first hour. And so there's a tight little battle happening between them. Are they going to pit then? Are any of those cars going to need to pit, the 13 cars in the 1 hour dash?
They might actually need to do one pit stop. The only thing that is going to come into the factor of that is when are they going to get the stop done. Now that 9 minutes have passed, you've already had your first safety car. You're not really going to be worrying too much on fuel. So maybe towards the end of the race, try get that pit stop done and dusted. But they also will have 2 laps to allow for a bit of a cool down on the cars before getting them in. So you'll see the MSA flag come out for the 1 hour dash. They'll have 2 laps to circle round at race pace before they need to pull in to try and cool the cars down. But take a look at JP's long off the tracks.
Yeah, look at Ginetta coming up the inside of Shoulder Ranges. We said that this will be a close battle between the two. I think JP sort of got into the mix there, but these two old hats at racing, they've been doing it for years. I think they're going to be smiling in those helmets all through this hour.
Well, Charles Rangi's in the Lamborghini Gallardo. That's also nicknamed Frankie, old reliable, going and keeping ahead of Craig Jarvis. So it is the Stradale team that sought out the Lamborghini Gallardo, and it is Harp Motorsport that is putting their money right behind Craig Jarvis's Ginetta at the moment as they chase each other down, and both having a great run. It's interesting to see the Gallardo having a little bit more legs into the corners versus the likes of the Ginetta that seems to be battling through more of the hairpins. So maybe geared a little bit for a straight line versus tighter hairpins, where the Lamborghini is a little bit more put together.
Right, we're going to start to see the true lap times coming up now. We've had just a few laps. We had a safety car intervention as well already. I think what I'm most impressed with is in 7th place, Senior Latogan is staying in touch with the front 6. We know he's got some fast drivers to come, but he's staying in touch with the front 6 and not losing too much time. And that's going to be important come down towards handing over to the 2nd and 3rd driver. Still a long way to go.
There's still tons of time for the drivers. And remember, this is round 5, so you want to maximize the points at the moment and see where it's all going to go. That was going to be such a fun
Go
time.
down the inside. Yes. Of course, the Lamborghini doesn't want to get into too much of a hassle there. He's going to lose some momentum, and that's the Mercedes that's going to be... Wow, and here comes the carbon car as well. They're going to go 3 next to each other as they go down to the first corner, and he seems to have lost momentum a little bit. Is he backing off out of... Hey, this is not my fight. Taking the wide corner as Charles Rangi's comes on the inside once again of the Ginetta. Those are the 3 that are lining up there now. The Mercedes, the Lamborghini, and the Ginetta. Those are the 3 that are battling for the victory in the 1 hour dash. So JP not really racing those 2 cars in front of him. Doesn't need to take any risks.
Well, I'm just getting a bit of reports down in pit lane from Pesty Racing. They had rear contact at the start of the restart of the race. So not quite sure where the contact was.
Change.
It was a little bit later.
Yeah, there we go. Change and slowing down there for Kolile. He was really caught out. He was on the inside. And here he goes now, dropping down
2 positions in 1 corner, and now Craig Jarvis is onto the back of him. What is going on? It's definitely like an anchor at this
Well, he
point.
was compromised really on that racing line because the carbon car just dived on the outside. He had to really back off, and so lost a bit of momentum. So the Nova really now enjoying a nice gap out in front as the carbon car, the number 72, then moves up into 2nd. JP in 3rd. He's leading then the 1 hour dash.
It's going to be an interesting one. So Nick Adcock with Kolile going and losing out that little bit of time has now swapped really far down, and he's going to have to try and pick up the pace to ensure he stays within the fight. But Charles Rangi's having a stunning time out on circuit, starting to open up the gap a little bit more and wants to try and break away. But Craig Jarvis is not letting likes of Kolile go at this point. He's really closing up at a rate of knots under braking. I wonder if that Inter Africa taking a little bit more of a careful approach, try not to wipe out the tires as quickly as the rest, and rather just try and nurse the car a little bit more. But they need to really step it up, because at the moment, the carbon car, the Backdraft Racing, is taking away critical points in the championship and allowing the Just for Sleep to get closer to the running order. And BBR, who's not too far in behind, is going to be getting the same reports of, we've got an advantage here as the race continues. So let's see how it's going to work out.
Thank you, Steve. We'll be chatting to you a little bit later in. Brendan Kelly going to be joining us up next. In the commentary team, we've got a nice team of commentators here. They're going to be rotating throughout today's race and, of course, the 9 hour to come tomorrow. Brendan Kelly will be joining us. So right to the Janetta there, looking really racy. He doesn't want to let Charles Oranges get too far ahead of that Lamborghini. That black Lamborghini just ahead of him there is going to be in a bit of a fight. He doesn't want to be caught out here. And for Malile, of course, he doesn't really need to get involved here. It's got 3 hours of racing to come, and he's certainly not seeing the Carbon car or the Nova going too far ahead. Brendan Kelly, Mr. Motorbouth, what's the action been like down there?
Well, I tell you what, Gareth, things quite tense on the grid walk this morning. A lot of nervous tension out there, but it all comes down to this now. And just looking at the performance so far from Kolile Letlaka, he's just the one driver for me that has been the standout performer over this last season. I mean, him and Stuart White. Stuart having done lots of work with him, and he's just goes out and banging such impressive performances. So he's one man that certainly has got the running here this weekend, and looking forward to just watching their progress, not just today but for the 9 hours of Kyalami tomorrow.
Yeah, we're very much focusing, of course, on the front of the race at the moment. We know that there are 6 different races here, but the action is so hot. That is the Carbon car currently in second place. Just to remind you, it is the Nova with Nick Adcock out in the lead. You just saw him just sliding past there through the barbecue corner, known for its banks, where spectators will be packed in tomorrow, and hoying a braai or two. Heading down now for this Titan, and really be catching some of the back markers. Now that Mini is quite an amazing story behind it, because do you remember watching that Mini in the production cars in South African racing years ago?
Absolutely, and Kishore and Mikhail Patamba in that car this weekend, and they did have problems in qualifying yesterday. They had an oil pipe come loose on the car, but they've got that all sorted out. Kishore says they took the car home with them last night, and they've replaced spark plugs, they've replaced plug leads, they've replaced all the filters. So he says it should be good to go. And I just saw one of the cars slow in, maybe just a back marker that allowed somebody to go through. But just having a look across the main straight, we've got a whole lot of school children that have arrived, and I believe we've got there's going to be over 200 school children that are going to be visiting. So there's the first lot that have come in. So a big welcome to them. We are the first 19 minutes of the race has elapsed, and it is still Nick Adcock that leads out in the Janetta. Charles Oranges the first of the 1 hour cars, and Craig Jarvis running second in the 1 hour dash.
Right, so racing underway here, and you can see various classes as well, and JP really flying at the moment now. JP competing in the B class, and yeah, he's looking super racy. A Brazilian that's joined here this weekend, and certainly enjoying the South African. Oh, taking the inside line. This is now we're going to start to see. We mentioned earlier almost 100-kilometer difference down the main straight between some of these cars. And so just to remind you, 6 various categories. Now you'll see them there listed on the timing. We've got Class A, Class B, Class C. We don't see it on that timing sheet. They're a bit further down. Class D, and then of course our roadsters.
Locking up, that's going to be...
Oh, and it's going to be a spin there.
That's a spin.
Right, so that's the 55. That's Mark Owen, Steve Brooks, Ludwig Karen there in the back draft 55. And despite going into the kitty litter,
he managed to drive it out. I thought we were going to see Ian Riddle in the safety car heading out once again, but managing to just get that back out on circuit. But we spoke about JP Mauro, Juan Pablo Mauro coming out. It's his first time at Kyalami, and I chatted to his father yesterday after qualifying, and he just had such a big smile on his face. He says, "Oh, my boy, my boy, so quick, and first time out at Kyalami." So he has raced a couple of races in South Africa. He said he had raced been to East London and to Swartkorp. So great to see him racing at Kyalami now.
Right, so just to confirmation then, we had thought perhaps that JP Mauro was racing in the 1 hour dash, but confirmation that he is joining up in the Class B category, and with Sun Mudley this weekend in that Mercedes, a car that we're familiar with here in South African racing. And the sound of that car.
That's what I was going to add.
Yeah.
Oh, it just when it came rumbling down the pit lane this morning to go out onto the grid, it's absolute goosebump. Is our spinner just getting it wrong under braking and into the kitty litter he goes, and it was so impressive just to see him drive out without any issue.
Yeah, so we're going to see this kitty litter playing quite a big role throughout these sand traps, and the intention, of course, is to slow them down, hitting the barrier. But yeah, a lot of the cars are very, very low. Think about the Nova going into there. I mean, he's like a shovel, just picking up that stuff. So yeah, these drivers are experienced. They race here a lot. They're around the Gauteng circuit particularly, and so we have a lot of gravel traps, and they're familiar with how to get out of them as well.
Yeah, it was just the times that Nick Adcock, our race leader, was running yesterday in qualifying and that, and he just banging home some solid. He actually went his personal best yesterday afternoon. So it's great to see him being the leader of the team, going out and performing so well in that absolutely beautiful Nova.
Stunning. Right, so we've got the front 6 cars then passing our first back markers. Those who are racing in the V8 Roadsters, those open cockpits. The one that you see just at the bottom of your screen there, that's of course a Class A car, the carbon car. That's a 2.0, an upgraded version if you like, and certainly a lot quicker. And just lap times wise, I'm a bit surprised. We saw yesterday in the qualifying in the late afternoon cooler conditions running in the 140s, but Nick Adcock now just hitting a 144 last time out, a 144, quickest time so far of a 143. JP with a 147, so it looks like the Nova in a class of its own at the moment, as Charles Orangis continues to put on the pressure. So Olila just struggling a little bit at this point, but it's a long way to go.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know the championship at stake. You know you got to keep it tidy.
The Ginetta, that's the Ginetta and the Lamborghini. They said on the grid that they were going to have a little bit of a fight together. They'll be looking forward to this, and I think this is going to continue throughout the hour, Brennan.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That hour, and that hour is, I mean, that's running. We're already 23 minutes into the race, so the 1 hour does go past very quickly. They don't call it a 1 hour dash for nothing, because the next thing you wipe the sleep out of your eyes and the race is over. So, and we have 13 cars taking part in the 1 hour dash. So we'll lose. I think we'll lose those cars, and then we'll concentrate on the rest of the 3 hours and 20 minutes.
So just some confirmation that we've got coming down from the pits from Nadine and the team, the Wright Motorsport backdraft number 10. Now we saw that stopping out on the track. Now they've actually got a drive shaft that's broken on the right hand side, apparently being hit behind the safety car, as not even in racing conditions. So he just rode into the back of him, unfortunately hit by the Swiss Hotel School, and then spun and was not able to continue. So obviously that's out for them. Their focus surely will be the 9 hour tomorrow coming up. So that's confirmation. First car out is the number 10, unfortunately with a drive shaft that has broken.
Yeah, Anthony Horse, CJ Blackman and JP Briner in the trade car. That's number 10, so heartbreak there for them. But I'm sure we'll see them get that car sorted out in no time, and then back for the action that gets going around midday tomorrow.
Right, I'm going to pop out. Ernst Page is going to step in here with Brennan and take you into this next hour. Looking forward to going to hear from some of the drivers, and I'll be with you a little bit later on. Thanks.
So it is still Charles Orangis in the number 86 that leads the 1 hour. Craig Jarvis just behind him. That is the dice for the 1 hour dash. Orangis versus Jarvis, and then Ricky Giannacaro running in third. And it's a very good morning to Ernest Page.
And good morning to you too.
Fantastic to be working alongside with ELQ for the first time.
I think so, and
yeah.
That voice sounds so familiar as we see a battle happening between the Lamborghini and Craig Jarvis over there, with the Polo getting stuck in the mix as well. The racing's already hotting up. I mean, we've had incidents under safety car, for goodness sakes.
Absolutely, yeah. When you make contact under safety car conditions, it leaves a lot to be desired. Yeah. But one part of this race that I'm really looking forward to this weekend is the battle between the VW Super Polos.
Yes.
You know, there's a whole race. I mean, some very, very talented drivers in the VW Super Polos. So that's to me, that's going to be a part of a highlight of what is turning out to be a very exciting weekend.
Well, I chatted to Team Franco earlier this morning, and they were saying that they've had some issues with the suspension that they've managed to sort out. But other than that, I mean, touch wood, no commentators curse here, people, but these cars they're basically factory cars that are fast. They've got very reliable engines. They are tried and tested, and you know, there's big talk about what's going to be happening with those Super Polos. Expect to see more of them in various different series. And it's just interesting to see them be successful with the Francos campaigning multiple times here at the South African Endurance Series. We see them going into turn 1, and there goes that incredible backdraft driven by Clark at the moment and leading off the rest of the gaggle of chasing cars over there. He's got a little bit of pressure on him, doesn't he, Steve?
Brendan.
Steve Clark, I mean.
Oh, Steve.
Yeah, I apologize.
But just mentioning the VW Super Polos once again, the man that's behind the wheel of the safety car, Ian Riddle, the chairman of Algoa Motorsport Club in Port Elizabeth last weekend. Him and Jean-Ray Marais teamed up in a Super Polo and won the 3 hours. The 3 hours of Strabanti, so great performance from them as the action's getting wheel to wheel then through the S's.
That's Aranjis and Jarvis, and Aranjis having a good look over there. Jarvis, in the two of them, this is a battle for track position, both of them contending for the 1 hour, and you can see the speed difference between the two on certain sections. But Charles Aranjis no slouch as we see the Jarvis run a little bit wide there, as now here comes your leader, Nick Adcock, catching up to much more traffic over here, but he seems to be in a little bit of a battle of his own. Whoa, with a 16-second gap, and Mo Mia and him tangle up down the main straight.
To see 5 cars side by side down the main straight, the circuit has it all.
Mo Mia with a sneaky little slipstream over there into the first corner. And yeah, I think that Adcock will be happy to get rid of some of that traffic over there.
Yeah, it's great to have Mo Mia back after that horrible accident that he had, and the car. He has got it's branded with all the race circuits that he has raced at. Stunning. He's got outlines of them. It is absolutely stunning.
Wall art on his car right there. And I was chatting to him earlier on. Mo was saying that although he hasn't been racing, he spent a lot of time in the car at track days, at private events, testing, etc. He did mention though that there's nothing quite like being at the SAES.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, there we go. We see the lead car going through the S's. No one for him at the moment. Nick Adcock, they've got the pace, they've got the reliability. Can they keep it going for the entire duration of this race? Only 28 minutes down so far, 2 hours 51 left to go as the clock ticks down, and Adcock keeps lapping. And I'd love to see that battle further back between the rest of the pack over there. Quite a close race between Steve Clark, Craig Jarvis and Charles Aranjis, with Leclerc just behind as well.
Yeah, and I mean, a dominant start from Adcock in the number 15 Nova. Already 18-second lead that they've got over JP Maro. So we've had a change of Aranjis and Jarvis that have changed position there by the look of things. So and just chatting to Charles Aranjis yesterday, very relaxed Charles Aranjis, you know, and he's really enjoying his motorsport at this stage. And I just saw flags waving there. Possibly it was just blue flags worn in the back markers, but we have Jarvis now having got ahead of Charles Aranjis. So that battle, that's exactly at the halfway stage for the 1 hour dash. So things starting to hot up.
Yeah, the blue flags are out on the main straight over here, and as I mentioned, I'd love to see that battle a little bit further back. There's a lot happening around Craig Jarvis and Steve Clark, the two of them not necessarily battling for position, but here we go. Oh, look at that, as we see Dr. Verrier in the mix as well, and there goes Jarvis in front with Verrier battling it out. This is, oh my goodness, cuts across the front of that Mike Verrier car as Steve Clark now tries to find his way past down the inside of that left hand as they make their way towards Sunset. And thankfully no sunsets happening at the moment, because I've heard that these drivers have been struggling a little bit with the sunset.
Yeah, we saw yesterday, I mean, straight up into after the late afternoon sun, so it is going to be a factor tomorrow. But I mean, to be racing on a Friday morning, everybody's gone to work, and we in the best seat in the house watching some absolutely fantastic racing out on track.
Oh yeah, there goes Mike Verrier now, gets the overtake done. He's a little bit further down the order in the 1 hour at the moment, in 16th position, but I'm sure he'll be climbing his way up as the gap now starts to grow between some of those front-running guys there. It's Steve Clark is still in the mix. Craig Jarvis, though, on your screen it says that he's behind Steve Clark, but that is Jarvis now going down the mine shaft into the sweeping left-hander, absolutely pinned right there. The downforce on these cars just incredible, and that Jarvis car, of course, out of the Harp Motorsport Garage in Cape Town. And although I'd gladly take jabs at the Harp guys, I think I'm going to be professional. And we've got 9 hours tomorrow to come up with some good jokes.
Yeah, absolutely. Just getting a message that the CEO of the South African Endurance Series, Wayne Riddell, is going to be giving the youngsters that have arrived here in their numbers, going to be giving them a guided tour of the facility, so we can look forward to them popping in to come and say hello to us and just have a look out here to look and learn and absorb so much of all of the action.
Yeah, there's so many aspects of motorsport, and we were speaking about it last night to Eric, our lead here at the circuit, the man that runs things on the circuit on race day, and he was saying when it comes to this type of, when it comes to the sport, there are so many opportunities available. Look at us, I mean, commentary, you could be a marshal, you could be involved with administration, you could also go racing, team mechanic, etc. So it's not just about the race car drivers. Yes, they are the stars of the show, but there are so many layers to this type of event, and it's so good to see young talent coming in here to just be part of it and see where they can end up on it.
Yeah, I'm lucky enough to come from Port Elizabeth, or Abeja as they call it now, and just up the road from us in Uitenhage, we've got Daniel Pienaar Technical High School,
I've heard of that.
which is only one of 2 or 3 schools in the world that have got motorsport as a curriculum vitae, and I mean the kids are all in Hogsback this weekend for the last round of the Algoa Hogsback, not Hogswart, for the last round of the Algoa Rally Club Championship, and I mean the kids run the cars. We've got the young Ashley Pape that's running the timing for us now at Scribante.
Wow.
She's come through the program as well. So and the likes of Chase and Bright, who's working for Hyundai Motorsport overseas, also a product of Daniel Pienaar Technical High School. As I see another busload of kids arriving.
I hate to admit that I found out about Daniel Pienaar a week ago.
Oh, really?
I know. I thought I would know something like this, but apparently it's one of the few of its kind in the world, as we see the Porsche coming through as well, and there is the Janetta making a dive, and early on we saw JP Mara, cuts through quite
squeezing his way through.
Squeaking his way through indeed, and there we see JP Mara on screen. And JP Mara is an exceptionally talented driver, international level driver, competes at the highest level, has won at some incredible events in Lamborghinis, in Porsches, and now he finds himself in that Mamiya car. And no surprise that from the beginning of this race, we saw JP with just that professional caliber racing, carving his way through, attacking almost immediately. And I think a lot of the people watching were quite surprised that an unfamiliar name like that is mixing it up, as he is now second place first in Class B, and certainly considering the field that he's in, fantastic performance.
Yeah, I had the privilege of being in pit lane yesterday when he went out for the first session, and immediately, as I mentioned earlier on the commentary, his dad just said, Juan Pablo.
Wow, unbelievable stuff.
Very quick, right.
Yeah.
We're going to cross down to the pit lane, I believe. We've got...
We're just waiting for Janine to give us the signal, and as far as we know, we are in the pit lane about to get some of that tasty information, and we will be going to Janine in the pits right now.
That was Stuart White from Into Africa. So we're leading the championship. Golile had a good start, but he's down to 5th position. What you guys thinking?
Yeah, he had a pretty good start. Obviously, it was impressive that he led the race for a little bit. And big thing now is he needs to gain a lot of confidence before we start our campaign in the UAE. So now it's just focusing on that. I think so far we're still there. We knew obviously the start of the race always going to be difficult, and it's always filled with safety cars. So yeah, we put him in for the first hour also to see how he will handle it for tomorrow. If he can start a race or what the strategy will be. So it's quite nice to have 2 races you can really experiment. So yeah, so far we're quite happy. We'll just keep working on it. It's still a long race, and the clouds are starting to pull in. So obviously when we race at Kyalami, it always needs to rain at some point.
Yeah. Anything can happen. And tell me, Stu, obviously there has to be 2 pit stops today. So Kulila's going to start and finish, and you'll do the middle stunt?
I can't really tell you that, but we'll definitely be stopping twice.
This guy is secret. Thanks, Stu. All right, thanks, guys. Let's go back to commentary.
It's very close to the chest. I tried to get information earlier on as well, and it's a closed book. But just Stuart White, he's been an absolute revelation, and mentioning that they're going to be campaigning in the UAE. So that's going to be brilliant.
Well, it's so cool to see into Africa and Stuart with that collaboration, isn't it?
Absolutely. And then tomorrow they jump into the second of their Lamborghini Hurricane. So we've got problems there.
Oh my goodness me! One of the backdrops pulling off onto the circuit dips his head. We're trying to get a number on this car. Trying to see which car that is. Garcia, that looks like Garcia. Oh my goodness, could that be Garcia parked on the side of the track there? As we wait for, that's the 169 car. Let's check if he crosses the finish line. Lots of action happening further down in the grid as well with regard to, he's getting out the car, so that would be it. As Mauro comes carving past, it's not an ideal spot to be parked, that's for sure. Right at the end of the main straight, which is the fastest area on this circuit, as Garcia, unfortunately, it looks like it is, and we're just waiting on confirmation there. But that is not an ideal stop. But what was mentioned, that there will be... he's back in the car. He is back in the car. Could he get this car going again? He was probably told by the marshals that... safety car's out. Safety car is out. And a furiously waved flag over there by our world-class marshals. And interesting to note that the wind is now blowing in the opposite direction to yesterday.
The wind has changed, from yesterday. So... the guys will obviously be coming down the main straight into the wind, and I looked at that overall and not 100% convinced. The overall, it looked like it could be one of our foreign drivers, Ludwig Caron, the Frenchman.
Let's see.
We'll pick up now on the timing. Let's see, the 169 car is 22nd.
Yep, so we got the school kids on the other side, and there you can see the flags as well. They are currently sitting nice and dry on those stands over there. But just look at the excitement. The guys are applauding, waving, and just enjoying the day out. I mean, I used to love school outings, but our school outings were never this cool.
Yeah, for sure. And but the school year is virtually done for them. So I mean, straight from here, it's into a nice extended holiday as Ian Riddle once again in the course car. Just going to lend assistance there. I'm sure we'll get a shot of the number of the car and just get confirmation if it is indeed the 169 car.
Yeah, and we're checking now to see if anybody's crossed the line recently. Just waiting on those results. But so far, we've still got the same cars in front. Nick Adcock leads Class A. JP Mauro leads Class B. Craig Jarvis leads the 1 hour. And that's the 55. That is the 55 car over there, and you're right.
It was Ludwig Caron. He's sharing the drive with Mark Owens and Steve Brooks, both British drivers.
Yeah.
And chatted to Steve Brooks yesterday, and he just said, what a pleasure to be here, and gave a breakdown of how the drive came about. And
how did that come about?
He said, the offer was made, and for drivers from the UK to come here, he says you arrive on the Thursday, you fly in, have a quick nap, Friday you race, Saturday you race, Sunday you fly back to the UK, and you can be at work on Monday. And obviously with the pound, it's affordable, and they also managed to run away from the miserable weather. He said it was when they took off to come to South Africa, it was snowing and raining, and so he says absolute pleasure to be here. And he said he's going to go out of his way to promote racing in South Africa for the South African Endurance Series, and he's certain that they will bring more and more international drivers. We've got drivers from 16 different countries here this weekend as we all wave into the school children across on the other side. As we mentioned, they're going to get a guided tour. Wayne Riddell, the CEO, will be bringing them around the facility and showing them this absolute I'm sitting here with goosebumps. You can see the goosebumps on when I just think of the standard of the facilities here, and
incredible,
and just a few steps away from hosting a Formula One event. We just certainly hope that pans out.
Almost there. Apologies to JP Mauro. To at least I apologize to the other driver that we said was potentially out early on. It was not him.
Not Garcia.
Not Garcia. In fact, it is the car on your screen at the moment that you see being towed right now. We just heard that story of how they managed to get Caron and the rest of the team. As we quickly go through those results again, Nick Adcock leads off Class A. Steve Clark within striking distance once again now because of the safety car. JP Mauro all the way from Brazil in Class B leads off Class B as the flag still flies. One more lap under safety car at this stage. Letlaka just behind that in Class A. Charlotte Rangi's in the mix there as well. And we've got a couple of cars here that are doing just the 1 hour. Of course, Charlotte Rangi's in that number 86 car at the moment. The Lamborghini, the black Lamborghini on your screen right now. And then, of course, we've got Giancarlo in the 1 hour also. Driving very well in that McLaren. They've now got 2 McLarens in that stable, don't they?
They've got 2 of them, but they're battling to get to grips with them. They just said, set up. It's completely different to the Lamborghinis. They just a little bit off pace at the moment, but we're certain that the Giancaros they've got very good race pace normally. So I'm sure during the course of the weekend they'll just get better and better.
Yeah, and then down the line, lots of 1 hour cars. And let's not forget the backdrops. We haven't really had, other than what we're seeing at the moment, haven't really had much screen time for them. Garcia out there at the moment leading off the backdrops with Rook just behind him. Naidu in 3rd place and Mashigo in 4th position. Caron there was just behind that, but unfortunately they'll be out with now Harum Pretorius in the mix as well, back within hopefully striking distance now as some cars head into the pits for a quick check, a splash and dash potentially. Doesn't look like they're putting anything. Might be a problem there with that McLaren. That is one of the Giancarlo cars going into the pits there.
It's the 75 car.
Yeah, the 75 car in the pits at the moment.
Giancarlo. It's a McLaren MP4.
Oh, so that's not good.
You just wonder if it was a scheduled stop or not.
Yeah, I would doubt at this stage of the race that there will be a scheduled stop. Hopefully nothing too terminal. We can get some information on that. That would be amazing as we see them going over the top. And then in the background is the castle that I'd never noticed before. I was told about it by Piet van der Walt yesterday. And that is the big castle at the back on top of Leeuwkop as they make their way down. After Leeuwkop, of course, is the infamous and very popular mine shaft. Just one of those corners where you kind of got to hold your breath and just dig into that deep left hand over there as they now make their way to the final stages of the Kyalami race, where Piet van der Walt behind the wheel of that safety car. And let's see if he's going to let them go after the next set of corners. The pit lane just up ahead. I think they should be clear to go, but let's see. And there's that sausage curb we're talking about that has claimed so many cars. So many cars over that little bump over there. Here we go. Time remaining, 2 hours 35, safety cars in.
Safety cars in. Piet van der Walt brings the safety car off circuit. Good to go with the restart with, how long have we got left? 25 minutes left in the 1 hour dash.
And a mixed kettle of fish over here. There's going to be lots of overtakings to make their way towards the first corner there. We see Nika in that black Lotus powered by a Golf turbocharged engine, and here comes Ranjis now into the corner, takes a nice wide line. There goes Mauro into that second position on track at the moment, but of course they're all jumbled up now thanks to the safety car as the rest of the field comes through trying not to tussle. There's such a tight section of the course, difficult to overtake as we see Nika cutting through the inside of that McLaren over there. And there comes the Jarvis car, leader of the 1 hour at the moment, and in your screen right now on the left is Nick Adcock, the leader overall and Class A leader as well. And yeah,
well, Keshe Nika, I mean, he's been an absolute revelation. He has certainly come along in leaps and bounds. We're going to cross down to Paige Lindenberg in the pit lane.
All right, we're here with Gianni Giannacaro, and Ricky has just come in for a pit stop that should not have happened. He's in the 1 hour endurance race. So can you just tell us what's happening here?
So Ricky radioed in and said he had a low fuel pressure warning and low fuel pressure warning. So he came in quickly, did a splash and dash, and sent him out again. He was making up great ground. He was running the same pace as Shola and Kolele at the time. It's a bit disappointing, but hopefully he can come back through the field now and see how he goes.
Yeah, look, they're lucky. I mean, it was under safety car, so they definitely didn't lose as much time as they would have lost if there wasn't a safety car. So I think it was good timing, but never fun to have to pit in a 1 hour. I mean, they got to stay out there as long as possible and just gain as much traction, eh?
100%. You know, he says he couldn't understand. He said on his dash he had used 40 litres and the car was filled with 120. So not too sure. We don't want to take any chances. We gave him 20 litres and sent him out again.
But these cars are new cars, so you guys are still trying to find your feet with them this year and see what the story is. It's a bit of a jump from the Lambos to the McLarens, right?
Oh, it's a massive jump. You know, the team have been learning and everybody's been trying to figure out how to run the McLarens. But I think slowly but surely they're coming to grips with it, and next year, hopefully those cars will be stronger.
Yeah, look, they've come out here this year, they've tasted the water in the McLarens, and let's hope that this year's been the taster, and next year they're going to come back fighting hard.
Let's hope, and it does take time to develop a car. Thanks for that information, Paige Lindenberg, as we see
JP Mauro running.
Oh, look at the way just the rails it through that section over there. Beautiful driving from JP. A little bit over the limit here.
Yeah, absolutely, but that's the way, and that's a fast driver, and he's our new race leader, and with a 5.6 second lead now over Craig Jarvis. So just wonder during that safety car intervention if the 68 car had come into the pits. Steve Clark up into third place in the 72.
So I've just updated the timing, and I've seen earlier on we saw JP Mauro as the overall leader. What does that mean for Nick Adcock?
Yeah,
where is Nick Adcock at this stage? He was our leader as we went into safety car conditions earlier on, if I'm not mistaken. But now all of them on the same lap. The JP Mauro, your leader at the moment, absolutely on the limit. Let's check those times. Best time of 1:46.5 at the moment. Craig Jarvis, the leader of the 1 hour, and second position for him. Fantastic performance from Craig Jarvis with just a few minutes to go. They got 12 minutes to go in that 1 hour. So if Craig can just get to the finish line for the next 12 minutes, he should be the winner of that 1 hour. Clark in second place overall, first in Class A, as they come up towards that Alfa Romeo, which is just absolutely stunning. And yeah, let's see how things go in the next 11 to 12 minutes or so as we head to the end of the 1 hour. But I'm really looking forward to seeing where Nick Adcock is. He's just made up a position.
He's made up a position up into fifth.
So maybe they went into the pits. Maybe that car needs a fuel stop already.
Yep.
50 minutes, 45 minute stints.
JP Mauro once again putting a wheel onto the dirt there. He's running on those curves. He's on the limit there.
He's pushing it.
He's
now.
pushing
Looks
incredibly hard.
And it's wonderful to see.
Oh, brilliant.
Great to see the way the car dances around, the attitude of the car. As we see, that is Craig Jarvis coming through. Craig Jarvis has got it all in the bag at the moment, about 5-6 seconds ahead. You see Aranjis and Clark coming into view there, so he's worried about Aranjis. And we should see Nick Adcock starting to carve his way through now. And there is Nick Adcock down the mine shaft, getting past that Alfa Romeo. He will be closing in fast on Aranji. He's trying to make sure he gets back to JP Maro. And this is going to be so exciting to see him try and chase down JP. When does JP pit? And when does Adcock pit again?
Yeah, Adcock, I mean, we've seen him running 143s earlier on in the race. And JP Maro, his best at the moment, a 146. So 3 seconds a lap quicker. I don't think it's going to be too long before we see Adcock running back at the sharp end of the field, and we've still got Charles Visser to step behind the wheel, and knowing Charles Visser, I think the lap record at Kyalami is seriously under threat. He did better during qualifying yesterday, but I think we could see a new lap record, Stuart White's lap record. I think it's a 141.8 thereabouts.
Yeah, that was Michael Stephen.
Sorry, Michael Stephen, correct.
But you're right about Stuart though. Stuart's got a couple of records. He's got the
around
Killarney.
the country.
Yeah, he's got Killarney record.
He's
as
got
far as I know,
He's got East London, so a very, very quick overall brilliant driver, Stuart White.
Nick's last time was a 145, so he's found the pace again. He did a 147 earlier on. He's on a 145 with a best time of 143. So Nick Adcock definitely on the charge now. You can see that little green arrow next to his name. And let's look further down the order over there. We see Aubrey doing the 1 hour. Aubrey absolutely having a fantastic time in that Manthey Racing Porsche GT3, which is a very, very special car. And he was saying he's still trying to get to grips with it, and the 1 hour for him is the perfect way to really learn that car and start putting his foot down a little bit harder and harder. He deals with Charles Aranjis and Ari Nevelen, two incredibly quick drivers, and they've been helping him develop that car and putting some laps in with him. Oh, we see two wheels over the curb. Goes JP Maro. He's clearly been given the signal over the radio. In the words of Cole Trickle, JP Maro seems to be dropping the hammer a little bit as we see our man from Cape Town, Craig Jarvis, the leader of the 1 hour, and supported by Harp Motorsport. And there comes Nick Adcock now, and Nick Adcock just having got past Steve Clark. Steve Clark just tucking in behind Nick Adcock as they make their way down the main straight. And is he going to try and get past or just stick with him? That Adcock car, a Pucker race car, and this Steve Clark car over here, a car built locally with lots and lots of local components. They say the car is around 1,200 kilograms. It has around 500 plus horsepower. There's about normally aspirated LS engine. With some trick bits here and there, but the aero on the car has been developed extensively. It is the template for what will come. So we suspect that sooner or later that car will get homologated in some way or form, whether it's just for local drivers to use and potentially go overseas at one stage. It's clearly come a long, long way, and I do like the aero setup on there. I do like what they've done with those high pressure points on the car to help deflect some of that air on that vehicle. A very impressive car there out of the Backdraft stable.
Yeah, just having a look further on down, I see Tyler Robinson running in 17th overall in the VW Super Polo, the old Oil Boys Racing. She's sharing the drive with her father, Kyle. And I chatted to Kyle on the grid just now, and I said, "Yo, in warm-up, brilliant job. I mean, you did brilliantly." And he sheepishly admitted he had the wrong transponder in the car. It was actually Tyler that was out going out and banging those lap times. So he says he's still about a second and a half off her pace. So young Tyler Robinson doing an absolutely brilliant job.
As we jump on board here with the Adjust for Sleep car coming up behind Craig Jarvis now, and just look at the pace. Craig Jarvis clearly has some speed going on there on the main straight, that's for sure. But let's see what happens in the corners as they make their way down into what is officially known as the inside.
Dive him on the inside.
Down the inside, Craig Jarvis doesn't put much of a fight up. It's a long race to go as they make their way now through the next set of complex corners. Yixkay sweep and now into barbecue turn 5, down towards Sunset, and just look at the gap already. Jarvis, no slouch himself, but that Adcock car certainly in a league of its own at the moment, chasing down Mauro now. And as you can see on your screen, the screen hasn't updated yet. So now the gap to Mauro should be around 6 seconds.
I would imagine it would be around 6 seconds. So, and as you mentioned, maybe Juan Pablo Mauro had got the hurry up from the team. Said, listen, we need to push it a little bit harder. So we've got the very quick Nick Adcock. So once again, I just can't wait until Schwalfers gets into that car.
I'm keen to see if our photographers out there, Jeff, one of our senior photography, I'm hoping you got a picture of that, the Mercedes-Benz on 2 wheels. That would be epic. Expect to see that on social soon. Hopefully we got that as they make their way down the mine shaft now. Yeah, oh, more traffic. Is he going to go left? Is he going to go right? And Adcock has to decide which way to go around the outside of one of the backdrops as there goes Jarvis. And let's see what the gap is. Will it be visual as we make our way into the final sectors over here towards the last left-hander, Ingwe, which loosely translates into leopard corner, and obviously followed on just after cheetah, so that kind of makes sense. And let's see what the gap is now. As he crosses the line, does Nick Adcock just behind JP Mauro. The screen should update shortly. And there we go, 6 seconds.
6 seconds there. That's almost a second a lap that he's managing to close up. And just once again having a look across the main straight. Wayne Riddell addressing the school kids. Our commentator Gareth Burley and Chloe Grace with them as well. So just going to give them a warm welcome to Kyalami, and then they will be. Then we will be going. We got down to the last 3 minutes of the race. So this is all this of that's the 1 hour dash. Still 2 hours 20 minutes of the endurance side of it. So I think it's 13 cars that will be coming off the circuit. So let's have a look at Craig Jarvis, the lead that he has got.
Yeah, it's over Ricky in second place in the 1 hour at the moment, and even with that pit stop, looks like Ricky's still in second position in the 1 hour at this stage. Just behind that, we've got Blunden, looks like it.
Blunden, yeah, followed by Roy Obery, and then Mo Meir.
In the mix as well.
Brilliant comeback from Mo.
Nika doing well as well. Just behind that, Harpel. Just behind that, Mike Verrier. Just behind that, lots and lots of competitors in the 1 hour, and they'll be doing their own little celebration and popping of champagne after this, I'm sure.
I don't think so. I think the celebrations are going to be short and sharp because they've got to get ready for 9 hours of racing tomorrow. So
yeah, that is the problem with when you're not done racing for the weekend. You kind of just got to take your trophy, or at least not, to take your little win or your whatever, and wait till tomorrow because there's still a lot of work to do. And you don't want champagne on that overall, do you?
No, not at all. Not at all. And it's still, I mean, it's 9 o'clock in the morning, so long. I think we've got about a 26-hour window period that the guys are going to have to once the cars have been released from Parc Fermé.
Yeah.
The mechanics and the teams have got 26 hours to get those cars prepped for the 9 hours.
Because with normal racing you get heats, right? But these heats are actual big races, which could be this 1 hour, this 3 hour could be a standalone race on its own. Oh my goodness, Nick Adcock spun out. Nick Adcock spun out, and that's just before sunset over there. Everything seems to be okay, but that was not ideal for Nick Adcock over there, and he's going to want to make sure that they get that car going. That was through Barbecue, on the exit of Barbecue. Spun it out. I didn't actually see it. I looked as you reacted. And I'm wondering what exactly happened. Did he maybe just get on the power too soon?
It looked like he just got on the power too soon, and it just went around, and it doesn't seem like we've got a replay of
these things happen.
Absolutely, and it's allowed Mauro to escape once again and open up that lead that he has got, but still 2 hours and 20 minutes to go, so still a long way. Anything can happen.
As they say at Le Mans, it always rains at Le Mans. Now, is it always going to rain at Kyalami? That is the question, and I've got our co-commentator in the background there, old Stephen, nodding furiously. He's the man with the local knowledge. We're out of towners.
There's a wealth of information. We've got 30 seconds left. 30 seconds left in the 1 hour.
Oh, yes, they're coming to the end of the 1 hour. The drivers must be so relieved. And there is your 1 hour leader, Craig Jarvis, on what could be his final lap in the 1 hour. The 68 car doing exceptionally well over the last couple of laps and now finds himself in the lead and on the same lap as JP Mauro and on the same lap as Clark Aranji's Adcock. And I mean, that is an impressive feat for someone that's coming to do the 1 hour to be this far up the field. Certainly something that they think to themselves, maybe we can compete in the 3 hour. Maybe we should come back next time. Maybe I'm just hinting, but let's see what happens. Anything's possible. Looking at the weather forecast at the moment, and humidity at 57%. We should be good. Dew point at 10. I don't know what much of this means, but I don't think it's going to rain.
Not showing rain, just a moderate and overcast. But tomorrow, during the 9 hours of Kyalami, it's got to be expected. The summer thunderstorms that come rolling through here.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, we don't know what that is in Cape Town. I'm not sure what a summer thunderstorm is. It rains in winter and it shines in summer. That's how nature intended it, but Joburg decides to do things differently. But back to the racing, as it's the final few corners for Craig Jarvis. He must be, oh man, the emotion building up now, just trying to keep composure. Nothing can go wrong as he makes his way through the last section of Kyalami.
It really has been a faultless drive from Craig Jarvis in the 68 car. Checkered flag will be in view now as he comes onto the main straight, winning the 1 hour.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen,
there we have it. The MSA flag waving furiously there. They don't use the checkered flag because the race continues. So the Motorsport South Africa flag being waved there, bringing home our winner, Craig Jarvis, winning the 1 hour. Charles Aranji's is going to be second in the 86 car. I'm sure they'll be happy with that performance. And then Ricky Giannacaro recovering from that splash and dash. Coming through in third place.
Podium. Yeah, well done to Ricky over there. Incredible comeback from him. And to think that that's a car that, as we mentioned, is still in development. As we see the Lamborghini coming through. I see a light missing out the back of the Lambo. I'm not sure if that's been there before. I didn't notice it earlier on. Maybe it just popped out. Something's up to the back there. Or is that just a sticker? I don't know. But the car is on circuit and doing well. So they should be coming in now. Yeah, so let's see what happens next as Craig Jarvis completes his cool down lap. Unfortunately, because you're on a live track, you kind of still got to be hustling a little bit. So he's going to dip straight into the pits. Congratulations to all those that completed the 1 hour, the first hour of this 3-odd hour event, 3 hours 20 minutes to be exact. And they will be quite happy and proud to have made it all the way from Cape Town to Johannesburg to come get the win. Go home with a solid piece of silverware, but it's not over yet. Still more sports and GT happening over the course of the weekend, and of course more 1 hour action tomorrow as these drivers make their way into the pit lane.
Not forgetting the Lotus Challenge cars. Oh, there's a whole host of Lotus 7s and Birkins, Caterhams that we're going to be seeing in action as our
Jarvis going around again for
another lap.
He's clearly enjoying himself. Is he allowed to, though, if he's not entered for the full event? Craig Jarvis does another lap, circulates once more, and there in the background you see. Okay, so he's doing 2 laps cool down. We just got confirmation. 2-lap cool down for Craig Jarvis. Thanks, Steve, for that information there. As we see the 72 car of Steve Clark now thinking to himself, Jarvis, you need to get out of the way. I've got a race to win.
The cool down lap, he's still running 147.
And that's causing some problems for Steve Clark. Steve Clark runs a little bit wide there, and the gap now between the two of them much bigger. Steve Clark is not going to be happy about that. And usually Steve is the coolest and calmest, but I think in that car at the moment, tempers are flaring a little bit because this is impeding his race. He's got Nick Adcock right behind him, and that can't be a good sight to see because you simply know that Nick's car is one of the fastest cars in the country. Oh, big sideways moment there from Clark as he makes his way now through this.
You just wonder if he's possibly run out of back tires there on the way that that car seems to be all over the place. So you just wonder if there won't be a scheduled stop for the 72 that's currently running in third place. 32 laps already having been concluded. Ooh, the mix here as well. He's got the Nova right up behind him as well.
Nick Adcock, unfortunately, getting caught up there by that Porsche. And he was trying to go for the overtake on top of the hill, as Jarvis finally gives way now, and Jarvis heading into the pits, and this battle is a battle for track position. Nick Adcock versus Steve Clark, the no sweat racing man over there in that custom built backdraft Cobra. It might not look recognizable as a Cobra unless you look at those lights at the front. We jump on board now with the Rico Barlow racing car.
This car, I mean, the onboard footage has been absolutely brilliant, and then tomorrow we'll have the drone footage as into the pits for a scheduled stop. I would imagine comes Nick Adcock in the number 15. We should have a driver change. We'll obviously see now with the onboard, but as mentioned in the I think we've got onboards in 8 cars in total. Seven of the race cars and one in the pace car as well, facing backwards.
Yeah, and we saw there Mike Verrier pulled into the pits. He should be done for the day. And yeah, let's see what happens now as the Adjust for Sleep car pits. I wonder if they are doing a driver change. They are doing a driver change confirmed, and we'll just have to wait and see who jumps in. I would imagine Charles did mention to me that he will be the third driver.
Yeah, I confirmed that with him as well. Awesome. So if anything has changed, which possibly has team tactic.
We've seen it happen
changed.
before.
No, for sure. Just they read in the race and having to make a team decision. So we'll see. Each driver for this event has their own transponder. So when it's a driver change, it's a transponder change as well. So the information will come to us live straight away.
JP Mauro out there, still going strong in the Bigfoot Express Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3, as you see the intervals on your screen at the moment. Into the pits comes JP Mauro,
yep.
And let's see what's going to happen.
That's that 19.899 seconds. So at the end of the 1 hour race, there seems to be, big. This is where we've got a problem out on circuit as well. We'll come back to that train of thought, but one of the roadsters having stopped on the side of the track. So this will once again be a safety car intervention, and a big welcome once again to all of the children that have come and joined us here. They are having a guided tour. Prince and Wayne Riddell taking the kids around the facility. So a big welcome to all of the children once again. But going back to the train of thought, 3 drivers, 3 hours, 20 minutes of racing. There's Wayne Riddell and Piet van der Walt. Ian Riddle and Piet van der Walt. Ian Riddle in the pace car and Piet van der Walt in the safety car make their way back out, or just wait for clearance to get back out onto the track to go and assist the stricken roadster that's out there.
Yeah, looks like the Into Africa car is also coming to the pits, and now a timeous time to when you say a word and then the next word is the same word.
Yeah.
So you caught me there. So a timeous opportunity now for the Into Africa team to make that change and stick in Super Stew
under safety car conditions as well. So that's a big bonus there for them, and that's why we see so many of the cars in the pits at the moment with their scheduled driver changes.
Yeah, Steve Clark getting that lead after all of that drama. Steve Clark getting the lead as JP Mauro slips back, and here's the replay now. Let's see what happens. Oh my goodness, through the S's, straight over the dirt. Oh, that is not good. That is not a good place to go. Oh, hard onto the curb over there. The 42 car not doing very well. That's Hirsch over there, and that would have done some suspension damage. That would have done some wheel damage, tire damage, potentially. He's still out there at the moment. So Hirsch with a big moment through the S's. Thank goodness there's not a wall there.
No, that was a massive one.
But good to hold on to that car and maintain control over there. Fantastic as they head over the start-finish line, still under yellow flag safety car conditions. I think they're waiting for the leader to pull out at the moment so that they can pick up the leader, Steve Clark, in first place now. Now all of a sudden, everything's changing. You got Lateghan now in second position, Jensen in third. Jensen obviously in now.
Yeah, Michael Jensen in.
Nick Adcock car, Adjust for Sleep car. Letlaka in fourth place. JP Mauro slipping down to fifth. But This is the thing about endurance racing that I don't like. It's so confusing once the pit stops start.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, already from early stages of the race, the leaders were mixing up with the back markers.
Yes.
So it does get a bit challenging at times, but with the benefit of live timing, we managed to,
we'll
sort of
navigate.
keep things going as long as the live timing is up and running. But I mean, the internet link that we have got up here has been absolutely faultless.
The technology, I mean, shout out to our production team for fantastic technological setup that we have over here. And jokes aside, it is the strategy in each pit lane is frenetic when it comes to these types of situations. What do you do? Do you pit, don't you pit? Safety cars in and out. Safety cars, though, when it comes to endurance racing, is a given, and these drivers and teams would have factored that in. It's just a matter of how many, and if in the case of Port Elizabeth, how long.
Yeah, well, PE, when the endurance series visited us, I think the monsoons visited us as well, because it rained like I have not seen in Port Elizabeth for a very long time. So that was an added factor, and we did have extended safety car periods there as well. So it is, as you say, it is a given in endurance racing.
Yeah, no, it definitely isn't. There you see the number 72 car. Notice the halo on that vehicle over there. They fitted that a couple years ago. Steve said that it's a bit difficult when you're driving slowly behind a safety car like this. You see the bar quite clearly, but once you drive the car and you're at speed, it's not quite as noticeable. So it's got a halo device on that car, which, safety is always a good thing. There was large debates about whether or not it will impede drivers' vision, but once they focused and looked at the distance,
absolutely, it just disappears out of view as Ian Riddle gets the car under tow. So that one will come back to the pits, and hopefully they can get that sorted out and good to go for the rest of the endurance race.
Yeah, that's the 131 car over there. That's Rook over there that unfortunately pulled over to the side of the course. We didn't see anything untoward happening on circuit, so yeah, we'll have to wait in here to find out what mechanical issues they are having at the moment as the rest of the field starts to bunch up now. And there you see Nick Adcock, who was at one stage quite comfortably in the lead, now finds himself in the mix, and this safety car situation has just jumbled things up quite a bit. It does make it exciting for the viewers though.
Oh, absolutely. And then Gavin Rook and Richard van Heerde sharing that car that's under tow at the moment. They're running in Class E, sponsored by Dutchman Brown Deck. The guys that are back in that car. So it's making its way back to the pits behind the course car, once again on board. And I mentioned those onboard cameras. We'll have those all in the cars for the 9 hours tomorrow. I think today it's just the number 15, the Adjust for Sleep Ricky Barlow Racing Nova, that we on board with for the 3 hours 20 minutes, and then tomorrow we'll go on all the other cars, and then the drone as well.
Oh, it's a little bit of slack there. You got to hold that slack. You got to hold that slack. Plenty towing done on road and track, so you got to maintain that slack. Although I've been guilty of ripping off a couple of bumpers myself. It does tend to happen, especially in the heat of the moment. You just want to get back to the pits as soon as possible. I mean, this is in the middle of the race that they've got to deal with this problem now. Both the driver of the towing vehicle, as we see one of the backdraft cars carving into the pit lane over there, and of course the person being towed, the frustration building up over there must be incredible, just wanting to get back out again.
Yeah, we've just got to keep some pressure on the brake, just to but possibly they've run out of brakes, so
you don't know.
You don't know.
Yeah.
But Ian Riddle in the course car doing a brilliant job out there.
Yeah, there we go. Safe and sound back at base. The team springing into action over here, and let's see if they can get that sorted out. There you go. Hopefully now, after the completion of this safety car lap, we'll see the guys heading out once more and going back at race pace. 2 hours 6 minutes to go. Still plenty time on the clock for anybody within striking distance and some not within striking distance to do something about it. The safety car really does help punch things up. I feel like we've got a bit of a NASCAR situation going on over here. Every time we go green flag racing, it's tight.
We just saw shots of Tyler Robinson in the AV fan-backed VW Super Polo, and she has been most impressive so far. And as I mentioned, sharing the drive with her father, Kyle. They are, let's just pick up on the live timing where they are positioned, their track position. They were running 16th. I see Kyle is in the car, so they've had their scheduled stop already.
Yeah. So we now look at the championship for the SAE National V8 Roadster Championship. Pesty Racing leading off at the moment. And then just behind them is Philip, Mark and Dean in that Adapt car. Behind that is Backdraft Racing Astron. And just incidentally, the first two teams that I mentioned are tied for points. So when it comes to the Class E battle, it is going to be absolutely furious in front there, as Naidu currently, according to our timing boards, is leading in that number 27 car. And let's see how he does in that 27 car, hopefully taking it to some of the more established front-running teams over there. And yeah, as far as I know, let me just confirm that Naidu is in the number 27 car. And yeah, here we go. Looks like we're going racing again. The green flag is out, and there goes Steve Clark, followed by Stuart White, who immediately goes for the overtake down the inside. Stewie now just jumping into the car, into the first corner, and the 72 car has no problem slotting in behind. It's a long race, and a lot can happen. Stuart, just a little bit down when it comes to laps, one lap down, but for now we'll cross down to Nadine for the interviews and prize giving for the 1 hour dash.
Thanks, Ernst. Well, that brings us to the end of round 5, 1 hour dash, and I'm standing here with third place. Ricky, congratulations on third place. How does it feel to be standing on a podium?
Oh, I'm very chuffed. We came out here with an ambition to try and get on the podium for the 1 hour dash, and we pulled it off. We had a bit of a hiccup during the race. We should never have pitted, but you know, we could have probably got up to second, but we're happy with third, and we're happy to round off the season with a great result and take it home. And big thanks to GNH Transport, my wife, my family, everyone that made it possible for us to get here.
Well, congratulations to you and your team. You can get your trophy from Paige. Thanks. Well done. Let's give them a round of applause, guys. Thank you. Okay, and in second place, let's put our hands together for Charlotte Ranjis from Stradali Motorsports. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, that was fun.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun, I must say. At a massive dice, I think, yeah, we put up a show, me and Craig, and yeah, with Clolile, and yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. So looking forward now to the 9 hours. So yeah, good day.
Good for you. And so now you're off to go prep for 9 hour tomorrow in the Audi with Arnold.
Yes. So yeah, we'll take the 9 hour. The boys are all loading at the back here. So yeah, now it's prepping for the 9 hour. Yeah, I mean, this was just a bit of fun, I must say. This car is nothing like the Audi. It's just me and Ari in the 9 hours. So after like 30 minutes, I was thinking this is not a good idea for the 9 hour, only two of us. But yeah, we'll hack it.
Well, I mean, if you need a driver, there's always Paige. Well done, Charles. Okay, and in first place, put your hands together for Craig Jarvis. Come on over, Craig. Congratulations, first win of the weekend.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, first one in quite a while. Yeah, it was great fun. In the beginning, I lost 3 places through a mistake and thought I'd blown it, but had a good fight back. Had a great dice with Charles, actually, and a few others, and came out on top. So that was great, yeah.
And tell us about this mistake.
So Zolile, I think, was having problems. So he was a little bit slow, and I got caught behind him, and everyone just went past in a train. So I thought I'd blown it at that stage. But anyway, fought back. It was great fun. Knew I had an hour to do it. So
Cool, and now you're halfway to the leader, so let's see what you do tomorrow.
Yeah. Looking forward to it.
Thanks, Craig. All the best. Okay, that's it for our 1 hour dash winners. Let's go back to commentary.
And just like that, we are back, and on screen now we see the 42 car, the backdraft car of Hirsch over there. And Hirsch is currently running in second position in that backdraft over there. But yeah, what a fantastic start to this 3 hours so far.
That's going to be an exciting one.
And there goes the 42 goal once again. Hirsch, as mentioned, second just behind Naidu on the same lap. And we've been not talking about these backdrafts a little bit. Stephen, you know exactly what's going on over here. Could you clue us in on what's happening out there on circuit at the moment? Lots of action in backdraft, as you can see.
Well, it's going to be a very interesting one, because if you manage to get first place in the class, you're going to score 50 points, which can make or break your championship. As we're taking a look at the BBR Porsche going around, the Black Bull Racing charging its way through the 992, which at the moment is hoping to try and score as much points as possible. They're running so far, with 124 points. If they manage to get second place, they will get an extra 45 points onto the running order for them. So it's going to be a close call if they want to keep for the championship fight, that's for certain.
Yeah, championship fight continues here in with BBR Racing. And we just saw now the BBR Porsche flying past Sun Mudley over there. Sun Mudley obviously having swapped with JP Mauro. I think he'll be very happy with Mauro's performance on that first stint.
Well, I mean, JP has given it his absolute all and really showed what the car can do and where it can be able to fight out with the rest of the field. Sun Mudley, a little bit more of a gentleman driver. He has got quite a few titles behind his name, and he's been a multiple winner of the East London Border 500. It's been one of the big things for him, and now going and joining in with a youngster in his car, going in having a bit of fun out there. Also, Winston said he's actually learning a lot from the youngster of how to really approach things a little bit more aggressively, where he's been a little bit more tame around the track.
Well, that's the thing about these younger drivers, and the theme that I hear from the gentleman drivers, as you said, what they're saying is that the younger drivers tend to attack the corners more. The brake pressure might be the same, but the younger drivers will brake later, thereby adding more weight onto the nose of the car, rotating the car more, getting more exit speed, getting more mid-corner speed. And those are things that, with clever use of data and the right people to analyze that data, you can quickly figure, oh my goodness, the 169 car spins out on the main straight. Luckily, no issues there. Luckily, not hitting the wall. Oh, as the rest of the field makes their way past, they're going to have to take evasive action. And a very, very close incident over there. Was that Franco? It was the 169 car. That's Gigi.
Gigi, that's out on track. So, unfortunately, a little bit too early on the power, got the rear to step out, and that was all it had. But for everyone coming out of the corner, let's take a look at the replay. So, stands on the anchors late, gets it already a little bit loose, and then puts the power down, fraction too early, and unfortunately, round and round she goes.
He's not going to be happy with that mistake. You can see there the nose of the car was pushing. He was getting understeered first, trying to make the car turn, and then just as that understeer went away, knock, knock.
Yeah,
it's the back of the car.
That's it. The head flip to tails to heads that comes into play. But
literally,
with our Class E's, our National V8 Roadsters, there's a lot on the line. Michael Koenig now taking over for the PT2 Racing is going to try and charge his way to the top. As I said, 50 points if you score first place here today. That will open up the championship a little bit more.
It certainly will, considering that the leaders at the moment have 100 points. So that means, as I mentioned over and over in the broadcast, that it's anybody's game at this stage. We see Koenig over there behind the wheel, and you've got some inside information from Koenig, who currently leads off Class E with just 1.3 seconds with Fabian Lance just behind him as he comes up to a back marker now. Does Koenig. He's going to try and get past because Lance, I'm sure, is hunting him down.
Fabian's not going to make it an easy run. Michael looking left and right, but just can't get the drive. It's going to have to be getting late onto the anchors.
Here comes White.
Yep, now that pretty much kills out any opportunity to try and get the pass done and dusted. He's going to still try and send it on the 24, and unfortunately not going to have an easy time there, as going is making sure not to lose out any bit of time through Cheetah.
Yeah.
And this is only helping Lance to get a bit closer to Michael Koenig, who is fishtailing all over. He's getting a bit panicky. He doesn't want to have this, and Lance is on his tail. This is going to be a rough race, start to finish, as a back marker may influence the entire race for the 3 hour for the National V8 Roadsters. But let's go down to the pit lane and get a bit of information of what's been going on.
We're in pit lane with Damian Hammond, and he's just done a driver change. We're almost halfway through the 3 hour, 20-minute race this morning, and we just want to hear how the race is going for you guys.
It's going very well. Qualifying wasn't too great. Found out we had a release bearing. Team stayed overnight fixing the whole car's gearbox and everything. Went out in the first hour. Car fart's very good. Couldn't ask for a better start of the race.
Yeah, you guys are doing well. You're lying second in class and 6th overall, and you've got halfway to go. How do you feel about the finish? You think you can make it?
It's going to be a little bit tough, I think, with Bigfoot, especially with the Merc. I don't think we got the overall pace to catch them, but we're just looking for a good, strong finish. For us, it's going more about the championship. So for us, we just want to get as much points as possible today.
And that's one of the hardest things, I think, for a driver when it comes to racing is you got to finish a race and you got to give it your best, but you still got to save the car and the drivers to make sure you get across that finish line. So it's always a tough one to navigate at the end of the day. But you guys are doing well. The car's going strong. Unfortunately, your family are out. What happened to them?
Yeah, the first hour, they went very, very well. They were lying 5th in class, busy fighting with the Porsche. It took a bit too much curb going into the one turn. As soon as the car came down, it snapped one of the rear drive shafts. And unfortunately, we do not have a spare one on site, so we had to retire the car.
Always a pity when you have to retire a car so early into an endurance race. At the end of the day, it's about finishing and crossing that finish line in order to gain points, especially when you're going for a championship. So we're holding thumbs for you guys, crossing fingers. Let's hope you get there.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good luck.
I tell you what, if there's any family that knows about championships, it's the Lindenberg family. So some good advice there, some sound insights there from Paige Lindenberg as we see the backdrop battle continue now with Fabian Lance chasing down our man Koenig over there. The gap now 1.9 seconds. Let's see if that gap changes as our timing board updates. It currently is 2.9 seconds, so a little bit of respite there even after catching up the traffic. I've got to say that 24 car was giving a little bit too much resistance there, if you ask me. I wonder if the official's going to say anything about that. Maybe he just drove his own race on the racing line at pace. They've got to go around him.
You followed the rule book. You hold your racing line. It's up for the faster car. That's Fabian into the dirt. Not quite the way you want to do it. She's pushing hard to try and catch up to Michael Koenig. Yep. And considering she's a little bit further down in the championship points, sitting at 18th position, so she's not fighting for the championship, but she can put a massive ding in the points for Pesty Racing at this point. So
you think there's some team orders going between?
I don't think so, but when I had a conversation with Fabian a little bit earlier, I had a conversation with Fabian, and I said, don't be too gentle on my brother. And I think she's taking it to heart.
I must commend you that you clearly you cheering for your brother on the inside, but I gotta say, I like your unbiased approach to this, and of course we support those that we care about, but at the same time, this is racing. We want to see the best win. We want to see good racing.
Well, I'm going to give you two scenarios, Ernest, because this is something you and I used to do quite a bit. So two scenarios into this. Inter Africa gets the win. They will maximize points. They'll get 50 points. Just for Sleep, if they finish in second, there'll be a 36-point gap difference heading into tomorrow. If a Just for Sleep gets the win and Inter Africa finishes in second, there's a 21-point gap. Now tomorrow with the 9 hour, there's 100 points on the line for it, but remember it's a double point, so you will be going for 200 points coming in first place, and with a gap at 36 or 21, it is open cards
It's open
who's
cards.
going to get it
It's
between
open
the two.
cards.
But that
Yeah.
is if BBR doesn't score any major points here today. So definitely a difficult time for the drivers and teams that are going to be looking at this, analyzing all the little crucial details. And as it gets closer and closer to the end, well, the nerves will start to kick in.
Yeah, the 9 hour is, of course, the big one as we see the 59 car of Roach going past over there, and Franco just in the mix in 6th place. And there goes the BBR Porsche, the number 5 Porsche. Keegan Masters now behind the wheel, and Keegan Masters absolutely flying in 2nd position at the moment. And Jensen still leading off in the Just for Sleep car in 1st position, 31 seconds ahead of Keegan. Stuart White now dropping down to 3rd position, 1st, 2nd, 3rd in Class A on your screen at the moment. And as you can see, Sun Woodley in 1st place in B, but Roach in that Lamborghini Gallardo over there will hopefully be trying to catch up. I'm sure our man, the JP, the driver from Brazil, JP Mauro, will have something to say about that later on when he jumps back in. But man, what an exciting prospect so far. Hour 49 to go, and already it's quite difficult to tell who will end up where. But so far, Jensen, Masters, White, the top 3 in Class A. Woodley, Roach in Class B. Franco alone in Class D at the moment, with Robinson quite a way down. But it's the Class E battle that is thick, tight, and lots of action over there as Koenig, Lance, Wilson, and Graham all fight it out with the top 3, all within seeing and striking distance of one another.
Well, the number 23 of Dean Wilson is going to have to really play his cards right here, because they're running 2nd in the championship and they are tied on points with Pesty Racing. Both our teams are sitting on 100 points. You get 50 points here, well, that can give you the leg up on the competition coming into tomorrow. So this is make or break for our national V8 Roadsters to really go and claw their way back. So the Swiss Hotel School have to really try and clean up the act, get past Fabian, get as close as they can to the Pesty Racing, and then try and get past. If you are in 2nd, you still have a little bit of advantage to fight it out tomorrow, but that's if the Pesty Racing doesn't finish ahead of them tomorrow. So whoever finishes ahead of the Pesty Racing, if the Adam team gets ahead today, then there's a chance that all they need to do is finish ahead of PC Racing to take the championship. It will come down to the wire there will be a separation of 5 points for the national V8 Roadsters.
It does seem that way. It does seem like all these championship situations and stories are coming to a head over the next 2 days, as we see Jensen still leading us off. And there on your screen is Sun Woodley in 4th position, 1st in Class B in that Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3, as we got Nadine standing by. She should be ready to give us even more information down in the pit lane. Lots and lots of buzz happening in the pit lane at the moment, and let's find out some more about that buzz. Over to you, Nadine.
Thanks, Ernst. So I'm here with Joa Martins from Corridus Racing. You know, my heart breaks because you guys spend so much time in the pits and it takes you so long to get here. What's going on now?
Nothing. It's a strategic stop. Nothing happens. We have...
Sorry, did you say a tragic stop?
No, strategic stop. Strategic.
Oh, strategic. Okay, got you.
Oh, I'm sorry, my English. Well, at the beginning, I made a start, and we need to stop because we have got a problem with the battery of the car. That one wasn't expected. This one is, so it is perfectly okay. We are swapping the driver, so it's, with the safety car we are good.
So then why have you guys pulled into your pits to do the changeover? Why have you guys pulled into your pits to do the changeover?
Yeah, because like we have, okay, the car is on the track. We stopped only for 3.5 minutes. It was for swapping the driver between, because we have 4 drivers at this race. We are thinking about 9 hours, so we bring Sandro with us, which is the main engineer from the team, but he's driving for this event. So, like we have 4 drivers, we need to stop one more time, and that's it. Yeah,
okay.
It's perfect.
Okay, cool. So we're going to need to get those pit stops down to at least 20 seconds to...
Yeah, and now we are fighting with the Alfa Romeo for the first position. Okay, yeah. And the sun is shining. And
Okay, well, thank you for your time and good luck out there.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Joa. Thanks. Let's go back to commentary.
Yep, we are back with the racing, and I just love getting all these insights from the pit lane because just like you viewers out there, it's difficult to find out exactly what's happening. Each of these cars, each of these drivers, each of these teams has a story to tell.
Well, that's it. And not to sound like Ferrari having a scenario for everything, as it stands with Jensen, Masters and White running first, second and third, going with the points, it will be into Africa coming out of it with 172 points. They will be 3 points ahead of BBR at this stage of the game, and then 19 points behind BBR is just for sleep.
So what does that mean going into tomorrow?
Go fast or go home. That's what it is right now.
So tomorrow is basically turning into a sprint race.
It's going to be 9 hours sprint race, same as this 3 hour, because what's happening is if this stays what it is right now, first, second, third, we are going to have one of the closest runs between 3 different teams tomorrow, where the separation of points is, well, you're looking at 22 points.
Considering what's available, that points gap is negligible.
Means whoever wins tomorrow takes the title. But this is where the pressure's coming in. You don't want to lose out.
You don't lose the points now. And Jensen, we see still out in front. Masters in second place over there. And just waiting for him to cross the line. He is currently 1 lap down on Jensen. Maybe not an entire lap, but certainly quite a ways back, as Stuart White is between that gap, 38 seconds further down the road. And yeah, it does look like the 3 of them have separated. San Moodley doing very well to be in first place in Class B, quite ahead of Roach as well. Roach not really posing much of a threat to San Moodley. And as we head into the 1.5 hour mark, 1 hour 36 gone, the field is now suddenly sort of leveled out and everything's made sense. And now we're going to hear from Paige Lindenberg and finally find out more about JP Mauro, the man that put that Mercedes-Benz on first place.
So we're with JP in the pits, and he was leading the race, did a driver change, and now San Moodley's in the car lying in 4th place, but they're still first overall. How was that first stint for you?
It was good, very good. The track is getting hotter, so of course we lose some grip, but the car is great. Sun's gonna be out for a few more minutes, and then I may go out until the end.
Okay, so you're gonna do a double stint in this 3 hour?
Yes, I will probably do a double stint now again.
Great, and how's the car feeling? How's the circuit? I mean, you've come all the way from Brazil. What's it like to be racing at Kyalami in South Africa?
Amazing. Kyalami is a very historic circuit, even for Brazilians, because Nelson Piquet won his 2nd championship here. So it's very good to be here. I hope I come back sometime.
Yeah, it'll be great if you can fly that flag high and go out there one more time and see if you can take that car to podium again.
Yes, hopefully.
Well, good luck. We're rooting for you guys.
Well, there you go, there you go. JP Mauro, we get to hear from the man himself, the driver from Sao Paulo. And a successful racing career for JP as he competes all over the world in Lamborghinis and Porsches. And just a quick visit to driver DB, and you can see that JP is absolutely no slouch when it comes to racing all over the world, the 24-hour GT series.
That's a carbon car that's actually pulled off to the left-hand side.
Oh my goodness, is that the...
that's the Mike McLaughlin and Steve. Well, that's currently got Franco Di Matteo and Steve Clark.
He's all the way down. Franco Di Matteo is all the way down in the 72 car over there. You can see in 16th position. That car's pulled over. Well spotted there, Steve. And unfortunately, McLaughlin not here today to race in the 3 hour. And Franco Di Matteo, of course, the very experienced South African V8 master, jumps into that V8. But this time, it looks like the car's parked on the side of the circuit. Let's hope nothing terminal as we wait for more visuals. I didn't quite see where that was, Steve.
So that was actually by the old pit. So as soon as you're going towards Sunset, pulling off to the side. So definitely not an easy time out there, and now it's going to be having the team scratching their heads. And for Mike McLaughlin, who's away from the track, he's probably going and getting a phone call right now saying, okay, what do I need to do, and is there a stealth fighter I can jump on at this point?
Well, there goes Jensen, currently your man in first place. Things stay as they are. The safety car has not come out yet. Yellow flags have not been waved yet. So as things stand, it will be exactly the same for now. But unfortunately, the car that was really in the mix earlier on is now all the way down in 16th position. I think we missed out on a bit of a trick there, because it's been 10 laps now. As we see the 27 car, that's Fabian Lance. Fabian Lance, who was fighting for second place over there with a bit of a moment on the final sector. As there comes Keegan Masters now.
Lost it into Crocodile, hard on the brakes, and just probably had the nose wanted to slow down, but the tail wanted to meet for the corner first.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Fabian's losing out that little bit of time. What that's going to happen to the tires now is going to be the better question, because now the pressures are going to shoot through the roof. You're going to have those flat spots that's going to definitely wear you down and shake all the fillings out of your teeth on the process. So there's a lot that you need to do, and it's going to take roughly 3 laps to eventually get the car feeling better. As we take a look on board the 992 GT3 Cup car of the Porsche. Absolutely stunning car. The 992 for Keegan Masters, something he's very familiar with, and also has shown its pedigree in being the most consistent car, and it has also been one of the top challengers, not only this year, but last year as well. I'll take you back to Red Star Raceway, where it was actually down to 80 meters, where this very 992 beat out an Audi R8 GT3.
Yeah.
I mean, that is huge. If you look at the two caliber of vehicles, the GT3 is one of the penultimate GT tin tops you can have. The 992 is the perfect grading and learning car, and a lot of pros go back to it to just hone their skills in keeping the momentum, because no traction control, no ABS, down to driver skill. And at the moment, being the consistency is currently leading out, going and beating out a Stuart White in a very open, non-BOP'd Lamborghini GT3 Huracan.
That is something that we need to stress here, that a lot of the GT3 cars here aren't running GT3 spec for this weekend, because they don't have to. There are no rules in place for that. They can run unrestricted because of the classing system here, which I kind of like, as we see the Alfa Romeo taking a wide line there. Stuart White makes his way through, and through the corner comes Masters, just leaning on that car. You can see the chassis working overtime there as he makes his way through Ingwe now, using all of the track. It's fantastic lines there from Keegan Masters, no slouch, and winning a championship on the international stage recently. Well done to him.
Exactly. Our South African exports are showing the world what we can do. But if the points, well, if the positions stay as they are now, 51 laps in, we're going to be in for a race of note. And for the Inter-Africa, they're going to only have a 3-point difference to BBR. So they need to get round Keegan Masters as quick as possible and then try and keep it going, because, well, there's a lot of great talent that's jumping into that 992. And here is the Inter-Africa Lamborghini closing up the gap at a rate of knots, and now going and making it from a 22 to a 22.3 second gap between himself and Keegan Masters. It's going to be a really hard call for him to keep the momentum up at this point. And what is it doing to the tires? What is the fuel level looking at as the yellow flags are waving? It's sunset, and that is for our carbon car, unfortunately, pulling off. But we do have one of our Super Cups pulling into the pits. Got to say, these little cars have been one of the most interesting categories to be in. They fit into our Class C, but also the Super Cups becoming a good way to go racing. I would say it's affordable, not as cheap as the National V8 Roadsters, but just about there to go and take tin top racing. You can do sprint racing with the car, you can take endurance, and it's proven to be quite a reliable vehicle that will keep you circulating. If you push the boundaries of it, it will let you know in the best way possible of, listen, not a big fan of that, please refrain from pushing me as hard as possible. But here's a brilliant in-car view of the likes of Michael Jensen, a reverse camera to see how much concentration going in behind the drive. He's looking quite relaxed, I've got to say, as he's just trying to keep the rhythm up. And you will see the eyes constantly looking towards the apexes, not shifting too much around to the mirrors. He wants to just follow each and every way possible. I've got to say, it's fantastic. But one thing we don't get to see too often with these prototypes is the wiring in the back. It's a race car. You're not going to have that nice refined covering over everything, because that adds that extra 0.2 of a kilogram that may cost you a race.
Yeah, exactly. And there we see the car now from the outside. And the cockpit does look a little bit cramped over there, doesn't it?
Well, considering the rules for sports car racing is the driver is not allowed to be in the dead center of the car.
Yeah.
They have to be at least an inch or two away. In other words, when they were making the prototype series from LMP1s, LMP2s, LMP3s, you had to fit a person next to you. They never said how small the person could be. It could be a little baby, but at least that is the distance away from the center of the cockpit. So you have to be at least, I would say, they were saying about 25 centimeters off the center. So you're not going and having the perfect weight balance to it, but it always makes it quite interesting to see how the prototype's going and making the stuff go. The Norma Nova prototype being a very good one because it's closer to an LMP3 class. It's a lower cost to own and drive, but it doesn't count under the European Le Mans. They don't recognize it as an LMP3.
They've got their own category, don't they?
Yes, so they've got the ultimate category, and what actually runs in that car is a 5-liter Ford Coyote motor that is hugely powerful, but is also a stock crate motor that's unmodified to it. So it does make things a little bit easier, and you can find that same motor is actually sitting in the carbon car. They've got the same engine. And you can see the difference that it takes with aero materials to make the car lighter and move forward, where the carbon car, they're wanting to take 200 kilograms out of the car to make it as light as the Norma Nova.
Yeah, that's a tall order, as once again Jensen now needs to carve past some backdrafts over there. We see Lance in the mix there. Lance now currently, unfortunately, slipping down to 3rd place with Dean Wilson just ahead. Koenig, though, in the lead by more than at least a lap at this stage. So Koenig doing well there, but we cut back to the 15 car of Jensen. And Jensen now to cross the finish line to complete yet another lap and start off lap number 54 as we now jump on board going down the main straight. And what incredible visuals and sound. We can't hear the sound through our monitors, our in-ear monitors over here, but I've watched some of the stream, and the car sounds are incredible. For me, you got to have sounds of cars in motorsport.
Well, it's a naturally aspirated V8. It's a symphony that's going in the cockpit there. But just taking a look at Michael Koenig and Dean Wilson, it's PC Racing and the likes of the Adapt team going and fighting it out. It's going to be very interesting to see how it works out, because what the PC Racing are wanting to happen is for that 23 car to slip down behind Fabian Lance, get rid of that 5-point difference between trying to make it more, where vice versa for the Adapt team, they were wanting that to happen to the PC Racing. So it's going to come down to the final pit stop, where it's all going to jump in and change up the race. The final pit stop will be make or break for the class for our national roadsters. Quick flash of the lights from the likes of Keegan Masters, just pre-warning the drivers, listen, I'm coming through whether you like it or not. It's there's no suggestion. It's just saying, I'm coming. You please mind out the way. It would be nice not to get caught up, but it has to take a bit of patience. Never mind. Dive up on the inside.
Dive up on the inside, indeed. And easily done. The Polo Super Cup car there giving enough space. So Keegan Masters definitely now finding his rhythm. And let's check at those times. 1:48 for him. Just set his fastest time now, did Keegan Masters. And interestingly, Jensen lapping in the 47. So Keegan's definitely got a signal in the earpiece. It's time to go.
Yeah, get the hammer down. Keep going, because you need to keep Stuart White behind you at all costs.
Oh, big moment there for the 262 car. That is Michael Koenig over there. And lots of sawing on the steering wheel over there. He's not going to want to do that too many times.
No, and especially Francois will be saying, listen, you got to put the hammer down and get going, but don't break the car. And remember, they are sitting with a gearbox that has a bit of unsurety whether it's going to hold for the entire race or not.
Oh my goodness.
So depending on how this goes is whether they need to do a bit more work on the car before the 9 hours tomorrow, or whether they feel that they've done enough. I mean, this car has had its clutch plate give up, it's had the pressure plate give up, it's had gears go and landed up with a problem. In Aldo Scribanti, they only had third gear. They had to finish in third gear, couldn't change it out of that. And this is always the toughest part about it. Now Michael Koenig, who's new to the car, is going to have a very, very aggressive pass as Jensen, through the S, is making quick work of the National V8 Roadster, and shows you the two classes between the National V8 Roadsters, which is more welcoming to drivers, a bit of an easier approach to endurance racing. You can either own the car, which PC Racing has, or rent, which is like the majority of the cars, but you still get the backing of Backdraft to get the car sorted out, tons and tons of spares, and also the expertise once you get hold of one of these vehicles. Whether you buy one or rent one, there's always a bit of movement going forward, and Backdraft really pushing the series further and further and further. I had a chat to Brian Martin. He says where it starts to where it is now, to see the interest level is just huge. From a series of we want to put our cars on show to being one of the penultimate categories in South Africa that you want to be a part of in the National V8 Roadsters. And being their first year to walk away with national colours is going to be a huge thing for the PST team, as they want to go and walk away with that big smile on their face. And when you've got the likes of Michael Koenig, who is also going to have a great run. He's getting his national colours this weekend, I would believe.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow, and speaking of colors, I mean, it's great to see so many South African athletes getting recognized by Motorsport South Africa. We've got some young karters down in Cape Town getting lots of recognition over the last couple of days and weeks for their accolades in karting, as we see now the gap between the top two, Jensen and Masters, about a lap, as Jensen now suddenly digging a bit deeper there, doing a 46 on that last lap. And there's definitely some in-car communication going on here as to, I think maybe we need to pick up the pace a little bit here and there. Keegan Masters now 1 minute behind Jensen, as you can see on your screen over there. White just a little bit further down the road in third place. Sam Woodley still leads off Class B, with Roach still in second place, and just behind that the first of the backdrafts. And what an impressive performance from Koenig to be that far up the field. But the gap now back to Lance. Lance now once again in second place. She is not giving up. 39 seconds the gap. Now the gap has widened quite a bit, but Fabian Lance now finally finds herself back in second place, and let's see if she can start getting that times down. We see Koenig just having set his fastest lap time of the race so far with a 2:05.443. Fabian with a best time of 2:05.1, but the last time of 2:08. So Fabian Lance needs to pick up the pace. She's got the pace in that car. In fact, she's got what looks like the fastest backdraft out there at the moment, other than Gigi who did a 2:04. So Fabian definitely got the pace. All she needs to do now is try and catch up to our man Michael Koenig in first place in Class E.
Well, that's actually Michael's personal best that he's done all race. So I've just gone and worked out, if there's a change of Inter Africa, who is currently 6 seconds behind Keegan Masters, gets past and BBR finishes in third, we're going to have Inter Africa on 171 points going into tomorrow, BBR on 165 points, and Adjust for Sleep on 150 points going into it. So that is, as our top three are moving for Class A, that is how close it's going to be for the likes of our National V8 Roadsters. That is going to be across the board 50 points, whoever comes in first to get the run. But this is how close and how critical the race is becoming for these teams, because tomorrow is double points. You can make it or break it. Second place with a normal race in 9 hours would be a 90-point run, but you remember that's going to be doubled, and that may actually be the option to go and claw the victory back for a couple of these drivers, as they're looking to score 180 points if they come in second tomorrow.
Yeah, lots and lots of points on the table here. But let's talk about Class D. Team Franco leading off Class D at the moment, and just further, well, actually quite a ways down with 47 laps completed. 2 laps down is Tyler Robertson, and in second place in D, and then just behind that is the Campos car with 41 laps completed. Quite a big gap there. As and I'm looking at Mateo, they've only done 39 laps, so that means that the Backdraft car has been parked since we saw that incident early on. And then the next car in Class D, just crossing the finish line there, is the Pretorius car. So Class D, so far there's lots of space between those cars, but still, I'm sure for them, lots to contend for.
Well, not really. Graphic Supply World is actually sitting on 76 points. Their closest competitor would be the Corridors on 17. So just by finishing the race, they would have won the Class D National Championship.
So how many points for them are on the line tomorrow?
So same, it's going to be a double of points. So if they come first in their class, it's 50 points today. It would be 100. It would be 200 points tomorrow.
So, but having said that, what if the Corridors Racing cars? What if they win tomorrow, and God forbid the Graphic Supply World car doesn't finish at all? There's enough points on the table for them to still take that win tomorrow, surely.
I've got to do the math. I've got to do the math. Ernest, you've put me back in school at this point.
I've got to say that my man Steve is furiously calculating here for the benefit of all of us. So thanks for the effort, Steve. As we see the Leclerc white car trying to figure out a way past, down the middle he goes, and now into Sunset, lines it up. And the black Lamborghini just a little bit further back there, getting past. These two cars obviously totally different spec. The Lamborghini a 2007 spec, and interestingly makes similar power to the later model, but the later models benefit from so much more technology. And the big thing, after speaking to Ari Neveling early on, is the aero. The aero package on the new cars it's just the best state-of-the-art technology. And we all know how aerodynamics and how more accessible aerodynamics has become in the last 15-20 years to teams that are not in Formula One. And now you see cars like this Lamborghini over here just looking the part, but also all that aero on there absolutely functional.
Okay, so I've worked it out. Graphics will be finishing in first in class today. They'll have 126 points. If they do not finish, and I mean do not make it at all, then there's an option that Corridors takes away.
And that's all the Corridors needs at this stage to try and aim for that championship title, as we see one of the Class D cars making its way through over there. And that looks like the 69 car. That's Franco, your leaders in Class D, and looking very comfortable out there. I had a chat with them earlier on. They've got some big plans for racing in Cape Town as well. And so far, so good. They're comfortable in this car. They've spent a lot of time in this car. Danny van Niekerk used to race with them in this car, in this very series that we're talking about right now. So lots and lots of time spent behind the wheel. Very comfortable. The car, as mentioned, that some front suspension issues, but that's all been sorted out now. And now they find themselves comfortably in the lead of Class D. Well done to them so far with the hour and 23 minutes to go.
It's going to be an interesting one for the drivers, and got to say, going to be a fun one, as we do see Stuart White has opened up a gap to Keegan Masters, so a 4.8 second gap, which is going to take us into our scenario 3, which will be the Just for Sleep on the back foot. Still, BBR only 3 points behind the likes of that will scenario 4. That'll be into Africa on 171 with BBR on 165. So that is currently where things are sitting for our Class A's. Our Class B's, on the other hand, drivers are keeping it nice and sensible out there. So far, you just need to keep up the pace and just keep the movement going. And that is going to be the Samlin Racing is going to have to focus on that. Damien Hammond and Wayne Roach need to just focus on their drive. At the moment, Sun Midley is not in any contention for them. So what they need to do is just finish today to be able to take the win so far, unless something happens tomorrow. But so far, that car has been like absolute clockwork. I do want to touch on, however, though, our national roadster V8 roadsters are sitting within the top 10, because take a look at that. We've got 6th, 7th, and 9th, and along also with 10th. 4 of the cars sitting in the top 10, and they are the slowest of the categories out racing. But you know what?
Consistency.
Consistency.
Consistency is key. And a special shout out to all of our people out there watching on channel 215 on Super Sport. Let your friends know that the 9 hours of Kyalami is live and up and going. We got people all over the country watching, including Lorenzo, one of my fellow journalists all the way in Kapecha, watching the racing at the moment. And it's just exciting to hear that so many people are tuned in from all over, and all of us coming from different places. Myself from Cape Town, yourself well, you're local, so you made
the road.
You made the 15-minute trip to the circuit. We appreciate that. But for those of you guys that are making the trip far and wide, and those watching from far and wide, we appreciate your support and enjoy the rest of the racing.
That's going to be a great run. I've got to say, this is going to be a very interesting, and we are now with 1 hour and 20 minutes left of the race.
1 hour 20 minutes left. The 262 car, Michael Koenig leading off Class E at the moment, all on his own there. And no issues from him as we see that beautiful Alfa Romeo in the background over there. But he is not competing in the same class. Of course, the Backdraft Roadster leading off the rest of the Roadsters. 43 seconds the gap now to Lance, so comfortable lead from Koenig. And considering that they got some issues with that gearbox, I mean, how is he changing gears? Just snapping.
It's a bit of a snap there. It's not getting into gear nicely, so it's wearing it down quite a bit. They actually changed the oil in the gearbox last night to just try and see how it's all going to go, see if there's any metal filings in it. And it's just hanging on a hope and a prayer at the moment for it to just hold down the 3 hour, because after the 3 hour, they'll be able to have a bit more time, put in a brand spanking new gearbox, and then get going. Last night, there was no time after qualifying to be able to do that switch, despite them saying it was going to take roughly about 45 minutes. In the dark, it's you can add it to an hour, and all the teams deciding, let's not try and change anything now before a race that is critical to our championship. Let's rather make sure that we can keep it up and going.
Yeah, we've got Nadine ready in the pits, ready to chat to us some more about some of those inner workings of pit lane. Over to you, Nadine.
Thanks, Ernst. Okay, so I'm here with David Franco, racing with his dad Roberto today from GSW. So you guys are basically in the lead for Class D. It's in the bag. All you got to do is just keep first place today and you can go home.
100%. Yeah, that's a mindset we came into the weekend with. And obviously why we're doing the 3 hour, not the 9 hour. We knew we just had to wrap up the 3 hour, get maximum points, and basically make it impossible for anyone else to take the Class C championship. So it's looking good. Rob's out there. I think we're still ahead of our class. We'll see how we finish though, but yeah.
I had a giggle with your dad before you guys did your changeover, because I saw him standing with a little pillow. And I was like, oh, cute, man. He's like, don't tell anyone. But shame, so you've just recovered from quite a serious crash. How was it in the car?
Yeah, it was my first time back since the accident. It was quite a big one, broken rib, bit of neck pain, all that kind of stuff. And it was fine. I must say, bounced back quite quickly. Body felt good. Started feeling my neck like an hour and 45 minutes in. But all around it was good. It was just good to be back. Nice to be back in the car. Yeah.
Well, welcome back, and I guess we'll see you next year and on the podium.
Yes, definitely. We'll see you later on the podium and then next year.
Cool, thanks, David. Let's go back to the guys in commentary.
Fantastic to hear that David is doing well and healthy over there. It's always important to look after those neck muscles. Make sure we get the proper protection, and I'm sure, him and his dad are quite relieved that he is back behind the wheel and back to winning ways. As you see, Roberto Franco there in first position in Class D. And speaking of the classes, Class C, there's only one car in Class C at the moment, and that is Rossi, with Mario Rossi driving that Alfa Romeo Junior QV. One of my favorite cars out there is we see the tussle between Masters and Moodley, not for position though. Masters just would want to get past Moodley over there. No, they're not having the same fight.
No, there was a little bit of hassling, a bit of doing the tango and standing on each other's toes, that's for certain. But Sun Woodley going in, allowing the gap to open up and it just allow Masters to do his thing, is going to try and get himself pulled along. Remember, Sun Woodley's lying in 4th place and he's just been overtaken by his competitor. So he wants to try and keep as close as he can to Masters, especially since we're getting to the later part of the race, where strategy is going to come into play. The last thing you want to have is Keegan Masters running too far ahead, and now you battle to unlap yourself. Rather keep on to the tail end of it and follow them into the pits, try and do an undercut, or as they pull in the pits, go for an overcut.
Yeah, I think well, certainly they will be battling, but the gap now 3 laps, and San Moodley 2 laps ahead of his nearest Class B rival. But Steve, I'm going to say goodbye for now. I want to go see these cars up close and personal. I think my man Gareth is standing by here to take over. So for me, for now, let me see if I can get some sneak information downstairs in pit lane.
Oh, I can't wait to hear it, because I also see the Cardis machine is back out. That is actually a Class C car, not a Class D, and they are fighting it out for currently 4th place in the case. So he's hoping that that's going to work out in his favor to really try and move their way up through the order. So lots and lots of going on and happenings. And unfortunately, Car Hill and Urian Pissoir opting not to do the 3 hour. They will have to put all of their points into one bucket, and that is going to be tomorrow's 9 hours endurance. So let's see how it's going to work out. But Gareth, there is so much happening on, and using one of your words, there's so many permutations at the moment. We are currently in scenario 4 for our top 3, where Adjust for Sleep will sit on 150 points if they win this race. Into Africa, if they finish in second, they'll be on 171 points, and BBR will be on 165 points going into tomorrow.
Right, Steve, thanks. Ernest, it's been incredible out there. And in fact, we've been taking some of the schools that have been visiting out through the pits alongside the tracks. They've been asking questions about the cars. Some of them have asked, when can they sign up? Where can they sign up?
As soon as they find out, I'm sure that everyone in the room here would really want to do the same. But it's fantastic. This is our future drivers, mechanics, designers, engineers, all going and getting their taste of motorsport in the best way possible, getting to have a proper hands-on approach instead of watching it on a TV, coming out to the track, getting to see the cars, getting to interact, and also get to see the inner workings, not only what it takes to be in the garages, but also whether you're in race control or timing or production, getting to see all the moving parts that is happening out on track.
Yeah, and there's certainly a lot going on here, and there's a lot of preparation going on, because tomorrow is expected to be quite a festival of motorsport here at Kyalami. Of course, we saw the end of the 1 hour dash. I just caught up with Mike Verrier in the passage there. A bit disappointed with his race finishing down in 9th, not quite getting it all together. But of course, the championship was pretty much wrapped up for him. But what a race between Jarvis and Aranji. So all day long, they predicted it on the podium. And I think Aranjis will be disappointed to have finished so far back, is he? And I don't believe he's going to get another chance, because tomorrow he's doing the 9 hour.
That's it. It's all about trying to put in the work. But with the Just for Sleep now doing a driver change, Charles Visser into the car to take on Keegan Masters. And we've also got Stuart White on track. So if you want to talk about a bit of controlled chaos, you're about to see 3 of the fastest drivers here today. And I would say the fastest drivers here in South Africa to battle it out. The next generation going nose to tail with one another.
Well, of course, we know that Charles is extremely fast, and that car has been the fastest so far today, the quickest of a 143.6, while the Lamborghini, Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini, has done a 143.8. That's not a big difference between the two, but we've got over an hour still to go, so plenty to come. And I think we're in for another cracking finish. It's been, I'll tell you what, out of 4 rounds, we've had 3. We don't know what's happening until the last 10 minutes. Perhaps the last round was the least predictable of them all.
Oh, that's it. It all comes down to the last lap. The only certainty that you have today is you're going to get across the line, you're going to put your car into the paddock and work on it, getting preparation for tomorrow. That's the only certainty. That, and you're going to have a bottle of water afterwards. Anything between then, not going to happen. It's all on the cards, and it's going to have everyone guessing. And this is where it comes critically down to the teams to just keep working. You want to be a well-oiled machine, but we cannot also take away the fact of as soon as you have the crowds getting into it, and as you're driving by, you're focused, you're zoned in. But when you start hearing the crowds and seeing them going, it motivates you to push harder and harder to climb the ranks.
All right, Steve, Brendan Kelly going to be joining us shortly. Just before he does, so just give us a little update there. So we've got Stuart White leading on the same lap as Keegan Masters at the moment. Charles Visser he's also on the same lap, in fact. So he's just coming to that first lap. We're just making sure that we got everything clear here after that round of pit stops. And Charles Visser now on his first flying lap as well. So it looks like our top three all on the same lap. Then there's a bit of a gap to the rest of the field. So that's what we're going to keep an eye on. Am I right there?
That is what you're going to have to keep an eye on, because in scenario 5, we're going to have Inter Africa finishing up on 181 points, BBR on 169 points, and Adjust currently in third with 141 points going into tomorrow. So on the back foot is Adjust for Sleep, but BBR has an opportunity to take a huge bite out of Inter Africa's lead for A class.
Right, thank you, Steve. Brendan will be joining us shortly. So in screen there, we've got San Mudley in that Mercedes, leading in the early stages. Of course, he had the very exciting JP Mauro from Brazil leading in that car, certainly having a wonderful time. San Mudley just seemed to be finding himself, not hitting the curbs. It's almost like he's just sort of familiarizing himself, coming through there in a 1:46, so 3 seconds off the pace. So last time out, it was Charles Visser who was quickest of the three front runners. He'll be looking to get up to speed, remember. And there we go, just as he comes through the start finish, a 1:42.2 straight onto the money. So 1:42.2 there for Charles Visser. Last time out, Stuart White in a 1:44.7. That's 2.5 seconds faster from Charles Visser. Now, we don't want to read too much into it, Brendan, because, of course, there is traffic out there. We do have 25 cars, and we've lost one or two. The pit lane's certainly very busy at the moment, but it's an hour to catch. I think it's enough time, eh?
Absolutely, and I mean, just looking at the time deficit already. I mean, when he came out, the gap was 32 seconds. Oh no, he is 58 seconds off the lead. So he's already taken almost 2 seconds off the off the lead car of Stuart White. But for this next hour, or the last hour and 10 minutes of the race, I think we are going to be in for an absolute humdinger here. I mean, these three young guys, Stuart White, Keegan Masters, and Charles Visser. I mean, we've seen them have basically grown up in front of me in karts, followed their progress all through their careers, and now on the big stage at the Kyalami 9 hour. And
beautiful in-shot images here of Wayne Roach in the Salmon racing through the sunset corner there, hitting it flat. And look at this, beautiful images inside the car. And it's brilliant to see the details, the drones we're going to have tomorrow, the inboard footage as well. So Wayne Roach, really, you can see how hard he has to work on those cars. So inside we go into the cockpit, and just amazing to see how they have to fight the car. It's certainly not easy going through these corners as he makes his way there up onto the backside of the track.
Fantastic production going on. We're watching live on SuperSport, and we're watching the live feed from the OB van as well. So we've got the best of both worlds, and we can also just look out the window and watch the main straight, and just as another group of school children come in here, and just once again just to reiterate what a pleasure it is to have all the school children here. I addressed them a little earlier, and they just hang on to every single word that you say, and so much enthusiasm and happiness to be here, and also a lot of just totally mind blown about the facilities that we have here at Kyalami.
Right, so inboard here with Wayne Roach, you can see no second seat there, no second seat required, as light as possible, well within restrictions, and he's coming down the main straight there, and really giving by for everything that he's got. Right, we've of course got our team down in the pits as well. We're going to be chatting to them, and they're going to be chatting to some of the drivers as well. Paige is down there at the moment. I think she might have Steve Clark with her. Paige, what's happening down in the pits?
So we are in the pits now with Franco Di Matteo, and he was just driving this Cobra when issues happened. We want to hear from him what happened. We want to say it was the driver, but I think it was mechanical.
We had a small issue with when Steve was driving. We were leading the race comfortably, and I mean, Steve, you did a good job there. But the belt came off, and it just overheated. So Stevie came in. I mean, we lost a few laps. We put a new belt on. There was my turn to drive, and I did one lap and I threw the belt again. So car overheated, and we called it a day. Now we'll just
go through the car properly and just make sure that the belt doesn't jump off for the 9 hour.
Yeah, it's so disappointing. I mean, you guys are really doing so well in the 3 hour, and we've got a big race coming up tomorrow, a mandatory night practice tonight. Are you guys going to make it out tonight for the night practice, and do you think it's something that you guys can fix?
Yes, yeah, I think we can get it done.
And is the belt going to stay on this time?
That's what I said last time.
Yeah, we really hope that you guys are going to get it right, because you've got a really good chance in the 9 hour. You've done so well in the 3 hour, and you've got a great team out here. 3 drivers in the 9 hour tomorrow.
Oh, no, it'll be 2 drivers. I'll be the manager for them. It looks like I'll break the car, so I'll be the manager.
You've been kicked out the team.
Sorry?
You've been kicked out the team.
Yeah, it's Mark and Steve's car to drive, and they called me to drive for them. Because
thank you, Paige. Disappointed because he was so looking forward to being in the car there, Mateo. But of course, Mike McLaughlin had to quickly head down to Durban. He's the second driver there and not taking part today. So, unfortunately, a fantastic morning for them all of a sudden coming to an abrupt end.
Just having a look at the times at the moment, Charles Visser absolutely flying around there in the 142s, and I mean the difference that the gap is now sitting at just over 12 seconds, goes to 1 lap now, but we'll see the 12 seconds behind Keegan Masters, so closing up on Keegan Masters in a hurry.
Well, there we go. We just come through the start finish now, so it is 52.9 seconds the gap now to Visser, but he's catching Masters, so he's, what is he now? Probably just over 5 seconds, 5 seconds behind, catching quickly. We're going to watch that carefully for you. That's in the A class, and our top 3 getting a little bit closer as we head into 1 hour and 5 minutes to go.
Keegan Masters, he just another of the young South Africans that's been an absolute revelation overseas. Had a brilliant campaign in the Porsche Cup. Lots of podium finishes for him. So it's great to have him home for Christmas and coming to entertain us here at Kyalami.
Yeah, so it's all happening here at the Kyalami race circuit. It is the 3 hours of Kyalami, the big 9 hour to come. Of course, we've got support races this afternoon. So certainly finishing the motorsport calendar on a high here at this iconic circuit.
Yeah, no better way to do it than. Right, we're just going to take a quick break. We go straight into an advert break. Okay.
Right, so we continue here at the iconic Kyalami circuit. Just to tell you weather conditions, we've had this little breeze coming up the main straight. That sort of died down during this last hour, and it's just started to turn. It's now swinging now. We might see it coming down. It's not going to have too much impact on these drivers. We'll see how that picks up later in the day. We have weather forecast for it to be beautiful. Of course, this is brand new for the SAE, as we're not used to more racing in the morning. I mean, I was just looking to see what the time is, thinking, oh, what's it, afternoon? It's only 10 o'clock, eh? Only 10 o'clock. So some exciting racing to go, and looking forward to more to come right here at Kyalami.
Right. Back live with the commentary, and Keegan Masters continuing. Charles Visser having got ahead of Keegan Masters. There's been a change of position. He was closing up at 6 seconds a lap quicker, so he has jumped up into second place. So we didn't see the overtake move during the advert break, but brilliant work from Charles Visser. The lap record, as we mentioned earlier on, we thought that would possibly be under threat. And I just wonder, towards the closing stages of the race, just a lighter fuel load for the number 15 car, with Visser behind the wheel, we might see him having a bash at Michael Stevens' lap record. Stuart White continues to lead. We'll see now once the 15 car of Charles Visser crosses the start-finish line, just to get the gap and see now for just on over an hour of racing left to go. So let's have a look there as soon as it updates, just to see the magnitude of the lead that Stuart White has got.
Yeah, so Stuart White on lap 71, Visser and Masters on lap 70. So I might be saying, well, Keegan Masters, I mean, experienced factory Porsche driver, you know, why is he not doing? Look, you've got to also think about the cars that they're racing. Charles Visser in an LMP spec as he goes across the finish line there now, closing up another 2 seconds onto Stuart White, up now 50.3 seconds gap.
Yeah.
And there we go, there goes Keegan Masters through. He's now dropped back almost 7 seconds into third. There we go, Charles Visser in the spotlight. And let's just remind you, let's take you back to Swartkorp's round 2 of the season. He had a comfortable lead.
Yep.
And I think he had 3 laps on Stuart White, who was catching. They had a bit of troubles in that race. Stuart was catching him at a ferocious rate. Charles trying to. I don't think Charles can restrict himself a little bit, and then he put it off on the third corner into the gravel trap, and they managed to tow him, and he managed to start the car. If he hadn't, the race would have been over. So we know he likes to live on the edge, and he's certainly not going to hold back now. The front 3 all on the same lap, 71 laps. We're in for a cracking final hour.
With Visser 50 seconds behind Stuart White, Gareth, do you think that's enough of a buffer with an hour to go in the race? The pace that Visser is going, I think it might come down to quite an interesting last couple of laps of the 3 hours 20-minute endurance race.
Yeah, you know, we never know what communication is going on, but certainly he was catching at 2 seconds a lap. Last time out, Stuart White did a 1:43.8, so Charles at least 1.5 seconds quicker. We don't know what the traffic is like out on the track for these drivers, and also, you know, Stuart is mindful of a 9-hour race coming up tomorrow, so he's certainly not going to be pushing it and throwing away. They are the championship leaders. They are the favourites to win. They're looking for a bit of history this weekend, while Charles Visser, nothing to lose.
Just Charles Visser, just a little bit untidy there. We saw earlier on, before I jumped in on commentary, just the back end of the car as Keegan Masters brings the Porsche into the pits now. The number 5 Tavares Porsche into the pits. But I just saw the back of the Nova with Visser behind the wheel, just stepping out a little and just looked a little untidy.
Well, this could also be Keegan Masters. You can see now it looks like there's going to be a tyre change and a driver change, and I think we could see Tavares actually going in, or maybe Henk coming in. We'll get confirmation of that, but there we go. We passed just under 1 hour to go now, and fresh tackies there onto the BBR Porsche, the winner of the opening round out at Red Star Raceway. So they know how dramatic that race was, so they're not afraid to say, hang on, you know what, these 2 guys are in front, they've pushed, don't worry, just leave them. There's still a long way to go. Lamborghini coming through there in Ingwe, down the main straight then. And this time it's Stuart White coming through with a 145.7. So he's really having to navigate. Remember, you've got to get around these roadsters. They take you off your racing line. That does cost you a bit of time. Is he aware that he has been chased down? Certainly looks like one more pit will be needed.
I'm sure that they are very, very aware. They've got the experienced Byron Teens, who's made the trip up from Port Elizabeth, the man that's normally behind the Scuderia Scribanti racing team, who has come up to assist the Into Africa racing setup. So Byron, a very, very wily character, lots of experience. So they'll be well aware what the situation is. We just watched in qualifying yesterday. You know, they were all eyes on what the opposition are doing. So the gap continues to come down to 46 seconds. With Stuart now starting to ride the curbs as well, so you just wonder if there's not a splash and dash that's about to happen there. So an exciting last chapter of the race is certainly going to be.
Yeah, so Henk Laterkhan jumping into the BBR Porsche, the current South African Rally Raid champion, crowned recently in his beautiful Toyota, hoping for a big Dakar rally as well to come. And of course, the big news is that we're going to get round 3 of the World
Rally Raid
Championships out at Sun City next year. So it's a big season ahead for Henk Laterkhan. So up into third, or staying in third, but into the car now. We haven't really touched on the other categories much because all the excitement is around the front 3 at the moment. And there we got San Mudley, who's the first of the B-class cars, earlier being led, of course, leading the race, with the young Brazilian at the wheel, now being overtaken by Stuart White, who certainly seems like he's meaning business out there.
Yeah, JP Mauro had a nice buffer in the B-class challenge out there, and but Sun doing incredibly well. His lap times are really respectable. So you know, for that big lumbering, beautiful sounding AMG Mercedes, one of my favorite cars. on any circuit around the country.
Right, so the gap between Sun Mudley and his closest challenger, Wayne Roach, in the 59 Lamborghini is a couple of laps, so 3 laps between them. So Sun Mudley can hold on here. He should be able to pick up the victory in the B class. So Fabian Lance doing exceptionally well, leading the E class in the 27, currently sitting 6th overall, but well ahead of Baron Pretorius, the 262, running down in 8th, ahead of Familiaros in 9th position. Now back on board that Lamborghini, and this is actually into the pits now. So this is Wayne Roach, the 59, running in 5th place, just coming down the pit lane. There he turns into his box now, and looks like a driver change as well. No, not, yeah, there is. So what we often see is sometimes they need to change us, put a little cushion in, like a seat. So we'll see if we get to do that as well now, or whether Mr. Hammond there, Damien Hammond, looks like little fiddle around, maybe get the seat belt sorted, adjust a small adjustment. These cars are exceptionally low. I've got to sit in, particularly the Lamborghini. I've seen a lot of them, particularly like our some of our local races. They've got cameras in there as well, because you just can't see too much around you. And particularly if you're coming up right next to an LMP car that is so exceptionally low. I mean, you need those cameras to actually guide you and tell you where you are.
I'm sure we're going to see a change, driver change with Sun Mudley as well in the class leading, B class leading Mercedes AMG. He has just gone through and running consistently in the best of a 146. I think that was when JP Mauro was behind the wheel of that car. So Sun running consistently in the mid 150s. So there should still be a scheduled change and probably a driver change there. We'll see JP Mauro back out on track to do the sprint to the end of the race.
So just having a look at the best lap time so far, and you can see Charles Visser in a 142.2, the quickest lap. So that's his quickest lap so far, while Stuart White in a 143.8. Sun Mudley, as you mentioned, respectable 146.4. But notably, just look at the pace of that Lamborghinis there, the first 5. They're in 2 separate classes, but it's just amazing to see them. And that's the beauty of endurance racing, is seeing an Alfa Romeo next to a Lamborghini, next to an LMP2, and then a little GTI in the mix as well. That's the beauty of it all. But important for the fans just to understand, we've got 5 different classes here, different races, and then there's an overall championship where they're all thrown in the hat. There's an index of performance, so there's a lot going on. We try to help you understand, make sure that you're up to speed, but enjoying the racing, absolutely. It's such an iconic venue.
Yeah, the index of performance is incredibly sought after in endurance car racing, and often, guys will just enter the race and target the index of performance. They can finish way down in the running order, but if you've banged those laps consistently and score high in the index of performance, very, very sought after.
Right, Stuart White once again through the start finish in a 144.0, and that time actually faster than Charles Visser. And there comes that back markers, the busy track. You just take yourself off the racing line for one moment, you lose 1 or 2 seconds. And so Stuart White there pegging the gap, then a little bit keeping it, maintaining, in fact extending it just a little bit as well.
Let's see, once Charles Visser comes past the start finish line, we'll get an update. At this stage, still showing 1 lap ahead for...
Well, it looks like, just looking out of our commentary window, it looks like the Inter-Africa Racing Lamborghini team are going to do a splash and dash. And that's going to be interesting to see where he's going to come out with Charles Visser now. Still waiting to come through the start and finish, but we're looking at around 45, 50 seconds.
It was around 45 there. So let's see, 46 seconds. So good call there. But if Stuart White is coming to the pits, that lead is then...
But look at the times, the last lap times out there. So Stuart White obviously pushing quite hard, and there's a bit of traffic to get through for the 59 Lamborghini. But Stuart White last time, a 144.0. Look at this. It's a 144.7 for Charles Visser. So he's losing a bit of the gap. And so the question was, can he catch him? Yep, there's so many variables here. Let's see how a possible splash and dash here for the Inter-Africa Racing team could bring Charles right up into it. But he'll no doubt have to perhaps have a pit again.
I wonder if they haven't fueled him to run to the end. We'll certainly see in the next couple of minutes.
So it just gives us a chance maybe just to mention some of our other classes. You'll see down in 7th place, Franco comfortably ahead in the class, Robinson in 2nd, down in 10th, a big gap between those two. The Class E, the V8 Roadsters National Championship, currently Fabian Lance in the 27 has got a comfortable lap lead over Baron Pretorius in the 262. That is the current championship leader. And yeah, they'll be looking for just a good, strong points performance today. Just to remind you, tomorrow, 9 hours, double points up for grabs, Brendan.
Yep, and you know what has been amazing for me, they're nursing the gearbox issue, and they've been on edge the whole morning and just wondering. But the car seems to be performing well. We heard Steve referring to the gearbox change, the imminent gearbox change that will happen after this event in preparation for tomorrow's action. But just a well-rounded performance from the 262 car.
What, a gearbox change in one day? I'll take my bucky and I can't get it in like 2 weeks. What's going on here?
Chatting to Francois in the 262 team, he said, on a good day they can do it within 45 minutes to an hour. They'll have a new box fitted. So, and we've seen them already.
Can you send me his number, please?
Already fitting a gearbox already. When we got here on Thursday, they put a gearbox into the car.
All right, so it looks like Stuart White's going to be staying in the car, and it looks like they're not just doing a splash and dash. Looks like it's going to be tyres as well. So just looking out of our commentary window, and I can see lots of action on the Inter-Africa pit wall as well. So it looks like on our screen now, Stuart White looks like he's going to stay in that car. He comes down through the crocodiles. Here's this next corner, the cheetah, known to bite a little bit. It's always tricky. Look, there he has to really slow down now because of the back marker. But here he goes, diving into the pits as we thought. Stuart White, our race leader, 45.6 seconds from first to second. We're going to keep an eye on that time. And we're going to see if we're going to try and see if we can find out if Charles Visser needs to pit again or whether he needs a splash and dash. This one needs to be quick from the team. Keep an eye on that time, 45.6. Charles will no doubt get the word that his rival is into the pits. And let's see how quick this goes.
New set of Dunlops going on there. So I think Stuart is going to go out with a hammer down.
Everything
this is going to be very, very spicy from now until the end of the race.
Okay, so I'm just getting some word there. Sorry, that Charles Visser does not have
to. That's the way I worked out the permutations, that the different scenarios, and chatting to them, their strategy. As I say, the guys keep their cards very close to their chest, but it's going to be a brilliant performance. We're just waiting to see.
Here we go. They're
when
still
we
in the pits.
See the Nova coming through.
Right, they're lifting up now for the tyres. So you've got to do the fuel separately. Fuel was done. Tyres come off. Brand new tacky is going on, and all set to go. This is going to be very exciting. Where is Charles Visser? Is he coming out of Ingwe yet? We're down. Stuart White is down. He's staying in the car.
Oh, there's a problem with the back left. The problem with the back left didn't go on properly. Oh, there we go.
Okay,
and
there we go.
The Nova's gone.
And Henk Lautergan has also gone through as well. There's a problem.
There's a problem. The car won't start.
This is so... And
there it roars into life now.
Okay, right, he's off. And it is Charles Visser now into the lead. Already got a comfortable lead. He's now at the S's. And that is a disaster for the team.
More drama you couldn't ask for.
Look, in the context of this race, huge drama. But in the context of the championship, there's still so much on to race for. So no need to panic. I know they'll be hugely disappointed. The team have very high expectations and standards. So this is big. But the other thing is that Henk Lautergan really come back into the standings as well. So yeah, the point standings into Africa, 172 points, BBR 169, and the Nova is on 150. So that's where we currently stand. So into Africa will just want to consolidate points. We'll see what it comes out, knowing that double points are up for grabs tomorrow. They would have liked to have given themselves a bit more cushion going into tomorrow's big race.
This one is
going to be a nail biter.
It's going to be a nail biter. It's going to go right down to the wire.
That's fitting for the season, Brendan.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And we've certainly seen some incredible races. I mean, Red Star, the drama for the teams there, BBR picking victory. Swadkorp, Charles Visser putting it in the kitty litter. Into Africa Racing thought they'd almost won it. In Aldo, they won it, but then there was a penalty, and it was Promogen Racing that won. So it's just been a season that deserves a finale of dramas. And in fact, I can recall Steve and I sitting here saying it's 10 minutes to go and we don't know who's going to win the race, and it could be that kind of story now. Right, let's let them settle down. Charles Visser leading Stuart White. Let's give them a chance just to find out how they go in terms of their lap times. Henk Lautergan, don't forget about him. He's sitting there in third, not quite on the same pace, but ready to pounce on any mistake. from the front here.
That number 5 Porsche, I just can't lament more about that car. It's just, it looks the part, it goes, and it's just with that driver lineup that they've got in there, serious contenders, and running in Class A as well. So it is still Charles Visser that leads. Stuart White in second, waiting to get some times. Charles Visser got his last lap of 146, and Stuart White on those brand new Dunlops are 149. I'm sure we'll see those times, for the times from Stuart White going to start.
Yeah, we'll keep a close eye on that 48 seconds there. But just quickly, I haven't seen Son Woodley in the Merc for a little bit. Apparently he's been stuck in the pit, but he just came out now, and JP's come back into the car. Hopefully maybe some fresh tyres as well for a big push in the end here. Look, nothing really to be gained. They're not competing with the front 3 cars. JP Maurer now in 4th position. He just wants to maintain his lead over Hammond in 5th place to win the Class B. So, but that'll be keeping an eye on just doing a couple of runs and setups for tomorrow.
But just looking at the leaderboard down to Class D, the 69 car of Roberto Franco and his son David. I mean, they're running in 6th place overall in the VW Super Polo. Once again, just proving what a brilliant endurance car the VW Super Polos are.
Listen, is there any endurance race in the country that happens from Red Star down to Kyalami to East London that you don't see a Polo, a VW?
Super Polo, yeah. And there's a whole host of them that are very much, and they have won Class D already.
Okay.
So brilliant father and son performance, and it's nice with these races as well to father and daughter pairings, father and son pairings, and Tyler Robinson running in 10th overall, sharing the drive with her father Kyle. So they're racing under Team Red. So they've had a brilliant Astron Energy Polo Cup campaign once again.
Oh, look at this. This is what endurance race is all about. You've got 3 different classes next to each other there. The Alpha, of course, not competing against that Lamborghini. He's down in Class C, while you've got the backdraft Roadster in Class E in the mixed as well, allowing the Lamborghini to go through. So just a quick update there. Charles Visser currently leading 47 seconds. We said it was 48 just now, which tells us that he managed to close the gap a little bit, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on those times there for you as they start coming through. So Henk Latergan still in 3rd. Our top 3 looking quite comfortable with now just 44 minutes to go here at the 3 hour of Kyalami.
I just urge anybody that is watching this live that is and close to Kyalami to get here tomorrow. The what is on the cards for tomorrow is just next level, and if it's the music concert that's going to be going on as well, 16 acts, an international act in the mix as well, so it is going to be an epic day, and so brilliant to have the 9 hours of Kyalami taking place here this weekend.
Yeah, so Charles Visser coming through the barbecue corner. Surprised to see that grass on the outside not being hit as much as we did last year. This is, of course, the Lamborghini of Stuart White, currently running 2nd, having to take a compromised line through Ingwe, the final corner. Then it's full taps over 330 k's down the main straight, with the winds really dying down now, so really hot conditions for racing. And here's the compromise that Charles Visser has to face. He's got to take on a Class B Lamborghini and a Roadster in Class E without compromising too much. And this is why we saw perhaps in some of the other laps not quite the same time as Stuart White. And it's those little moments there, navigating these, that really decide who comes out on top. And one small little mistake, just little lapse of concentration, can cost you as well. JP Maurer is still sitting comfortable in 4th. He is leading Class B. We do have a change though in Class E. So change in Class E. We've been talking for a long time about what's been happening there, but it's Bar and Pretorius, the 262 currently leading. Of course, could be out of phase with pit stops as well. We'll see how that pans out over the next 14 minutes or so, but it's a change in the lead in Class E with the 262 currently leading, and it's the 27 Naidu now behind with 18 seconds gap.
I was just waiting for our live timing to update. The gap between Visser and White remaining pretty constant by all accounts. You saw Visser getting a little bit backed up in the traffic. That probably should have
Helps Stuart a
allowed
little bit,
Stuart to close up a little bit.
But at this stage, with 42 minutes, he's going to be doing, at 40-second gap, he's going to need to be doing a second a lap, and I don't see that happening. So I think it's down now really to an incident or something like that, which has happened. Just to remind you, Charles Visser was leading just like this.
Yeah.
Got a bit excited, went into the gravel, and that cost him almost the race. He managed to get back out and start the car, and went on to win.
Yeah, it could, it could be a safety car intervention. It doesn't have to be an issue between Visser or White. It could be a safety car intervention that causes the whole field to get concertinaed once again. Kyalami running in 11th place. They've had a brilliant outing in the Class E car as well, and a good, consistent season for them as well.
Yeah, Class E is certainly it's just amazing. You go down into the pits and you chat to the guys. Of course, they're all managed and looked after by this amazing team from Backdraft who are all there supporting with parts and spares. Yeah, it's just amazing, and there's a real family atmosphere about it, helping one another. I saw a prop shaft, someone was changing, they quickly run over, and everyone's helping together. And what a great way to get into motorsport and racing, and endurance racing at the heart of it is what these guys are all about.
Yeah, Kyalami sharing the car with Bapiwe Rabuluza and Sichaba Mashigo as well. So great introduction to endurance racing for them. They have been around for a while and always contenders.
Charles Visser there once again coming through. This is through Yuxgay onto the barbecue corner. We'll see fans tomorrow, of course, at work today. A couple of have been able to make out their way away from work. A busy time of the year, everybody wrapping up, looking forward to Christmas. Right, we're going to go down to the pits. Nadine is with Sun Mudley. They seem to be in the pits for a little while. JP Moraro now into the hot seat. Let's see what Nadine has to say with Sun.
Thanks, Garrett. So I'm here with Sun Woodley from Bigfoot Express. So how has that been back on the track after a while?
I didn't want to get off until they waved to get me out of the track. I was enjoying myself, forgetting that I have to do a pit stop. No. Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah.
Oh, good. Well, it's good to have you back. And JP's doing pretty well. I mean, he kept the lead for quite some time.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's going to catch some time up now as well. He's only 3 laps behind the leader.
No, he will get there. We were running first in our class, but JP is much faster, so he will get to the top again.
Young blood.
Young blood, definitely, yeah.
Like the fear doesn't exist in young blood.
No, sure. Yeah. And it right to crash, doesn't worry.
And also nice to see your previous teammate Andrew Colbert at the track here to support you today. He mentioned to me that he's actually retired.
I don't think he can retire from motorsport. You know, at 70, I still want to keep going. I don't want to retire, so I'm going to bring him back. Yeah.
Good. Well, we look forward to having you both back.
Yeah. I didn't hear that. The noise.
I said we look forward to having you both back.
Yes. No, I will try. I'll try and chase him with another car again in the new year.
Yeah.
Get him back. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you for your time, son.
Thank you, Nadine.
Cool. Let's go back to the guys in Coventry.
Well, we don't know if it's just the camera, but Sun Mudley certainly seems to have slimmed down a bit, looking in mighty fine condition. Looks like he has been putting in some hard work for the last round of the South African Endurance Series taking place here at Kyalami.
Yeah, big race come tomorrow. Of course, the 9 hours. We're going to be joining you from around midday. We do have support races as well still to come this afternoon, and we've got a 5-strong commentary team up here in the booth, the 3 ladies downstairs, and we are certainly looking forward to bringing you all of the action right here from this iconic circuit. And just to mention, weather-wise, really playing ball, beautiful warm conditions, perfect for racing. But I'm surprised we're not seeing that 140 lap times that we saw yesterday afternoon, perhaps on the cards for tomorrow.
Maybe.
Still a long way to go.
Yeah, the best we got out of Charles, 142. But looking at that gap between him and Stuart White, it's actually grown a little bit now, 47 seconds. So Charles Visser controlling the lead nicely now, controlling and the gap between himself and Stuart White. So White not quite managing to close up as we thought that he would with brand new tyres on the car.
So let's focus a little bit on Class E then, the V8 Roadsters in 7th and 8th. So they're both on lap 72. The 27 has been leading for a long time today, bar Pretorius. They seem to have some gearbox problems. That seems to all have sort of sorted itself out now, because it's going to be a race to the finish line in Class E. At the moment, the 124 and the 169 will be battling out for the podium position. That's the with Going and Bettencourt. So we've got the closest battle possibly going to be out on the track for first and second, and then third and fourth in the V8 Roadsters.
Yeah, chatting about the 262 Roadster, we mentioned father and son pairings, Hiram's Pretorius and Barham Pretorius, obviously another of the pairings, and a guest drive from Michael Koenig in there as well. And just having a look, I don't think they're going to have to come in again. I think they're probably good enough to run to the end now. So just have a glance across to Steve and see if they are the 262 car going to have to come in again. He's just going to jump on the communication to the pits. He's got a direct line there, so we'll find out what's happening with the 262 car.
Yeah, you kind of feel like if anyone's coming to the pits now, then did they get their calculation wrong? Maybe. I mean, we've been racing for 2.5 hours. A pit stop in the last 30 minutes would seem like maybe it didn't quite go to plan, or maybe a miscalculation, because you really want to be giving your best chance now in a race that's all about reliability. You don't want to be having coming to the pits in the last 30 minutes.
Just having once again glancing across the track to the hordes of school children that we've got here. Wayne Riddell leading the guided tours around. We all got a chance to go and mingle with the students, and they just hang on every single word that you say. So it is brilliant to have them here.
Yeah, the taking photographs and selfies. We've got Into Africa with a McLaren on display downstairs. The only one they could really get close to. Man, they just were drooling over this McLaren. And it reminds me of our earlier days of having these posters in our rooms of these cars. And, you know, youngsters just not having that as much. And so when you give them that exposure, they're like, is there any posters? One guy asked me, do you have any posters of this car? I'm like, take one, take a photograph and make a poster.
You know, you talk about the posters, and we just happened to be in the Dave Charlton boardroom where we set up with the media, following the Class B race here, and it is JP Mauro, Juan Pablo Mauro, that leads in that beautiful sounding AMG Mercedes. Behind him, second place, Damian Hammond, and the Hammond team have put in a good shot, and once again we see JP Mauro onto the riding the curb. So this guy, he's found his niche very quickly at Kyalami, and very brave to be running the curbs like that. And so a very confident drive from him.
Yeah, drifting an AMG around the S's. Probably not the first time we've said that, but for JP, it's just like, he's just enjoying himself. He's got nothing really to race for at the moment because they're looking comfortable leading Class B.
Yeah.
They're certainly not going to contend for the top 3 in Class A, who are 4 laps ahead. So why not take it a little sideways?
Going back to the train of thought with the posters that you mentioned, and I said we're in the Dave Charlton room. I remember as a youngster, my first experience of motor racing was at the Roy Hesketh circuit in Pietermaritzburg, and Dave Charlton was the ultimate hero, and I got a picture of him and it was he signed it for me, and it was a prized possession of mine on my bedroom wall for many years.
Yeah, and it's wonderful to be able to pass it on, and I'm just delighted to say that here at Kyalami they've taken all of the 9-hour teams and put their cars on t-shirts, and they're selling them. There's caps as well. So lovely to have that merchandise, and that's what it's really all about. There's going to be some driver autograph signing tomorrow as well. There's little posters. I'll never forget taking my son to a race when he was 3 years old. Got a signature from a driver, and he stuck it up there in his room above his bed. He still has it there today, and that's what we want to see: the next generation being inspired and encouraged and falling in love with the sport that we love so much.
No, that is so true, and the bug bites at an early age.
Right, so no more pit stops confirmed there. Adapt is 8th in class, so Pesty is going to go in with a big lead tomorrow. So their closest title contender is the Adapt for Sleep number team. That was the 23. They're the ones that are going to now fall back a little bit today, and it's going to be the 262 with a comfortable lead. Harvey currently in the seat of that number 23, running down in 15th place overall. So it's going to be a big boost here for the Pesty Racing 262 team going into the final double scoring points race of the season. Just interesting here, we can see now the race leader catching the leader of the Class B, JP Mara. I don't think he's going to just let him through. I reckon he's looking for a bit of a race, a little bit of a dice.
Oh, well, we've seen him riding the curbs and pushing it to the limit in that AMG Mercedes, so this could be interesting. Well, let's see. But we have watched the marshals have been really on point with the blue flags, and just signaling that there are faster cars coming through. But just Stuart White, just I was expecting quicker times from him, running the 146s at this stage. I thought he would have really put the hammer down, but you know, they're chasing a championship, and
that's it.
You just want to keep it tidy and bring it home in one piece.
But you can see, I mean, Charles Visser not even hitting the curb there, so
yeah,
perhaps just settling into a rhythm here. Just over 30 minutes to go, perhaps saying, right, no, we've done our hard work, we don't want to compromise anything here. Now let's bring the car home. It'll be interesting to see how JP reacts when he sees the race leader coming up behind him. Just to remind you, of course, you're looking at the time now saying 10 to 11. Oh, 10 minutes left. You guys are talking about 30 minutes. Just to remind you, of course, this is the 3 hours of Kyalami plus a little bit. All right, we needed to add 20 minutes to allow the teams who have three drivers to make sure that everybody has to change, so the 2 team drivers I have to stop at least twice in that 3 hour 20 section, just to make it fair for everybody. And just to remind you, this round replacing a round that was meant to be in East London, but unfortunately with the track surface in East London not being up to standard for these GT cars, the decision was made to bring it here, and we are so delighted that they have done that, because we are having the best time. And of course it feels like a bit of a build-up and warm-up for tomorrow, but what a day of drama we've had already, and it's only 10 to 11.
10 to 11 in the morning.
Right, beautiful scenes here. Here we go now. This is the traffic. Oh, JP having to dive inside one of the roadsters. Oh, and did he see him? He did.
Did you see the back of the Nova just sort of drifting out there as he exited turn 16 onto the main straight?
Of course, that Mercedes will be given a blue flag to say you've got a faster car coming behind. Let's see how JP handles that as they go past that
the
beautiful
marshal
Alpha
on the left, but the blue flags for the rest of the back markers as well, so it's not just that fight specific, as these guys have to tiptoe their way through the slower other class cars.
I was just looking at the Alpha. I'm just wondering whether a rear spoiler wouldn't be beneficial there, you know, looking a bit slidey at the back. Charles Visser. Can somebody please talk to him? That was a bit risky. I don't think I've ever seen 3 next to each other going through sunset. That was very risky there, and that's what we say. Just keep an eye on the road. Don't take your eyes off. He might be well ahead, but anything can happen. And there he goes, full of confidence. Wow.
That was quite an opportunistic move there, I must say, and to go 3. Oh, that's the beauty of Kyalami. You can get away with it here. You're not going to be able to do that on any other of the tracks around the country.
Just keeping an eye, of course, on the times in Class E as well. So 30 seconds now between the second car there. There we go, confirmation of that. So it's Baron Pretorius in 7th place ahead of Naidu in 32.1 seconds. So that's actually looking a little bit comfortable now. The other battle was between 3rd and 4th, also 30 seconds then between currently 9th and 10th on the road. So that was the closest battle a short while ago. Up at the front, it is Charles Visser, the winner in that Nova from Swartkops, and it's Stuart White in 2nd, the winner of the last round, and battling it out. They are the current championship leaders.
And then once again getting word from Steve Koenig. He's, as I said, the direct line to the 262 car, and we've spoken at length about the gearbox issues, and the message coming through is 3rd gear is hard to get in. Jumping out of fifth, the drivers have to hold the gear to keep it when it's in 5th gear. So driving with one arm on the gear shift and one arm on the steering wheel at the moment. So
elbow out the window and shade. There we go, beautiful shot of inside the car. I'm going to be handing over to Prince. We haven't heard much from Prince. He's been out with the kids all day, so looking forward to having him and Steve Koenig bring us home. We've got 27 minutes to go right here at Kyalami. Brendan, it's been great to have you alongside us this
always a pleasure.
This morning. It's still morning. We've still got a long day of racing still to go, and looking forward to a busy afternoon to come. Prince, over to you.
Right. Prince going to jump into the seat next to me. And the lead has grown. Charles Visser having managed to stretch that little lead. Stuart White not managing to close up on him, and the lead having grown quite substantially. So Charles Visser just at this stage keeping it neat and tidy. It looks like Stuart White might have decided just to back it off slightly.
Great to see the Charles is staying consistent with his brand. Certainly set the intentions clear, Brendan, earlier on when it came to qualifying. But then him now continuing on this kind of performance, definitely something we're not surprised by and shocked by.
But something, sorry, Prince, I'm going to interrupt there. Surprised and shocked. Into Africa have just come into the pits to retire.
What?
To retire the car. Apparently it's gone, and I'm just getting, the guys are indicating now that it's gone straight into the pit bar, into the garage. So they're busy working furiously on the car. So problems and high drama with 26 minutes left to go in the race.
Yep, and they're not on the timing. They've definitely been down there for a while now. Oh, geez, how is this? Oh, Steve Koenig, I know you've got a number of scenarios. This is going to be interesting. I wonder if you accounted for this one. In the meantime, it's Salfisa then. I wonder if he's aware of this or not, but he's pretty much in the bag now.
Yeah, I'm sure that they would have jumped onto the radio and given them the updates. But absolutely, if it is a retirement for them, unfortunately we don't have a camera in pit lane at the moment. So, but we'll find out. I'm sure the guys are running down the pit lane at the moment to try and bring us all of the action. We'll let you know as soon as we've got somebody lined up to give us a heads up as to what's happening out there.
Okay, well, what we do need to know as far as what's happening is concerned, the Inter-Africa car did complete at least 75% of this race.
Yep.
So they will get a number of points down at least.
Yeah,
that's a great thing. So they still are there or thereabouts and in it for the championship. It's just now, it's difficult to say how this is absolutely going to affect going into the 9 hour, because now they have to gear themselves for that. And the whole point was it's just for sleep as well as Inter-Africa going toe for toe into the final 2 rounds of the championship for this weekend.
What it is going to do is going to bring JP Mauro and Sun Mudley up into the podium positions. So Latergan, the Latergan Tavares car having moved up into second already. So and then JP Mauro, we'll see him slotting into third unless we see the Into Africa car miraculously coming out the pits. But obviously something gone horribly wrong in that car. But we didn't, it was running on pace. But maybe it did drop off a little bit because Charles Visser just started stretching that lead little bit by little bit, and we thought maybe he's just backed off. So,
yep. And according to our timings, well, I don't know if our timing is up to date as to what's going on right beneath us at the moment. I still see Stuart White's name there in third, but it's yet to catch up with the proceedings at the moment.
The lead that the Group A cars had. So slowly but surely the guys are starting to unlap themselves.
Oh, I see.
And we're going to see JP Mauro will shortly be jumping up into the podium position. As I said, up into third place he'll go. So. Oh, hot drama. I need to take a sip of water. My mouth is completely dry.
You look flushed, Brendan. You look flushed. And considering that we've had 3 hours of relative smooth running, of course we had the first safety car, but the car seems to be running again. We're getting the signal that it's being pushed out and it's going to get a final go at it for the remainder of this race. 20-odd minutes left, but 23 minutes to be exact. And Inter-Africa seem to have resolved whatever the issue was. We'll get word of that again. The car's down, dropped off the jacks, and it's ready to go.
Hear it firing up.
You can hear it burbling,
Yep. So you see it in the background there. Out of the pit lane it goes.
Yep, so there it is. You got it in frame there.
So JP Mauro just not having managed to unlap himself yet. So maybe that podium position not going to happen. But we'll catch up. I'm sure we'll catch up with one of the crew from the Into Africa racing team, or I can go chat to Byron Teens a little bit later on and just get an exact insight as to what happened there and how they can avert something like that from happening in the 9 hours of Kyalami tomorrow.
And Byron Teens would be the perfect person rather to speak to about that. His laconic, calm demeanor. It seems like he's taking everything, absorbing all the information in. But it's been a long 3 hours, 3 hours 20 to be exact, Brendan. What exactly has stood out for us for the course of this race? Of course, I've been running up and down, seeing bits and pieces of the action. But across the classes, take us through it. What's the past 3 hours been like?
The big highlight for me from the caliber of not only of the cars but the caliber of the drivers as well. You know, we've got such a mix. We've got young up and coming hotshots. We've got a young lady, Tyler Robinson, performing brilliantly out there. She has done phenomenally well. And her and Kyle, her dad, running in 10th place at the moment and second in Class D. So brilliant job from Tyler. That's been one of the highlights. The close action between the VW Super Polos. Always enjoy that. And then the international drivers, the foreign drivers that we've got here. 16 foreign drivers. We'll only see some of them in the 9 hour tomorrow. But these guys are out there and loving it. And every time we go down there, they just give you more and more information. They start getting familiar with you and just more and more information, and just lamenting how brilliant the track condition, not only the track condition, but the condition of the facilities as well, and the standard of the facilities, and all of them saying we'll definitely be back here.
Yeah, I was speaking to Corridors Racing, who seem to have been doing very well during the course of the race. A couple of hiccups, couple of niggles from practice going into this race, but they've been running perfectly fine, having had a gearbox issue. And I spoke to João Martins, one of the racing drivers there, and he was lauding just how underrated the concept and prospect of coming from overseas and racing here, Kyalami, and going right back home soon after with absolute convenience. There's really no sort of lag or jump or skip down in terms of the standard. It's just as good as any other international circuit, and that's a message he's trying to get across to all of his colleagues overseas. So I think we're yet to see the full potential of the international contingent coming into Kyalami. We're just getting started.
Yeah, and that was from Joa, but and virtually the same from Steve Brooks in the 55 car that he's sharing with Mark Owens, a fellow Great Britain driver, and then Ludovic Caron, the French driver. And they were saying, just fly in to South Africa on a Thursday, practice Friday, race Saturday, fly home Sunday, and you're good to go to work on the Monday. Just watching the 262 car going over that curb on the inside, Barent Pretoria starting to ride the curbs on that one. We did mention that he's racing with one hand on the gear stick and one hand on the steering wheel, but just riding over the curbs there a little bit.
It's as much as Barent and Harem, as well as I think Michael Koenig is in that car today, as much as they would give it a kiss as they get out of the car, they also give it a bit of a kick, because wow, this has been a long weekend for them. Last I saw them, I think each and every one of them were under that car, working on the clutch. I think the pressure plate, the
gearbox, the pressure plate, and then straight after this race, once everything's cooled down, they're going to put a new gearbox into the car as well.
You have your work cut out for you. But you know what? It's all worth it. That is the closing line to a lot of what I've heard from the racing drivers down in pits. They just love being at this incredible and historic Grand Prix circuit, and we're rewriting history in a sense, being here for this double-header closing weekend. But there's a lot of wind that seems to have picked up at the moment down the home straight. It's a headwind that they'd be facing, and let's see if that has a sort of untoward or negative effect on performance at the moment. But just some info about PT2 Racing and Aldo. They were trapped in third gear.
I remember that. That is incredible. They finished the race. I mean, the last it was an extended session of the race that they only had third gear, but they brought it home. So yeah, they've obviously got a gearbox or two on their mantelpiece at home, because they certainly have gearbox problems with the 262 car.
They could run a gearbox spares operation quite easily for the backdraft class. But look, all of this is well within the capability and skill set of the likes of the Martins, who are running, of course, the backdraft series, and that team has been brilliant. It's a family environment. They're very friendly. We've got the number 55, which also had a gearbox issue yesterday during practice. I don't know who's at the wheel at the moment. Have a look in a bit, but that was at Ingwe. Went wide, but seemed on its own steam to have come out of it. A driver there has handled the issue, seems to be over it. We'll get a look now as to who's in the car. The transponder, obviously by now, will have reset. Number 55, I think it's Owens. Yeah, it's Mark Owens.
Michael Owens.
Yeah. And funny enough, it was Mark, who told me that it was a gearbox issue that they were facing when I spoke to him. He was standing outside of the car and supposed to be practicing at that time, but very frustrated by the gearbox issue that they seem to have solved. And he seems to have solved the issue he came across there at Ingwe. In the meantime, it is the number 5 PBR Porsche with Lata Khan at the wheel and Visser hotly contesting some for a piece of tarmac of this Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. Down the inside goes Visser. Of course, they're on a different trajectory altogether. Visser having clocked, or the entire Adjust for Sleep team having clocked 96 laps of this 3-hour 20 race, and Lata Khan on 94. So he's 2 laps ahead with Lata Khan 2 laps down. Stewie White is now on a recovery job with this freak incident, this ghost that seems to have entered the machine. Another machine with ghost at the moment is the Swiss Hotels Adapt Backdraft, which is now beached at, where are we on the circuit here? And who's in the car at the moment?
We've got 16 minutes left to go, and now we're going to have a safety car period as well. So can it be any more high drama?
Oh, jeez, incredible. There it is.
4th safety car
There it
intervention that we've got. So once again, Ian Riddle will be heading out there. Ian Riddle driving the course car, and then Piet van der Walt in the safety car. So they've had a busy 3 hours and 4 minutes thereabouts, and we're going to. What permutations is this going to now change up for us? Are we going? I'm just rubbing my hands in glee for the last. It's going to be like a sprint to the finish after the safety car intervention.
You know what? We're going to need a lap count for Ian and Piet, along with everyone else. Everyone's got their 96 laps. We need their laps counted too, because they've been around the circuit a number of times for the past 3 hours, and 3 odd hours rather. We're approaching the close of the 3-hour 20, but with 16 minutes to go, a safety car plays into the hands of into Africa somewhat. It neutralizes what was an expanding lead, given the ghost that the gremlin that now entered the car, and they quickly were able to fix that. But it's just, this is how we started the race. Is the funny part. It was Inter Africa who went out. Adjust for Sleep also were looking racy from the early part, and then we had a safety car then that neutralized the gap that Adjust for Sleep was establishing for themselves, and now they found themselves in a similar situation. It's like Adjust for Sleep must be thinking, we just can't win here.
Yeah.
You know, as far as the 3 hours concerned.
Yeah, with a comfortable two-lap lead now. We see the Proton and the Photon going around the track, making its way around to the stricken backdraft Roadster on the side of the circuit. They'll get that under tow, bring it back, and then we should be good to go. I would imagine it'll be about 12 minutes, just a last sprint to the end. And Visser with a virtually unassailable lead at the moment. The Lata Khan, the number 5 car, Lata Khan, and Tavares Porsche comfortably in second, and then the gap between second and third with Stuart White and Holile Letlaka. That gap we'll pick up as soon as the timing goes live again. If we get a number of that car while we wait for the safety car, I'm going to step out of the hot seat and invite Steve Koenig to join you for the last couple of minutes. Prince, it's been an honor and a pleasure to have worked with you. Let's welcome back Steve Koenig.
Just getting it started too. We've got a great weekend of racing ahead, and as I'm sure viewers at home on our YouTube stream and live on Supersport 2I'm5 have been enjoying, quite the host of motorsport talent stars that we have behind the mic, behind the scenes of this wonderful racing series. The Swiss Hotels School Backdraft, now beached on the side of the circuit, is an interesting one. Interesting because the word consistency associates so much with this particular team. Their very consistency, Steve, has been what stood for them and has created such a great standing in the championship, sitting third at the moment. It's Pesty Racing in the V8 Roadster Championship out in the lead with, it's second place rather, not third, second. Of course, we have a total of 3 drivers and each of them have individual honors, but overall the team is sitting second in the V8 Roadster Championship, and this here gremlin now enters the scene at the end of round 5.
Well, I can tell you there's certain fellows sitting in the pits that have been stressing, and well, unfortunately for the likes of the Swiss Hotel School, this is worst case scenario for them. They drop down to 8th. Obviously, something has properly gone wrong with the car. It hasn't been the race that they wanted. And they're going to have to restructure, refocus, and get that car back out. But I do want to point out, remember, pit lane closes 5 minutes before the end. If you are not out of the pits by that time, you're not getting out. You're not seeing that checkered flag. So it is going to be all hands on deck to get that car sorted out. And it's going to be a really, really difficult time for our drivers. But championships are being made and broken at the moment, and lots of stress. But the stress is going to come in for Schalfisser at the moment, who is behind the wheel of the Just for Sleep Rico Barlow Racing Norman Nova prototype, as he's now having to keep himself focused on what he needs to do to keep up the momentum. He's also having to manage how hot the car's getting, because now they've slowed everything down, not as much airflow coming into the car for one, the driver, two, for the engine. Also, tires are now starting to cool down as well, so now they're going to have to try and figure out how to maintain that tire heat, get everything back in and get going, because they have got a hectic time with Lartacon and White looking to really put the pressure on them as well. So definitely a difficult situation for every single one of these drivers looking to carry any advantage going into tomorrow's race. And the 3 hours and 20 minutes of Kyalami is really going and displaying that whatever you think is going to happen, guess what? It's not. Do want to point out, we are seeing the cars getting waved around. Our course car just making sure everything is okay, and we'll pick up on our leader. So what it's allowing is for all the back markers to unlap themselves, make their way back onto the train, and that's what we call a wave by. You would see it a lot in NASCAR. They do a wave by, where they allow the lap cars to go around and catch up onto the back of the train. What that does help with is when you're sitting there with a Norman Nova, a Porsche 992, a Lamborghini GT3, and an AMG GT3 all in a row, you are now on the same lead lap, you're on the same train as those faster cars. You're not having to worry about a backdraft roadster that's going to separate you. And this is where it's going to get very, very interesting, because we've got essentially the fastest racing drivers in the cars currently, and we are sitting with our top 4 nose to tail on one another. Soon as the lights go out on that safety car and pulls into the pits, it's going to be an outright brawl, start to finish at this point.
Yep, and imagine there's been a reset of the intensity that was building up towards the end of that race. Just an odd occurrence, of course, with the Inter-Africa entering. But now they're back in the fray and waiting for green flags not too long from now to get racing back underway. You'd imagine also they'd try their best to hamper and gnaw away a bit at that advantage that Just for Sleep and Rico Barlow Racing have enjoyed from that lap or so off the circuit. But the scenarios, Steve, have been piling up as the hours go by from this 3 hour. Where do we sit now? Which scenario are we at the moment?
Okay, so I didn't write down scenario 6 because I didn't expect that, but scenario 3 would be the one to go for. Just for Sleep taking the win, BBR coming in second with Inter-Africa in third. That will leave Inter-Africa on 172 points, only 3 points gap to BBR in tomorrow's race, and then 150 points going to Just for Sleep. They'll be running in third heading into it. So at the moment, BBR needs to keep Inter-Africa behind them at all costs. And considering they got a lap ahead, this is where Lartacon is going to have to get his elbows, knees, and toes out. He needs to make that Porsche wider than a Ford Galaxy to ensure that Inter-Africa does not get round them. He needs to go in with a 3 points advantage here, because this is going to help him out in the double points coming for the 9 hours. So this is going to be a proper run, and we've just gained confirmation. Inter-Africa had a battery failing, so they had to swap out the batteries and get it back in. As Gareth Burley pointed out, I'm sure that specific pit box, they're going to look at moving it maybe one door down just in case. It seems to be a bit of a plague on that type of thing, but it's great to see. And also the young kids going and interacting with the cars. They've got to see how it's done when there's some serious work in the pits, like what Inter-Africa was having. They walked around, they got to see how the batteries were getting pulled out, how quickly the cars could come apart and get put back together to carry on with the race. Unlike a normal road car, where you would take it in, and it takes a fair amount of time. Everything's just so connected. With racing cars, you need to be able to get to parts easily, fast, and replace it just as quick.
Yeah, you're pretty much at the cutting edge of your particular skill set, and this is not only in your region, maybe around the world. You're in the top and in the upper percentiles when it comes to that sort of skill and understanding of your craft. We're still circulating and navigating the circuit at the moment with yellows being waved. We still have the guidance and pace of the safety car at the moment. I guess they want to be absolutely sure that we're back in full safe conditions for us to remain to continue the race. But of course, it is something that's going to allow for enough for the backdrafts, the back markers rather, to catch up again and get that train nice and neat, as you said, Steve, to get the order right. But cooling down of tires, cooling down of tempo, all of that is now going to be affecting our front runners.
You know, there's one team that's not going to be complaining about the safety car.
Who's that?
Well, that's currently lying second in the race, BBR. The longer the safety car goes on, the less chance Inter Africa is going to be able to get past. Which, if we go back to Red Star, what was the difference maker between BBR and the Promogen Audi at the end of it? It landed up with one single moment where the safety car defied first place by 80 meters, with BBR getting the win. And we're getting a bit of an insight to the car, and this is inside the BBR as they make their way around, absolutely stunning the Porsche Cup car, the 992. And you might be wondering what the cooler box is there for. That's actually to go and circulate cool water to try and cool down the driver's core body temperature, going and extending the endurance of the driver. You're not getting as hot, you're not getting as mentally fatigued, you're not getting as physically fatigued. So something that a lot of these cars go and utilize, and especially in hotter climates, works so well. But for the backdraft roadsters, not really being used as often. So now the grid's starting to catch up to one another. 5 minutes and 28 seconds to go, and we are going to go racing. And once we go racing, it's time for Lartachan to put his elbows out as wide as possible at this point to keep into Africa. And on the onboard shot, we saw him look up to the mirror going, okay, now I've got you, and I'm going to hold this spot. If you want to go and see how difficult it is to get past a 992 with a GT3 car, you're about to see it. And this is going to help Charles Visser run away, but for second place, it's separated by a lap, and they are going to be chasing each other. But don't count out JP, who's looking to show his name in lights as we're getting ready for the kickoff. 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go, and you can see how it's all concertinaed right at the end as they're getting onto the power and starting to open up the gap. And it does look like BBR actually slowed it right down right before Charles Visser backed the whole grid up and then shot off as quick as he can. But that went and fouled up every single car behind him. And JP has gotten past the likes of the Inter Africa from that restart, which means not a change in position, but is definitely going to hamper them of getting that second place.
Yeah, and the aggression of Stewie White is going to be, he's going to have to concentrate all of that aggression into this last 4 or so minutes. That was going to be a very hotly contested piece of tarmac. JP Mauer's been so impressive considering how quick he was in qualifying. No. Stewie White falling back so quickly. What is going on? That does not look like organic pace from the same Blueberry we've seen over the past couple of hours. There's an issue there, Steve.
Yeah, Blueberry is looking like it's getting to its best before date at this point. But JP out on the charge, getting past the likes of Lartachan, now aiming to really get his way through. Lartachan not really needing to fight JP at this point. He's got the position secure. JP trying to just unlap himself, carry on with the race, and just giving it everything it's got. So it's good to see that it's going to be charging their way through. So now the questions come in where the drivers, what are they going to need to do? But Blueberry is in a difficult spot because he cannot pull into the pits. Remember, if he runs into a problem, he's out, he's done.
Yeah, he's not leaving those pits.
And if he parks the car on track, that's it, it's done as well. So Blueberry just needs to circulate, but will go into tomorrow's race with only a 3-point advantage over the BBR.
Only a 3-point advantage over the BBR. Less than 3 minutes remaining, and I do wonder if we got an update on the number 23 Swiss Hotel Schools Adapt. Did it get back onto the circuit? I'm trying to see. No. And if that means we're not going to see them again, because we're now lower than that 5-minute mark that we have when it comes to closing of the pit lane. It is officially closed as of the last 5 minutes of this 3-hour 20-minute race.
JP is not close enough to Stewie White to put Stewie further down. So Into Africa will have their position secured in the final 3 minutes. But Charles Visser out on circuit, 2 minutes to go. No need to push the car too hard. You can keep it nice and clean. And even if JP wants to get past him, just let him go. Don't have to worry about it. There's no chance of losing this first place, considering they're on 102 laps. Lartican is on 100 laps. Stewie White's on 99. JP is sitting on 97. And then Damien Hammond in Class B car actually sitting on 97 laps. While he's, 94 laps, with Franco on 89 laps. So it's great to see the different times coming in and how that's starting to change the whole race. But also now this is the time for a lot of the drivers to start to settle down the pace. Start looking at all the different points of it, saying, okay, we want to make sure we get this to the end, focus on the charge, and move your way up through the order.
Yeah, it's important to focus on the end, considering that you've gotten exactly what you wanted. The majority of the race is come and gone, and you need to sort of temper yourself and rein yourself in. Make sure your adrenaline levels aren't overwhelming you and making a foolish decision. At the moment, I think it's job done, more or less, for all of these teams. Round 5 was going to be a tricky one, because you're right before the finale tomorrow, which is the SAS 9 hours, and you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you're at jeopardy and cannot take the championship all the way to the end. But we do have confirmation that it still was that battery issue that Blueberry was struggling with, that Stewie White is nursing at the moment. The fortuitous part for him is that there aren't enough laps left available for people to unlap themselves, or for anyone to have any incentive to race in anger. We are in the remaining seconds, the final 30 seconds of this 3-hour 20-minute race, which has been thrills from the beginning, literally from lap 1.
Well, I just want to give a bit of insight for the number 27 National V8 Roadster with Karsten Naidu and Fabian Lance. Unfortunately, engine has decided it's checking out for this 3-hour. They're not going to see the checkered flag and will taper down the field. This is just heartbreaking to hear, and that's a direct line to Fabian Lance down in the pits. She was so happy about her lap times, doing a 106.1. Was reporting a bit of a lockup happening on the rear, but it seems like the Gremlin just moved from the rear to the front, took that engine out. They're going to try and get it sorted out for tomorrow, but that's right at the end of the race. It all went wrong.
Oh, geez, you can never call it, really. And if you consider the fact that 3 times, I think we're getting ready to have the flag down at the moment. We're not quite there yet. We're at pretty much at the end. We've stopped the count. We've cleared Cheetah, or at least Adjust for Sleep. That Nova Proto 2 has cleared Cheetah, and Zat Ingwe at the moment to collect the checkered flag for the SAES. 3 hours of Kyalami, the 3-hour 20-minute endurance that was thrown before them for round 5, just before round 6 at the end. They've taken the challenges as they came, and 104 laps rather completed in sound condition. Whereas others, the likes of Latachan right behind him in second place, is going to be following up not too long from now. The likes of Blueberry, their closest championship contenders, were right there from the beginning. Into Africa, Just for Sleep, the Rico Barlow setup over there, as well as BBR, were all still in that fight for that front 3 in the overall standings in Class A, and they were in it right up until the end for the 3-hour race. Definitely wasn't the easiest, particularly for Into Africa, right till the end, facing a battery issue. You'd never see it coming.
It's shocking. It's absolutely shocking. Yes, I can use my dad joke, thank you. But coming across is the PC Racing that has now successfully opened up their championship quite a lot, because the only ones they'll be able to chase him down now will have to be the Swiss Hotel School, and they will have to win outright tomorrow, with PC Racing not even finishing on the podium. And Trade Core Steel is going to be the closest to that, to fight it out. So it's going to be a very interesting time tomorrow, and I'm really trying to figure out how it's going to work. But considering they were holding it in 5th gear, and reports coming from the drivers saying that the right arm is extremely strong at the moment compared to the left, well, for obvious reasons as they battle their way around, and it's been a great show. But this has been a very tough race. You wouldn't think a 3 hour would be an Achilles heel for a lot of drivers, but it doesn't matter how much you've gone and improved, you've gone and had a tough time out there. It doesn't matter how easy you think it is. Well, that's championship going for it. But there is going to be a team going through the roof at the moment because they would have successfully locked down a championship. Prince, take us through who has successfully won the championship
Indeed.
in the South African Endurance Series.
Yeah, the Class D champions have been crowned as of the checkered flag dropping for the 3 hours and 20 minutes of this race that we've had. The GSW, Graphic Supply World VW of David and Roberto Franco, will be taking that Class D championship. They have been working non-stop. They've been so consistent. I'm also happy to see their trajectory changing, especially when it came to round 2 at Swartkorps, and you saw the way they collected that type of performance, and you could tell that the path they're on now definitely puts them in championship winning conversations towards the end of the year. And now they've positioned themselves perfectly. They've kept their noses clean all the way through, and they're able to then take that championship win for Class D. We see Pshal Visser getting some cooler air into the car. We did say that it was going to get hotter for these cars as soon as the safety car came in and slowed them down a bit. I mean, the more air and the higher speed that is coming at you there is, then the better in that fighter jet environment, so to speak. And you see how compressed and tightly packed he is, but it's all to make sure that he's not moving around too much. Everything is in perfect position and on song to keep the unnecessary forces acting on the car at bay, to get it performing in as balanced a manner as possible. Blueberry, that number 13 Lamborghini Huracan, just pulled into the pits as well. We're right over their pit building, so we've seen a lot of the action as it happens from them, and that's the exact shot that you have in frame there with the BBR, a beautiful 992 Cup car. The Keegan Masters and Henk Lattergan have done well to bring it home in one piece. We'll see what it turns out to be for them for round 6, but it's definitely gone tighter because we're looking at scenario 3 as of Steve's many scenarios. We've got a 5 or 6 piece jigsaw puzzle that he's put together, but in a scenario where we have a Just for Sleep winning it, which they have done, BBR in second and Into Africa in third, it's 150, 169 and 172 points respectively on the championship for each of those teams.
Definitely went back to school with that math, but Graphic Supply World going and winning out the championship, 126 points through and through. So great to see it. Well done. You can see the celebrations all happening out on track. A handshake from Stuart White to the Just for Sleep team saying well done, and a show of great sportsmanship for a hard-working effort. And it just turned out that a battery was the thing to turn the championship just a little bit in favor for a Just for Sleep and BBR to take the championship away from the likes of Into Africa. Tomorrow is going to be an absolute monster, and I'm sure all 3 teams are going to become super secretive. They're going to say congratulations, but you will not be able to get past that red tape. So let's go to Paige, who has got our race winners on the ground.
Right, we're in the pits with Pshal Visser, who has just taken the win on the 3 hour, 20-minute race. How are you feeling?
Ecstatic, honestly. We won the previous round as well, so it's a good thing that we won here as well. It just shows that we can come here with a new setup, a new compound and everything, and still deliver and everything. So I'm super happy. It's just a good momentum for the 9 hour. Obviously, the 9 hours, 4 hours, or even longer, more longer than the 3 hour. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. But overall, I'm just happy spirits in the team, and I think it's going to be a good one later today.
Amazing, and I mean, this car just really gave it everything today. You guys did so well. You didn't have a hiccup throughout the day. Really held that lead well.
Yeah, definitely. There was a few warnings, but it wasn't anything major. But yeah, I'm sure the team will check it out or whatever. But overall, I'm just happy the car came in one piece over the line, so everything is still performing as it should be, and yeah, just super happy overall.
Amazing, and I hear there's some big plans for you next year. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, rumor has it. I mean, I don't even myself know the plans, to be honest. But yeah, I'm really happy. I'm sure
big.
I'm sure my dad is cooking something up there behind the scenes. But yeah, I'm really happy. I'm looking forward to next year as well. Even if
nothing big really happens. Oh, so race or anything. Yeah, but yeah, I'm just in general. I'm just soaking in the moment soaking in the moment. But yeah.
Well done. That was a great victory. And look, we're going to be watching you guys in the 9 hour. Good luck. We hope it's just as good.
Thank you very much.
Well done. We're going to find second place over here. Who just got out the car? Gonna join him. Keegan. All right, we are down here with second place for the 3 hour 20-minute race. Hank's just got out of the car, as you can see. Keegan's also one of the drivers, and Hein, you guys have had a really good race today. Tell us how the finish was.
No, it was an awesome race. This little car just keeps going. When some of the other guys had some issues, the little Porsche just keeps ticking along and going. It's definitely not the fastest car, but it never stopped. So thanks to the team. I mean, they always do a great job in preparing the car, and the pit stops were on point. So it was a really nice, consistent race for us, and I think that's what got it.
Yeah, well done. I mean, it really doesn't come down to the fastest car in endurance race. It comes down to strategy, setup, pit stops, as you say, and drivers. You guys are a fantastic team. You've had a great year, Keegan. You've just come back from overseas taking a championship in Italy, and now you're taking a podium here. How do you feel?
Oh, no, super ecstatic. I mean, like Henk was saying, we kind of fighting above our weight here against all these fast prototype cars and GT3 cars. So, yeah, I think all credit goes to the team. We did an amazing strategy today, and yeah, the drivers did amazing. Henk and I, it was faultless. So that's all we had to do is just be consistent and finish the race.
Yeah, well done. That's brilliant. I'm going to come over here to Dad, to Hein. Well done. How does it feel racing with your son and podiuming with him?
I mean, it's such a privilege. When they grew up as lighties, you never thought that it will happen, that you can do this. So, sorry, I'm a bit emotional, but
Amazing. I mean, I know the feeling of racing with family, and it's
Yeah.
really special to stand on the podium with your dad. I'm sure you feel the
Yeah.
same. So that the fact that you guys can do this together, and you have a guy like Keegan in your team. I mean, look at what you've done today. It's amazing.
Yeah, he's now. We got a grandson. He's now 5 years old. So I've always said I'll step down the year that we can do 1 year, the three of us.
Yeah, you got to keep them coming, keep the generations going. 100%. Guys, well done. Fantastic race, and we'll see you at prize giving. Let's go find third place. Hello. We're with Stewie over here. That was a really good race. I think you guys had a bit of a challenging pit stop in that last little session. What happened?
Yeah, look, the whole race was a little bit tough. We had to manage a misfire for about 2 hours. So yeah, we're actually just really happy to be here. We had a misfire with a rail issue. So we're losing about 2 seconds a lap, and we couldn't go completely full throttle. And then the alternator decided to pack up. So we had to come in and put a fresh battery in and then just nurse it to the end. So we were really grateful for the safety cars in the end. It really helped us to get to the finish. We lost a few points in the championship, but at least it could have been much worse. We could have been standing next to the road, so championship's still alive.
Yeah, the fact that you guys are on the podium, I think, is where you needed to be, right? You had to finish in the top 3, which is exactly what you did. May not have been where you wanted to come, but you finished, and that's the best part.
Yeah, look, obviously you always want to win, but sometimes you have to take the losses as well and think it could have been much worse. So we're all very positive, and now it's forget about this race and then move on to the next one. So yeah, we as a team are quite happy.
Yeah, big prep for the 9 hour. You got a mandatory evening practice tonight in the dark. Are you guys ready for that?
Yeah, look, we're ready. At least we push this car into the truck now, and then we start with our second car. So for us, it makes it a little bit easier. That car's already prepped, everything brand new. So at least the stress is gone, and we don't have to rebuild the car now.
Yeah, that's great news. I want to grab Zolile over here quickly. Zolile, we need you on camera. This is our team that finished third. And I want to have a chat to this man because we've been chatting all weekend, and he had some issues with left braking. So he was quite concerned about that. And I said to him, but is it worth the left braking? And he said, no, he's losing too much time if he doesn't left brake. Did you get it right?
We are going the right direction. I can tell you that much. We're going the right direction, and I can tell you there's more gains than just time. You know, I climbed out of the car after an hour and probably 30 minutes. I'm fresh. I feel like I can go another 2 hours. You just use less energy. by just being still and settled and using both legs. So there's too much to gain than not to do it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, it's perseverance, right?
Yeah.
It might be tough now, but
Yeah.
just persevering and learning, eventually you're going to get to a point where it's a lot more comfortable and you've got it. You guys are a fantastic team. You're doing big things overseas as well. How's that looking for next year?
That is looking good. We're doing the golf in 2 weeks' time, to the 12 hour, and the team is going up. Stu is going up, and some of the mechanics are coming up with us. And we are on a 296 Ferrari there now. We're going to do the 24 hours as well next month in January, and yeah, we're very excited about that. We're starting to realize the gains of the time we put here. And for me, this is not about me trying to win anything. The biggest satisfaction is that people like Stuart and the young people that are in this team are starting to get opportunities that were ordinarily would not be possible.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that motorsport in South Africa really needed. We need people like you to come in and help uplift the youngsters and give them an opportunity. I mean, I've been chatting to a few of the guys who have gone overseas for tests, and I mean, it's not easy to go overseas as South African. When you compare our rands to the euro and the dollar, and it's almost impossible to get over there and get recognized. So it's amazing what you're doing, and I think motorsport are really grateful for it. So thank you and well done.
No, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Looking forward to seeing you guys in the 9 hour. Good luck.
Well, there you have it from the horse's mouth, should be all the bull's mouth, hey, from Lile and Stuart there. Just that alternate issue that came into the end there, ultimately solved. But overall, for the 3 hours and 20 minutes, as well as the 1 hour dash that we have our overall results. The whole shot for the end, the checkered flag taken by Rico Barlow Racing, in that it just was Sleep Nova Proto 2 with Schalfers at the wheel at the time. Michael Jensen as well as Nick Adcock also shared and done their fair share rather for taking that victory. In second place, BBR Racing with Henk Latachan, Hein Latachan, as well as Keegan Masters were at work, heavily at work there, and look really good. They're also one of the very consistent teams throughout the season, so they always get to see them in the podium positions. Into Africa Racing, of course, ultimately in third place with Xolile Litlaga and Stewie White. In fourth place, Bigfoot Express Racing with JP Maro, first time out at Kyalami. Impressive qualifying performance considering that, and equally as impressive race finish with Sun Moodley, him and Sun Moodley sharing the AMG GT. And Samlin Racing in fifth place are Class D leaders, well in position, Class B leaders rather, well in position to take that championship this weekend. So they have to really make sure they put all wheels right. As far as Kyalami Grand Prix circuit is concerned, it was Damian Hammond as well as Wayne Roach at the wheel there. And we have Graphics Supply World, David and Roberto Franco securing the Class D championship. They are crowned today, and they're going to be celebrating all weekend long. They're just going to kick back and relax. And I spoke a bit with David just before his race, and they looked in that exact demeanor, making sure just to bring it home and bring it home safe, because they knew that they were in with a shot for the championship. Pesty Racing in seventh place. Barend and Harum have worked really hard alongside Michael Koenig to bring their car across. It's great to see them take the checkered flag, and the AF fans of Tyler Robinson, the young Tyler Robinson, who's juggling many cars. Actually, it's just not one car that she has to be behind. It's a VW that she took across the checkered flag for 8th place. The backdraft racings of Jamie Going and Familiaris there in 9th place, as well as Dan Hirsch and Trevor Graham in 10th place. Now, I'm trying to remember if I saw Dan and Trevor in a stick, but it was no, it wasn't them. It was actually the Swiss Hotel Schools car, the number 23 Adapt, that had a bit of an issue towards the end there, but things seem to have gone smooth for Dan Hirsch for the 3 hours and 20 minutes. Well, there you have it. If your appetite for motorsport has not been whet, I don't know what it takes, because that was certainly exciting. The first 3 hours we've had of racing today at round 5. That's the first bit of endurance racing we have all weekend. It's a back-to-back with 2 rounds. The first is down there as round 5. The next is coming up for tomorrow, and preparations from all the teams that you've seen just now on screen are going to be focused on that round 6 that's coming tomorrow. It's about repairing, it's about recovering, restoring, and seeing what niggles you can overcome in preparation for the finale tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolutely great one. And talking about tomorrow, let's take a look when it's all going to happen, because the gates are going to open at roughly 6 o'clock for you everyone to start getting their brides ready and have a bit of fun here at Kyalami. It's always a great one. Tickets are available at the gate. You want to be a part of it. You want to come and join. Bring your brides, bring your friends, and be a part of all the action. We've got the single-seaters that will be going out onto the track roughly about 7 o'clock just to do a little bit of a warm-up, and we'll be starting with our activations. The first race will be tomorrow. Will be at 8:10 with our single-seaters. They'll be out on track along with our Lotus Challenge. They'll be moving their way through. As we go a little bit later on towards the to the late afternoon and evening, we'll be kicking off with at 1 o'clock our 9 hours here at Kyalami, the 9 hours of Kyalami for round 6. And you want to be a part of that tomorrow. It's going to be great. Lots of great artists coming through. 13 different acts are going to be here, including one of the bands I'm super excited for, Prime Circle, going to be here at Kyalami along with all our VIPs, and it's just going to be an absolutely wild time. So do get yourselves here and be a part of the show. Or if you're tuning in from other parts of the country, big welcome to you guys. We're going to give you as much of the information as possible, get to share the atmosphere, and honestly, you're in for an absolute treat of note.
Yep, the biggest racing event we've seen all year in motorsport here in South Africa. The SAES has had an impressive tour all year round, and this weekend quite unique in the fact that it's that round 5 and 6 that we've had this weekend. A number of support races as well in between our endurance racing, but we're looking forward to seeing how the weekend closes up. But yeah, like Steve was saying, quite exciting is the fact that it's not just the motorsport. We've got an entire array of a motorsport festival, so to speak, with entertainment for our VIPs and all of our fans joining us in the grandstands and out around the circuit. Some entertainment throughout the day, incredible array of bands like Steve was saying, Prime Circle, Dali Wonga, Oscar MBO, and a number of very talented artists. So we're looking forward to that, that's for sure.
It's going to be a great one. It's going to be a brilliant weekend and some fantastic action. But with like all things, good things do have to come to an end. And on Supersport, we're going to have to say farewell to our amazing virtual grandstand out there, joining us and having a huge fun, getting to share all the feelings, all the excitement here in our commentary box. And we can't wait to bring more of the action coming on tomorrow. So make sure you keep tuned in to 215 out there on Supersport, as we're going to be coming back to you live with all the action tomorrow with our support races and the 9 hours of Kyalami. Who will be crowned national champion? Well, you're going to have to find out. On behalf of the entire production team that's here, and also Prince Ndweni and myself, Stephen Koenig, we'll see you next time right here on 215 on Supersport.
Well, as I'm wont to say, we've baked it, fried it, boiled it, sauteed it. We've given you motorsport in every rendition possible this Friday, and we're just getting started. Today was round 5 for our SAES, and we're closing it up tomorrow with round 6. So the finale is set up to be exactly that, a grand finale, Steve.
It's going to be an awesome one. But we are going to be going and carrying on with our support races here on YouTube. So don't go away. It's going to be exciting. There's so much to go on, and a couple of good categories I'm looking forward to, which is the Lotus Challenge, and also the single seaters coming out in big droves, a bit of a festival there. I am through the roof with it. We still got the night practices that need to be done and qualifying for the 9 hours. But we're going to be coming back at 1 o'clock. We're going to try and get some of the news, the lowdowns, and everything that's going on. And honestly, my nerves are absolutely shot with that one. So 1 we're going to come back. But Prince, I'm going to find out some info and excited. So we're going to be having a good bit of fun out here. But Prince, if we have to talk about the racing thus far, if you had to try and figure out what's going to be your next favorite after we've just witnessed 3 hours of Kyalami, what would you put it as?
It's an obvious one for me because of what we haven't had a chance to touch base on everything. It's been such an exciting and busy weekend. But I met an aeronautic engineer who also is a single-seater pilot. So I'm leaning towards the single-seaters. I'm really excited to see what the support class in the single-seaters has to offer us during the course of the weekend.
Converted. Finally. Finally. It only took me an entire year to convert you to the single-seaters.
I appreciate your patience.
But it's going to be a wild one. So it's going to be a great one. That's going to be coming up shortly as well. And that's going to be starting at 12:10. So we're going to be keeping alive for that one. And talking about the single-seater festival, though, we're going to have a variety of cars. We've got our Super Vs, the Likumali Super Vs, that are coming back in droves. And also a big shout-out to them for going and getting approved rules for National Challenge status here in South Africa. So great to see that going and being a part of the series. But the festival itself is an invite to anyone that has single-seaters. And, well, it was a challenge to everyone from the south to challenge the north. So we're going to have many of the single-seaters coming from the coastal side, coming up from PE, Cape Town, and the likes to be with us. And you will see Formula Volkswagens will be up in drove. So Alan Mayer is going to have a huge amount of competition. DJ Boysons is up as well. We have got Formula Vs that are going to be out and racing, including the entire Hills family. That's also going to be quite a fun one. And we have got Formula GTIs pitching up to the show as well. Fantastic to see. Formula GTIs in the early 2000s and the 90s were a national championship. So we get to relive that magic once again. And also, not to forget, the Formula M's that are going to be out onto the track, the motorbike motors that we've seen. And for those that have been tuning in, being part of the series, you would remember a certain, well, Van Diemen chassis with a KTM engine or just a KTM bodywork, white and orange, that gives Alan Mayer in his blue and white Formula VW a run for their money. They challenged each other every time they've got onto the track. Well, we're going to see it all over again, this time with an absolutely stacked grid of over 27 cars lining up on the grid. And I can tell you, for being a part of something that's happened in the past very similar to this, it's rather exciting, nerve-wracking, especially when you're starting at the back and you're waiting. Please don't let anyone stall, otherwise we're going to have a problem. And, well, to relive the magic, to have the single-seaters here, to show it off to the youth, and also different eras that have come through, from the most modern, like what we're seeing with the Super Vs, to the oldest of cars being the Formula Forwards, and also the GTIs would be the oldest of the cars racing here today. So it's great to see all the different eras joining up to be part of the fun and to see where it all comes out.
Yeah, quite the amalgamation of motorsport machinery, and very interesting to see the engineering feats that they're able to achieve, considering especially how the Formula M cars are built. Let's talk a bit about those, because those are quite interesting.
Okay, so Formula M is actually one of the oldest existing categories in South Africa. So they originally were built for short circuit, aka your go-kart tracks, or even around the parking lots where you had a bit of cones and tires put out. And that was in the early days, running 100 cc's, 150, even 125s. They then later moved on to going and racing more long circuits. So they had the 400cc, which would be the Class D. That was for the very, like 10 years old, to go and have a bit of fun with them. And then they moved on to Class C, which is your 600cc's, your Class B, which is your 800s, and then your A class is your unlimited. So that will be your 1000 Hayabusa. That will be your 1400 KTM, going and having a bit of fun. Those chassis are mainly built in garages from around the South Africa. And you'll also note that some of those chassis, there's actually one. It's I can't remember the number, but it's a black Formula M. That chassis goes back in the front end, goes back to the early 70s. That has carried through all the way to the eras. So that's actually one of the oldest half a chassis that is. It's been modified over the course of the years, obviously to touch and fit base where it needs to be. It's going to be an interesting one to see, and Formula M utilizing bike motors that are high revving, screamers. It is fantastic to have them around. And they also have a common look to Formula Ones of more of the early 2000s, mid 2000s era. Not many are running the more current where they're halos and that type of thing. But it does really show that it is a bit of fun. So the Formula M's I always want to keep an eye out for. They tend to challenge things like the Formula V's, which are 4 cylinders. They are 1400s that are racing, and also the 1600s with the Super V's. You'll see them going and mixing wheels with that. Same as Yannick Kerber going and running in the Van Diemen chassis with the bike motor, the KTM. It takes a challenge to a Formula VW, which was a national category not so long ago here in South Africa. And unfortunately, that series kind of fell apart, but the cars still exist to this day, and they're coming back in droves. And obviously, the 2 liters of the Formula GTRs are going to be charging their way through.
Maybe to set it into perspective for all of our viewers at home, lap times, performance difference. What does that look like in terms of the different classes and gradings of cars? And what's that window that they've been brought into to sort of be there or thereabouts in terms of performance?
Okay, so if you had to look at the Formula VWs, they will be setting times closer to your Class C cars that were previously racing. So you're looking at about 206s and lower for them.
Yeah.
You've got your Formula Vs, which are going to be about 215s to about 210s to 215s, depending on how hard they're willing to push. And that kind of fits a middle ground. So if you had to look on basically a big scope, you're going to have your Formula Vs, which are going to be towards a little bit on the back. Then you will have your Formula Ms and Super Vs racing in the middle. You'll have your Formula Volkswagens and your A-Class Formula Ms running towards the top end of the field. That's what you can expect. In terms of closing down, it's not going to be equivalent to a Lamborghini versus a Class E, our national V8 Roadsters. It's not that huge of a difference, but it is something you've got to be very cognizant of, especially with cornering. They're very, very nippy cars.
Yeah.
You'll also note that the Formula Ms sometimes are a lot stockier in their shapes. So through tighter corners, the hairpins, Ingwe is going to be the best one for them. It's one turn, you hook it in, you can get going much quicker than the longer wheelbases. But going through Sunset, you're actually going to be turning the steering wheel once, twice, 3 times as the car's shifting around, because it's more of a go-kart than any of it versus a longer chassis. So that's going to be a different one for the drivers to really push themselves.
Okay, but we will get more into that and a lot more of the excitement that's coming our way for the day. But in the meantime, we're going to cross over to Paige, who is ready for prize giving for the racing we've seen thus far.
All right, welcome to the 3-hour, 20-minute prize giving at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. We're going to start off with the overall. And in 3rd place, we'd like to call up Inter Africa Racing. In 2nd place, we'd like to call up BBR. And in 1st place, Adjust for Sleep, please join us. Moving on to Class A, we're going to call the same teams back up, please. In 3rd place, we've got Inter Africa Racing. In 2nd place, we've got BBR. And in 1st place, we've got Adjust for Sleep. Please join us back on the podium for Class A. Class A, the guys who are just on the podium, come back. Adjust for Sleep, BBR. right, and in Class B, if we can please have in third place, Samlin Racing 7. In second place, we've got Samlin Racing number 59. And taking the win today, we've got Bigfoot Express in first place in Class B. Say no big. Bigfoot Express aren't here. In Class C, well done to Scuderia Rossi. Okay, moving on to Class D. In third place, we got Corridus Racing. In second place, we've got AF Fans. And in first place, we've got Graphic Supply World. Class C. No, Class C wasn't there. You guys are Corridus Racing, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Now C, then Class C.
So there we go. Look.
It's wrong. We are Class D. Winners. We are the winners of Class D. They are Class C. Yeah. Bravo, bravo, bravo.
I've phoned somebody, they'll come now, that you can do something when they arrive.
Okay, Frankos, come on up.
All right, and in Class E, we've got Backdraft 42 in third place. In second place, we've got Backdraft 24. And in first place, we've got Pesty. Well done, guys. Okay, the index of performance results have just come in, and in third place we've got BBR Racing. In second place we've got Backdraft Racing SA number 87. And in first place we've got Team Pet Ski Racing.
First place or second place?
First. Second's not here.
Class B, first, World Zero.
Okay, we just want to call up Class B first place. They have finally joined us. A big well done to Bigfoot Racing. Please join us, JP and San Woodley. And that's a wrap for our prize giving for the 3-hour, 20-minute race. We're now going back to commentary to see what's happening on track.
Well, there you have it. The festive mood has already gotten and set underway. A lot more celebration in store. But great to see a championship that's already been secured. The Class D championship with the Francos celebrating years worth of work and years worth of racing and well-earned awards for them. We're doing a bit of number crunching with some of the races we've seen thus far with the classes here, and we have a bit more insight actually that's come with the endurance race that has come and gone, which we're going to get a bit more clarity on at the moment. But as you can see, we have in frame some of the Lotus cars navigating the circuit and getting their checkered flag that they're collecting at the moment, with D. Jeremy taking the win, the W, the number 60 there, ahead of A. Human in the number 21 Lotus. Steve, those are both Class B cars. In fact, that is an entire Class B top three, with Thomas Falconer, the legendary Thomas Falconer, in third place with the number 2 Class B car there.
Yeah, this was the warm-up that they were doing, and David Jeremy, who's the current Class B champion, going and really showing off what he can do. But yes, working out on some of the points, especially the performance of Index coming into play, because it is turning into a bit of an interesting affair with it, because we talked about PT2 Racing being able to get the win for our national roadsters, but now we're taking a look at the likes of the Swiss Hotel School Adept team, who were leading the index of performance through the run, and now they finished up 14th in performance of index, which is going to give them 42 points, puts them on 192. They would still be leading, but not by much, as you've got the likes of 25 points separating them for performance and index at the moment.
Yeah, and 25 points is an easy deficit to cover in one way or another during the course of a weekend. And this is the charm of the double header. A lot of these kinds of deficits can appear and suddenly disappear, as we saw. What seemed to suddenly disappear for Class A was an opportunity for the Inter-Africa team to finish. They were going to then it was around the 16-minute mark when you saw them peel into the pits to fix that alternator issue, and they would have been victim to that the remaining 5 minutes of the race. The pit lane closes. If they were not able to solve that issue, they would not have been able to finish and would then have to cede and take a lesser points haul. But luckily for them, they were able to recover and finish in third place with that podium. But yeah, things are looking twisty as far as the Nexus performance is concerned, and it has been the case throughout the season and since the inception of this particular class in championship, which takes into account the overall and average performance that you have across the board with the drivers in each car, so that you have a sort of even and more fair assessment. The more consistent performance level that each of the races are, and the more then they score, the higher they score rather in the championship, and none have set the bar as high as the likes of Pesty Racing throughout the season. And the Swiss Hotel Schools Adapt. They've really been a cut above the rest for a lot of the championship at the moment. We've had a scenic array of cars that we've enjoyed throughout the day's racing thus far, and equally, in fact, more scenic, even more scenic is the Grand Prix circuit itself. An impressive piece of real estate. I don't think it gets better than this on this side of the planet. It definitely is world class and iconic. You can see this is where all the activity is going to be happening throughout the entire weekend. You got the skid pan there. You can already see the skid marks. In case you're lost and you're trying to land your weapon of choice, I think the trade marks would be a good place to use as a landmark. And of course, you got the VIP section. That's where all the single seaters are parked out. Some of the Lotuses that you have on the circuit are parked right over there by those tents that you see. And of course, the long haulers, the hauler trucks, all of them. Those are the trucks where you see your GT equipment packed in. Very professional setups, I must say. It looks incredible. We've really set the stage for an international pedigree type of race for this weekend.
Well, we're talking about the music, we're talking about the racing. Well, we've got to talk about, you can come and do some go-karting here as well. There's going to be a couple of cars that you can go and take a look at, Proton being a big part of it. And you get to see what your next ride may be. But having the little bit of go-karting for fun is always a great one to have. There's just so much happening at Kyalami this weekend, and will keep us on our toes all the way through. So we are waiting for the race start, where we'll be getting our single-seaters heading out onto the track. The whole festival of single-seaters here at Kyalami, they will be having a couple of races during the course of this weekend, along with our Lotus Challenge. And I was actually having a chat to the guys and just getting a bit of a feel of what they think about it. Many of the drivers racing in the single-seaters class will be their very first time here around Kyalami. They're going to be looking back at it and going, this is going to be a load of fun. And I can tell you, a lot of the drivers are also going to catch a wake-up of how big and wide the track is. A few of them have gone out and practiced, but others missed that opportunity, and now getting to see how much room there actually is on Kyalami. But it's a twofold situation here, and I think Ernest Page can also attest to this. It was a couple of years ago when a certain Barber Dodge got an opportunity around Kyalami and realized that he couldn't defend everywhere because the track just kept going and going and going and going. And especially in a single-seater where it's a narrow, small car, well, where we could fit 3 GT3 cars into turn 2, you can land up fitting going on 5 single-seaters in one fell swoop. And that pretty much tells the tale of how it's all going to go.
Yeah, I'm getting flashbacks of that 3 abreast, 4 abreast action that we've seen a lot of the time amongst these racing drivers. It's definitely an exciting prospect, considering that they're really excited to be here. Again, the honor and privilege of being at the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit is what spurred a lot of these racing drivers on. A lot of them have said quite openly that, you know what, they could be somewhere else, but you know what, they dropped everything just to be here at the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. And they're really lining up, getting ready to get up onto the circuit at the moment. You can hear the burble of their engines, and we're going to get racing on underway shortly with the single-seater classes.
That's going to be a great one, and as you pointed out, the burble of the engines, the absolute monsters that will be clawing their way through. But also, we're going to have the media briefing for all our drivers as well, just to give them that little bit of a Formula 1 WEC sort of experience. Well, actually, I can say Formula 1 is going to start following here at the South African Endurance Series. Talking about single-seaters and being around Kyalami, let's talk to a driver, a commentator, a teacher. I think you've pretty much done it all, Ernest, and a track that you and I both know all too well and actually gone wheel to wheel with one another in the past.
Yeah, Kyalami Raceway over here. Look, I must be honest, my experience around the circuit is quite limited, but I've got to say, these guys here must absolutely be loving it, because this turned from what was supposed to be a relatively small event into a flippin' festival.
Well, that's it. It's absolutely great. But we've also got to talk about it is the South versus the North. It is the Cape versus the Joburgers.
Are we going to do it like that?
Well, we're sitting here and taking a look at who's going to be starting in pole position. That is going to be DJ Boyson.
DJ Boyson, yeah. Daiko.
With Alan Mayer in second.
Now, those two guys are going to be going at it hammer and tongs. Daiko, of course, DJ Boyson, one of Cape Town's fastest exports in a Formula VW. And that car, according to Craig, one of the mechanics on the team, is still as it was when they first came out. So it's still the standard, air quotes, I've got my fingers in the air here, Formula VW with no external modifications. So it's a fast car, but those cars were fast when they came out. I remember the lap times they were doing around Kyalami when they were first launched. David Peddle was racing them at one stage, and just sensationally fast. And even today, they're still fast cars, and of course they're joined by a gaggle of other cars. We've got Formula GTIs in there. We've got Van Diemen chassis going around. We've got Van Diemen chassis with bike engines, making them Formula M. And then, of course, there's the recently added Super V category where they've got that rear wing on the back. So Formula single-seaters went through quite a big lull at one stage, specifically regional single-seaters, but it's back. And I keep thinking, is it because of the general popularity of Formula One? Because Formula One's always been popular, but single-seaters not so much. Here, though, you see lots and lots of cars on track. It's always great to see.
Well, single-seaters are just awesome. Take the wheel arches off a car, put you in the middle. It's great. It's why prototypes followed single-seaters. But let's take a look at, we've got DJ Boyson running in first place. We've got Alan Mayer in second. Third place, Tyler Robertson's going to be having her time out, and this is the first time she's actually going to be racing the car in a very, very long time. A good couple of years before she's climbed it back.
And she's been getting faster, according to the pit lane talk. She's been getting faster and faster every time she's got in that car.
Exactly. And lying in fourth place, though, is the first of the Super Vs, Lucian Ranchanda, who's currently leading out the championship, looking to score as many points as possible here today, because there's only 1 point separation to Jean-Andre Leroux. But I need to touch on to that. Jean-Andre Leroux did not make qualifying, so he's going to be starting at the back of the field, 21st position.
So Jean-Andre Leroux was one of the fastest in free practice. He was just a second off, if I'm not mistaken, just a second off DJ Boyson. So that was supposed to be one of the titanic battles that was supposed to take place, and now he finds himself having to carve through not just the class, because I asked him, are they putting you at the back of the class? He shook his head and said, no, they're putting me at the back of the back.
Well, that's it. And to go and really go and add a bit of salt to it all, we've got Brandon Hills next to his dad, Peter Hills, side by side,
yes,
both in Formula Vs.
The Hill family very much involved in Johannesburg when it comes to single-seater racing, racing in general. So it's great to see the father and son duo. Now, who's going to give who space? That's the question.
Well, definitely ain't going to be Vaughan Hills that's parked behind them as well. So you've got the entirety of the Hills family lined up.
Literally.
There we got Elwood running in 8th, followed by Traden Chomp in 9th position. Actually done really well in his rookie year in Formula V. We got Hilton Marrow that's running in 10th. He's a part of our Formula M, followed by Ada Marrow. Deirdre Jedricks in 12th.
The Marrow clan as well, also a family that races together, sticks together, father-son duo. They've got Carla Marrow, who is the mom involved. She went to go fetch oil during lunch break now. So the family is very much involved. But I love seeing families go racing together. It's just a fun way to spend the weekend together.
Well, we're going to keep going down because we got Steve Fenter in the Formula Ford that's running a little bit further down. So Fenter is in 13th. Kennedy Torres in 14th. 17th position. That's actually a car that's from your neck of the woods.
Oh, there's a lot of us, eh? There's a lot of us here.
That was a 1600 Formula V that did really well. It also raced with wheel arches, and it raced against the saloons down in Cape Town as well. So keep an eye on that one. It's up here. We got Earl Swartz, also known as Early B, is out on track in 15th.
He came to say hi early on in his live stream, and you know, it looks like we are getting almost ready to go. Some of the umbrellas are still out, but someone like Early B, for me, it's fascinating to see that this guy is so busy. He's got a lot going on. He's always gigging. He's always out there, but he loves racing, and it's so fantastic to get the support of someone, because you know, oftentimes when you see a big name joining a series, he's probably going to be here for 1-2 races. This guy has fallen in love. He's got a marriage made in heaven with Liqui Moly. Liqui Moly supports the category so strongly. It's great to see Early B out there, and I do think that we might be getting going pretty soon.
I hope so, because you and I both know stationary single-seaters is never a good thing. But
and it gets hot in there as well, eh?
That's it. The engine temperature starts to climb, but this is a standing start. For many people that aren't quite sure what a standing start is,
We haven't seen a lot of that lately.
Well, Ernest, why don't you let us know what a standing start entails?
Well, the nerves definitely will be piping up at this stage. You see the red flag out there at the moment, and once that red flag goes out, there should be a 2-minute board that'll come up any time soon. Now, that 2-minute board isn't a literal 2-minute board. It's more of a signal to say, guys, you need to get ready to go, because the next board that you see will be the last board before the flag drops. And there we see the 2-minute board coming out now. After this will be the 5-second board, if I'm not mistaken, and then it will be go time. You can see the revs starting to come up. The driver's starting to get ready. It's the 1-minute board comes up first, and we wait now and see until the flag drops for these drivers. Absolute nerves are kicking in. 30 seconds to go. Oh my goodness me. This to me is one of the best parts of racing. Here we go. The 5-second mark is up, and I think I'm going to hand it back over to my man Stephen over here. Stephen,
4,000 RPM, you put it in gear, you hold the clutch, you drop it, and you go, 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 as the Hill's getting a fantastic run. And unfortunately, the Hill tomorrow not being able to get that run as they charge their way through, heading down. DJ Boyson's leading out Alan Mayer, but what a beautiful shot.
sight. What a beautiful
all the
sight.
single-seaters back at Kyalami, and it does look like that the VWs, the Formula VWs getting through, but it is Steve Venter taking the run on the Formula Vs as they charge through. There's Yannick Herber in the KTM. He's going to try and make the climb all the way through, trying to get past Damien Archer at the moment in the Formula GTI, but it looks like Peter Hills is starting to open up the gap, and Kennedy Torres keeping the pressure on, runs out a little bit wide and is keeping his foot firmly planted to the ground. But it is DJ Boyson's completely checked out of it, with Alan Mayer right behind, and then we have got Robinson trying to chase down.
Yeah, we got to just follow that battle from the back to see how that driver does, trying to carve through the... Oh my goodness, someone's gone off into
That's one of the hills. That's one of the hills.
Just misses the wall. He might have even touched the wall over there. That looks like the number 11 car. That looks like the number 11 car over there.
It could be Vaughan Hills.
Yeah,
that's
Vaughan
done it.
Hills. Looks like it's Vaughan Hills, and Vaughan Hills makes a mistake, goes straight on. Their tires are cold, and they just had that warm-up lap and then had to go park it on the line as they make their way through once again to complete the first of many laps. The blue flags are out. Lots of... I don't think those blue flags are going to matter now. These guys are fighting for position. Here comes the replay now as we see Vaughan lock up. Ooh, just after sunset over there, and how he managed to pull it back. It might have been a slight round. It doesn't seem to have caused any damage. Cruises around on the grass. Smart guy there. Smarter than certain Formula 1 drivers to not get stuck in the ground.
Well, that's it. And now he's going to have to scrub that dirt off the whole way. And it's going to be the tricky part, as we do see a bit of a Constantino effect. One of the Formula Fords, unfortunately, with a problem trying to move off the racing line. And it's frantic. Steve Venter stuck on Cheetah. He was stuck on the outside a little bit further up. And there is nose to tail battles right the way through. Lucian Ranchanda trying to get a little bit defensive as well. It's been a while since Lucian has taken on Peter Hills in Peter Hills in his Formula V is going to be chasing down. So Lucian Ranchanda is going to be facing Brandon Hills and Peter Hills as they fight their way through. DJ Boyson's leading out the top, and it is followed by Tyler going and battling his way through. Alan Mayer.
Someone's off?
Yeah, that's one of the Formula Fords with the 7-Up colours. And
It's a precarious spot to be parked over there as we see the rest of them coming through now. Lots and lots of action. The 17 car over there making its way through. And of course, you got lots and lots of different categories here. Obviously, these cars, some of them have wings, some of them don't have wings. The Formula V's running with a stripped out setup, no wings. And that's how you tell the difference between the Formula V's and the Super V's. The Super V's, of course, running one wing at the back. Then you've got Formula GTIs in the mix. As you can see, one just came through your screen now with big wings front and back. And then Formula VWs on your screen at the moment. That's the 27 car of Robinson, who now finds himself carving through the field. And wow, so far action-packed and really cool to see these cars on screen like this. Formula V, Formula GTI, Formula VW, fantastic cars. And there's our man DJ Boyson, Dyco Racing over there, making his way through. I wonder if he's going to be pushing the limit now. They've just fitted new tires on that car, and they're precariously parked car on the side of the track there. But they've just fitted new Pirelli tires on this car, and according to him, these tires grip exceptionally well. They're actually busy chatting to Pirelli about how to best set the car up, so they're getting to figure out how to get the car set up. He says they're very happy with the pace, as you can see.
Well, there we go. Kenny Torres stuck on the outside. He is trying to make his way around Peter Hills, and that's Hilton Morrow all over the left side. And you can see with the M constantly shifting, but these yellow flags.
I wonder if he was allowed to do that. I wonder if that was in the yellow flag zone. We'll have to wait and see for the officials to say something, because that is a spot that someone that actually just got a warning for something similar recently. That is a spot that you don't want to do any overtaking on, because it's easy to say it from the outside, but when you're in the heat of battle, you look up and there's the yellow flag, and you might be in the zone, and then you get a penalty or a warning. Not ideal, but he did pull it off eventually, and there he goes. Jeez, that car is looking fast.
Keep an eye on Kenny Torres, the 93 that is ahead, and then you've got Aiden Morrow in the Formula M right behind. These two have been rivals all season long in the Formula Monoposto.
Oh no, he's lost it. The 46 car has lost it. Aiden Morrow has lost it, pushing very hard over there. The young Aiden, of course, joined on track by his dad, and something's gone wrong. Something's gone very wrong there. I wonder, looks like he's kind of thrown his hands up in the air there. Hopefully he can get it going again.
That's stalled out.
And this car probably won't have an alternative, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it's really not, and you're going to have to just try and see. Maybe you can fire it up if you're lucky, but a very hot engine, and this looks like it's pretty much him out of it, and gutting for the young man as he was chasing down Kenny Torres and just couldn't work out. This is by turn 2, folks, and if you are not too familiar with the track, it's all the way down, but we do have one, the Super V's, going off at Sunset.
It's one of the Liquid Molly cars, off at Sunset. Not a place you want to go off, as the other cars have to take avoiding action. Lots of action on the circuit now with the Formula V's. All that dirt on the wheels there as Aiden gets a bit of a push. Maybe a push start. Let's see. Gets it going. Yay, gets it going. But can he make the turn? Yes, he does. Turning, so he gives the marshal away. Oh, how polite is that? Gives the marshal away, says thanks, and off he goes once again.
Oh, I mean, the marshals are the unsung heroes the whole way through. So that is Robinson that's ahead, and this is Yannick Herber in the Van Diemen chassis with a KTM 1400 in the back of it.
So that's technically then the Formula M category.
Yes, that's an A-class Formula M that is out on circuit. Yannick Herber, one of the quickest Formula M's in South Africa, that is trying to chase down, actually taking a Formula 4 chassis, remodifying it to go and put.
I was in the pits early on and saw it's a Formula Ford Van Diemen chassis, if I'm not mistaken, and I thought, okay, cool, that's a Formula Ford. No, they've got a bike engine in the back, and that automatically categorizes you as a Formula M. But having said that, we've now got different classes here today. We've got Class A, Class B, etc., and then Class E.
Oh, that's Annette van Wyk. That's van Wyk. And she's just put a 1600 into the car. Down at the Crocodile, she's gone and landed up into the dirt. So Annette Johnson,
yes.
It's gone and landed in. Oh, man, that's a gutting, and you can see not too happy with that. Last time out, she was in the 1400, was a little bit further back. So happy to have the 1600.
Finally have some power underfoot.
And unfortunately, going into Crocodile is absolutely a difficult time there. Damien Archer in the Formula GTI.
These cars aren't easy to drive, are they?
No, very, very pointy. Safety car going to be heading out onto it as well. Sorry, no safety car, so it's just yellow flags. But we've got to look at how pointy the cars are. You've got to really manage it. No traction control, no ABS. You're going to have to really work your way through. And this is through all the classes. There's nothing that has that digital advantage despite it all. And you're talking about Formula Ford, national championship. Formula GTI was a national championship.
Yep.
Formula Volkswagen was a national championship.
Correct.
Formula V was a national championship.
VW.
2025, Super V, national challenge.
Oh,
Safety
wow.
car is out. DJ
Safety car
Boyson
is out.
got him, and DJ Boyson's going to be sitting behind. But this is going to be a very interesting
wow.
situation.
I love it. And now finally we get to see exactly what will go down here. They've done 5 laps so far. They're now under yellow and safety car caution, and this means that the entire field will bunch up. So Meyer, Robertson, Gerber, Ramchanda, Hills will all now suddenly be bunched up together and find themselves in a position where an overtaking opportunity might present itself. DJ Boyson, the Cape Townian, not having it all his own way.
Well, one person that I haven't seen on the grid is fighting for first in the championship for the Super V. Jean-Andre Leroux is not on the grid, which means he's going to be sacrificing points, which, put it this way,
at this stage,
would put Lucian Ranchanda as the winner of the Super V Championship for 2024.
Whoa! And Ranchanda as well, leading off Class B at the moment. So, and he's got no one else there to tussle with. Ranchanda. Tucker's way, way, way further down. And all in between him and everybody else are a bunch of Class E cars as we now look at the categorization for classes. In first place in Class A, you've got DJ Boyson. In second place is Meyer, and in third place, Robertson, followed by Gerber and the 2 Morrows. I didn't mean to say that, but that's how it came out. And then Super VSA, we got Ramchanda leading off 37 seconds ahead of Jacob. So Ramchanda really having it all his own way at this stage, with Tucker further 2 seconds behind that. But now, all of a sudden, that 37-second gap, yes, Ramchanda's got a lot of cars in between him and the others, but certainly now the gap will close down. Then further down, we've got the Formula Ford category in Class D. Class C, there's only one person in there, that is Fenter, as the stricken number 5 car gets towed out. And then, of course, Class D, we've got Formula GTI. Archer leads that off, and then Class V, which is Class E, Formula V, which is just stacked at this stage with Hills with a 14-second gap, but between Torres, Trompi, and Hills over there,
That's Peter Hills,
and then
fourth.
of course
Brandon Hills in fifth. Vaughan is in first, ahead of a 1600.
They are very, very close, and when this restart happens, watch those V's, because I suspect there's going to be a bit of a shuffle happening there as the marshals try and get the stricken number 5 car out of the kitty litter.
Well, I do want to point out something very interesting. Vaughan Hill is currently in the 11 car that went off circuit, made some time back. Kennedy Taurus in the number 93 is running a 1600 fuel injected motor over the likes of the Formula V that's out ahead of him, with Vaughan Hills running a 1400. They are going to be fighting out Traden Chomp, a rookie in his season, his debut season out in Formula V, running in third at the moment, ahead of Peter Hills, who has more than enough titles behind his name in the Formula V class, and has walked away with national titles, not once, not twice, but 3 times in one go. So he is really looking to have a great run all the way through. But Steve Fenter is also getting into the battles. He's not quite breaking away out of the likes of Kennedy Taurus on him. So that's going to be a very interesting time for them. And hopefully we can get Johnson's car back up and going. She has restarted it.
There
Great.
she goes. Now she's going to be falling it right at the back of the field, possibly a lap down. Let's see how that classification works out for her. Unfortunately, that was not an ideal situation. Lots of frustration, I'm sure, inside that cockpit. But mistakes happen. That's motorsport. You make the mistake, you learn from it and move on. The weekend isn't over. There's still lots of racing to come.
That's it. You're coming down at 180 kilometers now. You've got to go from 4th all the way down towards 3rd gear, and without locking the rear diff to throw you into the dirt. It's also you slipping and sliding. You're on semi-slick tires, so you haven't got that ultimate grip like full set slicks, but you still got to be very cautious of the running nonetheless. But I don't know about you, I'm getting chills here. As a fellow single-seater lover, Ernest, you gotta appreciate seeing all the different cars having a bit of fun.
There's a lot of them. And again, from a time where there were 7 cars on the grid in Cape Town at one stage, we had a bit of a heyday around the 2007-2012 period, and then it went really, you know, things were not good. A lot of the cars left Cape Town, and then you got this resurgence the last 5 or so years. And to be honest, I've not been involved, but I've been watching it from the outside, and it's been fantastic to see, so much so that I've been invited to drive, potentially race one next season for a guest drive. But someone is having a bit of a problem in the pit lane there, lots of steam coming out the car. That is one of the Liqui cars over there.
That's one of the Super Vs that's come to a stop, and Super V going a national challenge category in 2025, so they've got to make it through this year, and unfortunately it looks like one of the cars is going to be needing a bit of work when it gets sorted out back into the pits.
And you were just saying earlier on, these cars don't like to stand still, and look at that. I mean, that's exactly what happened. That looks like early B. That does look like him. Unfortunately, he's out of this race. Oh man, what a pity, but hopefully no actual fire. The marshal is at the ready with that fire extinguisher. The car needs to get air early, looks very concerned over there. But as mentioned earlier on, you know, great to have him, and it's great to have people with his stature involved in motorsport. It helps us all. It helps the sport. It brings awareness to the sport. It brings eyes to the sport. He's at some concert somewhere talking about how much he loves racing. You know, it's good for all of us.
Now, unfortunately, that motor is cooked. There is no way of putting around it. That got cooked. They're going to have to do a bit of work on it. So that's an overheating issue.
Yeah, so the issue with as you mentioned earlier on, these cars, they're air-cooled. So in this case, yeah, the car standing still, the motor's sort of holding the heat. It's not good. Hopefully nothing major.
They're water-cooled, but they don't have a fan. So they're the same as your road-going car, but they don't have a fan to stop. So think in traffic, you actually have a fan that turns on, helps cool down the water as it flows through the radiator, that goes back into the engine. So all these are water-cooled vehicles, but unfortunately, they're going and landing up with no fan to cool them down. As we get ready on the restart, DJ Boyson going to be powering his way through, and Alan Mayer has to make his way past the blue flag of Aidan Morrow, who went and spun out. So Alan Mayer is going to really get on the hammer quite quickly here. As
DJ Boyson with the gap.
Yeah, Robertson and Yannick Herber closing up onto the back of him, and it does look like we're in for a great fight all the way through, as we do see Yannick Herber making quick work of the running order, as Kennedy Torres is going after likes of Lucian Ranchanda in the back.
Yeah, Kerber looking very racy over there around the outside, ducks and dives. Will he find a way past going through the next complex section as DJ Boyson once again heads off into the distance? Robinson looking good over there in that Lucky Molly car, but lots and lots of action in the top 5. These drivers, I gotta say, the top 5 is looking good. There go your Formula Vs. And speaking of Formula Vs, we've got a quick... Oh, somebody's off again! The number 5 car once again
Johnson.
Oh no! She hits her lap, and the frustration is visible.
Yeah, I mean, Johnson having a battling time there, but Herber around the outside.
Of Robinson. Oh my goodness me. Oh, Robinson defends again before the S's. I think Herber said, you know what? I don't think I'm going to make it past before the S's. I'm going to just hang back. But what will he do up
He's
towards
going to try, though.
He's going to try. And what will he do up towards Lukop now? Will he look down the inside? They make their way to the top of the hill. Both of them touching the curb there. The 27 car, Robertson, goes a little bit defensive around the outside. Once again goes Herber. And will he try and do the switcheroo on the downhill? There is an overtaking opportunity. We see another car parked on the side there by Sunset, out by the mine shaft, I apologize.
It's one of the
as
Super
the
Vs.
leaders come through. Oh, that's fast down the mine shaft. Down the inside, will he make the braking maneuver? Yes, he does. The 27 car has to yield, and Robinson has to yield back for Gerber as Gerber goes into 3rd position.
Herber was pretty much like the postman. Whether it's rain, shine, or snow, I'm sending it all the way through. It's definitely liquid and send it into the crocodile. But now he's got his rival that he's been fighting all year with, Alan Mayer, ahead of him. That is unfortunately one of the Super Vs that's parked off down the mine shaft. Is thankfully going and is way off the racing line. But it's something that is going to worry a couple of drivers, as they don't want to get held up too much with any yellow flags coming out, especially with 2 laps to go.
So lots and lots of comments on the YouTube stream. Keep them coming, guys, as we see Crash Bandy here wants to know what is the difference between a V and a Super V.
Okay, short version, a Super V has a 1600 motor, a front wing and a rear wing. For the likes of a Formula V, No aero is allowed, so no wings are allowed, running a 1400 motor. Both are using a Beetle gearbox, though, that's been inverted, so
And
it
both
works
of them
well.
using the same Beetle suspension components.
Yes, so the only differences between it is a 1600 motor and being able to use a bit of aero as well. And that's just the easy way of explaining it. You can go into all the little technicalities that pretty much takes up the rule book, but the easiest way to point it out is front wing, rear wing, bigger engine, claw.
And then lastly over here, we've got some supporters over here. Damien's got some supporters. Damien Archer in the 24 car over there. Lots and lots of support for him down in 17th position. Damien Archer, good luck to you and your supporters.
Now, Damien Archer and the entire Archer family. Hayden Archer is the current chairman for the Formula Libre up here in Joburg, and so he's been having a bit of fun, bit of support for Damien Archer, going and having a great time out in the Formula GTI, chasing down. He's actually been the first recipient of the GTI trophy after a good number of years.
Wow.
That was after this past weekend. But let's take a look right back, because DJ Boyson's got a bit of traffic onto him, catching up onto the back of the Super Vs, and well, trying to battle his way through nonetheless, having to make quick decisions. There's a lot of room on the track, but when you start gaining that little bit of time, you have to make the call quite quickly not to compromise too much of your race and your opponent's race in the process. But he's now put 3 cars between himself and Alan Meyer as a checker flag does come out. DJ Boyson gets a win, Alan Meyer second, Yanni Kerber taking third, with Robinson in 4th place. Lucian Ranchanda hoping to also come across the line and take that 5th place, keeping Hills at bay.
Yeah, Ramchanda gets the Class B win, of course, in that Super V over there. Well done to him, considering as we mentioned, the class of cars that he's up against. Ramchanda right up there, so a fantastic result from him. The first Class E car, Torres, gets the win in Class E. Congratulations there. And Trompi just behind that, also in Class E. Fantastic performance. We've got the Class D winner further down. That is Archer in Class D. And here I've got the official results in front of me now. DJ Boyson gets 1st place. Meyer in 2nd. Gerber in 3rd place in Class A. Class B, Ramchanda, another big gap over Jacob. So Ramchanda really stomping down his authority and pace over here at this event. Bellingen gets 3rd in Class B. In Class C, we've got Fenter taking the win, and Archer, your supporters out there clearly backing a winning gentleman over there. That is Archer takes the Formula GTI Class D win. And then the very competitive Class E, Torres gets the win, only half a second ahead. The top 3 with Trompi in 3rd position. Top 3 separated by just less than 9/10 of a second. We knew it was going to be good, but yeah.
It's going to be great. We're going to see plenty of it more this weekend. So definitely, if you haven't come out to Kyalami as yet, you need to come through tomorrow. It's going to be a wild stuff. And, well, yeah, I've got to say, it's nice to sit down with another single-seater driver, reliving all this action.
Reliving the glory days. I missed it, to be honest, and I'm very much looking forward to doing a drive with Formula Libre in Cape Town next year. I need to make that phone call, though, and make that happen, but we're going to do a test day, hopefully, and then maybe a single race day.
Are you telling me it's going to be a north versus south?
Are we going to do that?
Okay, right. So, well, you're hearing it here first. That we got a bit of a north
when
versus south.
commentators usually race each other, it's always slow to watch. Firstly, there's no one to commentate on it, and they're not as fast as the other guys.
The older it gets, the faster I was.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Absolutely great stuff. But well done to all our single seaters, north versus south, and getting to see all the variety of cars. Great to say a big welcome to those coming from the coastal regions to come and join us up here in Joburg.
The guys have been very excited about this. There's been murmurs of this. We're at the Kyalami Motor Show the other day, and I chatted to some guys. Ricky Anderson, I didn't even mention him. Ricky Anderson, one of our all right down there in Formula in Class E in the Formula V, in 22nd position over here overall. And I've been chatting to Ricky. The guys are really pushing the series down in Cape Town as DJ Boyson gives the crowd the winning wave, as they say. And Ricky Anderson and the rest of the guys in Cape Town are pushing the sport so far, and so are the guys in Joburg. Then I go to Swartkorps for the Cars in the Park event, and there you see the Motto clan there. You see you see Chloe there as well. And you see a bunch of people just pushing the sport forward doing what they can do to build the community, and then the results, it's a day like today.
Well, that's it, and I have got a bit of information that Reg Anderson is looking to join in next year to be a part of. He's going to bring his GTI back, or possibly his Formula 2. He's wanting to really show off what he can do, and considering the level of drivers we got here with DJ Boysens, Yannick Herber going and showing, DJ going and taking the win. So South has got 1 point at the moment.
Is that how we're doing this?
They got 1 point, but we've here in North, we finished second, so don't get too comfortable. we're coming. We're just getting warmed up now. It's a Friday. It's Friday. Just give us a bit of time, okay?
Well, speaking of Reg Anderson, he raced that Formula GTI. In fact, my very first race, two of us ended up crossing the line side by side with one of us, me, with two wheels on the dirt. So Reg Anderson, a fierce competitor, and Ricky Anderson, his son, following in his footsteps as the marshal waves them through to Park Fermé. And it'll be cool to see old man Reg Anderson. He's not that old, but he is the old man of Ricky Anderson. I'm sure he misses it, but he has mentioned that his focus has been on Ricky, and he wanted to get Ricky up to speed first before he decided to fix his own car. It's difficult enough running one car in the family, never mind 2 or 3 like some of the other families, the Hills and the Mottos and etc. on the start grid today.
It's going to be an incredible one, but this doesn't signal the end of all the action, because we still got plenty to come, ladies and gentlemen. We have our Lotus Challenge, we've got the Sporting GT that are going to be coming up, and then we're going to be moving into our South African Endurance Series Round 6, qualifying a little bit later with the mandatory night practice that needs to be done as well.
Oh yes,
so
I do like the mandatory night practice. It gets we get an opportunity to practice as commentators because it's difficult to commentate for night events. Yeah, I should stop my complaining, but it's hard. And also, of course, the drivers get to then experience what it's like. But it's not just the drivers. To be a team at night is a whole other thing. You've got to find all the resources as we get the results page up, and there you have it. DJ Boysen in first place, Meyer in second, and Gerber, of course, in third place. These are your overall results, but remember, we are running multiple classes here. And speaking of classes, Ramchanda over there gets that first place in his class. Well done to him.
Well, at this point, he's actually won the championship for the Super V, so he's going to be quite happy with that. And 5th place with a little 1600 chasing down. Great to see. Kenny Torres getting very close to him, though. Peter Hills going and showing that the old man is still as fast as he was back in the 90s, and why he's going to be at the top. Vaughan Hills running in 8th place. Steve Fenter in that Formula 4 running in 9th. And 10th place, the rookie going and making through, Traden Chomp, who went from Formula M into Formula V, and now getting a top 10 when we all put everything together here at Kyalami. So it's going to be an absolutely great run nonetheless.
Wow, I've got to say, this proved to be quite exciting, and if anybody ever says that single-seater racing is not thrilling, this was quite enthralling. But it does help when you've got 500 cars on the grid.
Well, it's always the most entertaining, I can say. It's going to be a great one, but that doesn't mark the end of it. There's still plenty of racing to go on today. Lotus Challenge, our Sports and GT, they're going to be coming up and having a bit of fun. We've still got the qualifying, but we have to talk about something, because I don't know about you, I'm not very good at Afrikaans, but my stomach is also starting to tell me. So we're going to be taking a little...
lunchtime.
That's it. We're going to be taking a little bit of a lunch break. 10 past 1, we're going to be heading back to the commentary side and joined by our esteemed legendary commentators. And I've got to say, I'm starstruck at the moment being around everyone. I'm starstruck
We got a
being
good team.
It's going to be great.
Yeah, it's been great. The drivers, I've chatted to some of the drivers and the teams. Everybody's excited, but it's not over yet. All of those that have done well in the 3-hour know the 9 hours still coming. There's a lot still coming, folks, so stay tuned. We'll see you guys back here in about half an hour's time at 10 past 1. It's going to be an exciting rest of the day, and then, of course, there's still tomorrow to come. We'll see you later.
I'm glad you replaced your watch batteries.
Thank you.